Hello everyone. Welcome. We are starting day one of the April Conscious Business Showcase. Wow, Virginia, we started in December, so this has been very fun, and we're starting to get the swing of things a little bit easier, and the speakers and sending stuff out, and we're just really honored to be able to bring people who are shining their light in the world. They're helping others heal or have some kind of a business that is making a difference and an impact with others. And we're just really happy to be able to shine or showcase what they're doing. My name is Christine Cardoza. I am a founder of the Healing Soul School. This started as a download from Spirit in November as really just a way to help others to heal. I had suffered a really hard depression about 4 years ago and spent some time just searching how to get better. I knew that there was more to life than not wanting to get out of bed. And so I really, just started on my own path of what is the mindset, what is hiding in there, how to stay in a more empowered state versus a suffering state. And it just continued, and I was finding coaches and teachers and mentors and healers and mediums and psychics, and it was been this really incredible journey. And really the heart behind the Healing Soul School is we want to teach you how to heal yourself. You are your best healer. It doesn't have to take a long time or thousands and thousands of dollars in therapy. It really starts by going within. Virginia is our meditation coach. I'll give her her own intro in a second here, but we're teaching people how to go within. Find that magic within you is our hashtag. Find the magic within, because when you can calm, and we start with meditation and your breath, when you can start to calm yourself down. And what I learned is, as I started to meditate, and Virginia taught me how to meditate properly, I started to calm my nervous system, and I started to feel safe in my body, which was really bizarre because I didn't feel that I wasn't safe in my body. But I had so much childhood trauma that I had stuffed down and just figured out and was winging it. And so far in my masculine and as an A-type personality, I was really just in survival mode. And now that I've learned what I've learned, I want to help other people to be able to calm their nervous systems down as well, and to figure out what you're here for. What are you here to do and meant to shine? We're supposed to be happy and have great lives and thrive, not just survive and figure out how to get through our day or a 9 to 5 or life or whatever that is. So my background is in business, and I love taking, someone who has their gifts, whether it's spiritual gifts or business or this idea you have, and how to turn that into something that is profitable for yourself, so that you're not having to depend on others or a job, or even just getting over the fear of being seen. I was introduced to a lot of healers this past year. Energy healing, which I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and then I moved to a Baptist community, and it was very taboo and evil almost, we were told. And if you entertained even going to a medium, you were inviting these evil entities into your home. And so that's how I was raised. And I I had this fear of it my whole life. And this past year, I was like, what do I really believe? Like, where does that come from? Is that someone else's story or someone else's energy? And I went to my first Reiki session, and it was really beautiful, and it wasn't weird. And she wasn't, I didn't get any EBGBs or whatever, from going to that session. And then I met a medium, and, again, we were told to stay clear of anyone who practiced anything that had to do with energy healing or work. And so I went for a coffee, but I had this fear still. And I'm like, wow, where does this fear come from? Definitely from childhood. Figure out what your 0 to 70 programming is. That's where, a lot of what you're dealing with now is from. And it was a really beautiful experience. She shared many things with me that actually just spoke right into my heart, and I would say into my soul. And so I started to investigate more this year. Energy healing. I took quantum healing courses. I was part of groups that were helping other people heal. And it was so beautiful. And I would cry just looking at the messages of the people that we were doing this healing for, coming back and saying, wow, thank you so much. Like, you totally changed my life, or you helped me heal this or that. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. And there's something here. And I just, I wanted to dive deeper into it. And here we are a year later, and it's so beautiful. You know, energy healing isn't scary. It's not evil. If you've been raised in a religion that taught, you know, a lot of fear, even fear around money is what I'm unpacking next, is that fear really isn't meant for us. You know, we're to shed that and to take off those heavy backpacks of rock of anything that's holding us back, because there is such a beautiful life and a world that is out there for us, and we just need to tap into that. So Virginia, that was a little bit of a longer intro than I had intended, but I just wanted to say, like, we're here. We want to help people to get ahead and to heal themselves, teach you how to heal yourself. And that's, you know, the beginning story of how we started. I met Virginia a year ago. We just had our friend anniversary and we knew that there was a connection. And here's another part of energy, is that, you know, we've lived different lives, but similar in a way. She lived in Panama and is coming back home. I lived in Costa Rica and came home, you know, just over 10 years ago. And so we have so many similarities. And she has been my rock, my person who walks me off ledges. You know, she's that confidant, that person I can go to when I'm having moments and stuff. So I'm really excited to share, you know, this beautiful business with her of helping others. And with our backgrounds, you know, we're here as kind of like two moms. I would say we're spiritual moms, you know, here to help anyone who's needing you know, a little bit of a lift. So Virginia, please share your background and your story, and welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us on the Conscious Business Showcase. As Christine said, this really was, you know, just something that came in November, and we took off with it. It was like, yeah, we can do this. You know, how? We're not sure yet. Let's give it a go. And we really just kind of ran with it. So it has been fun learning. And it most of all has been such an amazing experience. Like you said, bringing all of the focus and the light onto some of incredible humans that are doing such beautiful things in the world. And I think a lot of that came from our experiences as we were kind of diving into the spiritual world and to the world of energy healing and all of those kind of things, and what we needed and how we had to go, well, let's try that. Okay, well, that didn't work. Well, let's try this. Oh, I like that. Oh, let's see this person. But it was like a constant struggle almost to find the person or the type of modality or whatever it was to kind of help us. So really for us, it's just kind of, we want to help other people find all of these fantastic people and modalities and everything all in one place. So by creating these monthly showcases, we share all of this and share that with everyone. And it's really all about just bringing that out to the world and making it a better place. And if we can make a difference, then that's key. So as Christine said, I am a meditation and mindset coach. And my energy healing is all based around and starts with meditation. So like Christine said, you know, she had to learn how to become safe in her body. And we all have had or have different things that we have experienced in our life that have created some sort of stuff that's still in our body that maybe we thought we let go of, that maybe we didn't understand, that it affected us in the way that it did, and is still affecting us to this day. So for the last 10 years has been about the journey of healing and the journey of healing myself. You know, long story, Panama was a huge part of that healing and giving me the tools to be able to do that. But in the end, meditation was really the starting point of helping my body to release and to let go of all of those things that I really didn't know were still there, you know, and for me since then has really just grown into this awesome modality that I use to heal myself and to teach others to heal themselves. And so it's just a beautiful experience, kind of where we've been going in our healing and helping others. And of course, the mindset that's around that, right? Because there is always mindset and beliefs and stuff that come along with that. So that's who I am and what I do. And I have a big, long background in business, in the corporate world, working in logistics. So I'm very comfortable with the back end of things and kind of seeing how things can go. And, I typically always have a backup plan, like that kind of stuff. That's just how I roll. But so that's a little bit about me. Transitioning back to Ontario, Canada this year. So that actually in the midst of it at this moment. So it's a little crazy, but it's a ton of fun. And we're so happy to be back in the area, close to family and stuff like that as well. So yeah, today we are just kicking off this beautiful day with a spectacular lineup of guests and speakers. I'm going to be interviewing for the first part of the morning, and then Christine will take it from there. Do we want to do a little bit of grounding or anything like that, Christine? What do you think?
Yeah, just before that, because I'm going to jump off until later this morning when it's my turn. And I just want to share, at the Healing Soul School, we have been observing, we've been listening to many people that we've been connected with, our clients, people that we've been healing. And what we're offering is a community. It takes a village to raise a child, as we've been learning, and it takes a village to raise an entrepreneur as well. So if you're an entrepreneur out there and you have been, if there's any kind of fear, you have a fear of being seen or a fear of sharing your voice, we want to give you your voice back. We're teaching people how to do that within a community, a safe community where we can learn how to grow our businesses. So there's going to be business classes and such like that, but also how to heal yourself, how to be more intimate, how to be more vulnerable, how to clear up. A lot of people have many issues in the first, second, and third chakra. So if you've had any kind of abuse, or you don't feel safe, or you were raised to not trust your own truth and your own intuition, those kinds of things, we're going to help you with the whole entrepreneur, the whole person. For those who don't have a business and you still want to heal yourself, we have something for you as well. So we're calling this the village, because it really does take, many people to help and to guide you along your path where you start at what is going on, where are you right now, taking a real look at who you are. And then we figure out, what's the game plan. And we have met so many beautiful coaches and healers over the last 6 months of really putting together the Conscious Business Showcase. And we have some people who are excited to jump on board with us to help heal the collective, to help move people forward, including going from any scarcity mindset or poverty mindset to wealth. We have a coach for that, intimacy, breath work, all of those kinds of things. So if you're feeling like you need some extra support, or you don't have that kind of community and you feel all alone, then DM us. I'll send you some more information. We'll roll out some more information as well, but I just want to kind of give you a little bit of an intro of what is coming. And I'll just say, let's have a great 2 days. Tune in when you can. We know it's a lot of hours, and just look at the list and the speakers that maybe speak to you, or, follow that intuition of someone that you're meant to hear or listen to. And we just welcome and honor you over these next 2 days. Thank you for sharing space with us.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you. And I just wanted to add to that, if this last year has taught us nothing, or anything, it has taught us that we are all connected. So for Christine and I, it's really been about listening to that, like you said, honoring that, and creating a space that like-minded people can come together and learn and heal and grow and transform and have a most amazing experience. So that's where we're headed. And we really hope that you'll all be along with us for the ride.
Cool. I'll see you later.
Okay. Ciao. All right. So I'm going to just lead you in just a little bit of a grounding meditation. Let's just Let's just take a minute and come into the moment. And I apologize if I have some reflection on my glasses. All right, so let's just get quiet in our chairs or lying down, wherever you're comfortable. And I just invite you to take a nice couple of deep breaths. Breathing in through your nose. And on the exhale, relax, release, and let go. And just bringing that air in, breathing deep all the way down into your belly. And on the exhale, relax, release, and let go. And I invite you to see a beautiful golden sphere above you, high above you, sparkling liquid energy. And noticing, feeling, or intending this energy connecting to you, to your body, coming in through your body, through your crown chakra, through the top of your head, and just drawing in all of this amazing, healing, beautiful source energy. Feeling it coming down into your body, all the way down through your neck, down your spine, down your legs, and out your feet and into the ground, all the way through our body, through our channel, down into Mother Earth, connecting us to Source, connecting us to Earth. And just allow that beautiful flow of energy. Take that in, relax in that for just a minute. And then taking this time to just allow that energy to flow. And now bringing your attention back to your breath. Noticing your breath. Listening to the sounds around you. Coming back into the room. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Beautiful. All right, my friends. So our first speaker today is Joy Seunarine, and I'm almost sure I got that saying wrong. I don't call anybody by their last name. Her name is Joy. So I apologize, Joy. I'm going to get you to re-say that when you come on here. Oh, okay. Let me just pull Joy up here. There we go. Hi, Joy.
Hi, Virginia.
All right. So say that again.
It's Seunarine.
Seunarine. I was close.
Yes.
I was going to say, how many years have we known one another now? And I'm not sure I ever knew how to say that correctly.
2017? You know?
Yes.
No, 2018.
Yes, right. Yes, exactly. So welcome. Thank you for coming and joining us here. Joy is with Essential Connections Massage Therapy. And Joy is going to talk to us today about a program that she is launching called 4 Steps to Joy. So before we get into, what you've got going on now that, would be a great help to people, many people, kind of fill us in on a little bit about who you are and your journey and what's brought you to where you are today.
Okay, where do I start?
I know.
So in my late teens, early 20s, I started having joint pains, and they were quite severe. And it was a real trip down a lane that I didn't want to go, because at that time, many people didn't have pain like that, didn't wake up and couldn't go back to sleep because of pain, weren't able to do certain things, that kind of thing. And so I started, I went to a doctor, and they said, well, we don't know what it is. Sometimes you have joint pains and they can go away, but you need to take 10 grams of aspirin a day, 10 grams. So I got a candy-filled jar of orange-coated aspirin. And so for about 3 days, I was just like popping them like candy. And about the third or fourth day, I woke up and I got ringing in my ear. And I remember that moment really, and I remember looking at that bottle with the orange-colored pills, and I said, I am not going this route. I am going to find another way. This is ridiculous. And so over the course of 40-something years, I've done everything. I used to chug alfalfa tea, because it's supposed to be really good for it. And alfalfa tea has this bitter taste at the end. So like it tastes okay and you could put honey in it, but at the end it has this like kick.
Yeah.
It's an end note that has this kick. And so I drank it for like months, and I don't even think I could look at it anymore, because but I did devil's claw, I did all kinds of things. I found naturopaths, and I've been one that has straddled the medical world and the natural healing world and have found my way. And so I understand and know chronic pain very well. And also, because I'm somebody who is very introspective and thinks a lot, I wonder, this is how I have found to manage through my difficult moments and my difficult times. How do other people do it? And how do people find other people to talk about? How do you manage? How do you find the tools? So that's been part of my journey. And then I started in massage school, and I was really excited and I loved it. I just felt like it was my calling. I loved the body and touch, and very excited about that. And I was also excited. What brought me into massage was the field of psychoneuroimmunology, which is going back into the 80s when I first heard about it. And I wanted to connect the mind, body, and spirit. So that's why I started massage. And when I was in massage school, my knees blew up. My knees were and we had like 100 stairs that we had to climb up and down 3 or 4 times a day. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I knew that I would not be able to continue doing massage for my career unless I found a different way to work. So I'd been hearing about craniosacral therapy, and 4 months after graduating, I enrolled in my first craniosacral therapy course. And it's really interesting. And this is a really important point, because no matter where you are in understanding energy, there's always more to learn. And like Christine said, I come from a very Christian background. And so energy is poo-pooed. There's people in my family think that I'm messing with things I shouldn't be messing with. So in massage school, Barbara Brennan's book, Hands of Light, had come out. Mm-hmm. And I remember somebody looking at it and I thought, oh my gosh, that's so weird, right? And I rolled my eyes. Well, when I finally read it cover to cover about 10 years ago, I couldn't put it down. It's like so fascinating, right? So that's been part of my journey. And when I started in craniosacral therapy, I'm like, what the heck? Like, how do people know that it's in that rib? Or what is this energy thing? What is this intuitive thing? So I was so closed down. But I was very stubborn, and I am very stubborn, and I just kept practicing, and I was doing massage, and I would just say to everybody that came in, would you mind if I took 5 minutes at the end just to practice something that I'm working with? And everybody was open to it. And years later, people told me how much that 5 minutes did for them.
Wow.
The headaches got rid of this, got rid of that. So I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't really think I was doing anything. So that started me on the journey of working with very subtle touch to be able to feel into the body. And it's been my lifeline, because there have been times when my hands have been very painful. There have been times when I couldn't walk without severe pain, but I knew that if I got onto the massage or into the treatment room and was able to sit, I would be able to do a treatment. And so I've been able to continue working as a massage therapist. And at that time, I had 1 year where I was in a lot of pain. I ended up getting knee surgeries at the end of that year. But it was a whole year of declining health, declining mobility, a lot of pain, a really difficult time. And I continued to work because I felt I had to. Now, knowing what I know now, I would not have pushed myself the way I did that year. But I would go in and I thought, why are people coming to see me? I obviously can't help myself. But you know, people would recognize, oh, she knows what I'm talking about. She knows what this pain is like. And there was a woman actually I was seeing at the time who also had intense hip pain, and her doctor just minimized it and wouldn't investigate it. And I said, your hip's shot. You need a hip replacement. And go back to your doctor and get an x-ray. And so I propelled her in that direction, and she got her surgery about a month before mine. So we
Isn't that crazy?
notes, and then I helped her through her surgery and so on.
And rehabilitation too, right? I mean, and again, and you made a good point there that the standard medicine, I mean, it's not that there's not a place for that in your healing process. There can be. It's just navigating that with the natural world, like you said, in the best way that suits you, right? So I'm sure after that woman, I haven't had a hip replacement, but I've heard from a lot of people, once they've had a hip replacement, it's like they're 18 again. Like everything is moving and shaking.
Yes.
So
when I was in that year, 2009, my knees had just been shot from years of pain and swelling and whatever. So I started with a walker and then with a cane. No, I started with a cane, then a walker, then a wheelchair, then I was housebound. And I couldn't move I couldn't sleep without moving in bed and waking up with pain. I couldn't walk to the washroom. They were wheeling me on an office chair into the bathroom and then pulling myself up. It was quite a difficult time. But I would get treatments. The work that I do, integrative manual therapy and craniosacral therapy, my colleagues would come to the house and treat me. And I'd know, like, I would start with pain, and then I would get into this like deep parasympathetic state, deep relaxation, and then I would move off the table and the pain would start again. But I trust what I do and what I do so much that I just kept getting that work because I knew it was helping me in a subtle way that I didn't understand. But my colleague, who was really instrumental in helping me before and after I worked with her, she said she's never seen anybody heal so quickly and so effectively afterwards.
Wow.
Part of it was my commitment to being kind to myself and rehabbing, and that was my full-time job. And the other part was all the work that I had done before and after to support the body. So the marriage of medicine and the natural world is.
Yeah. And you said it perfectly too. You believed in what it was that you were doing, that you believed that you were healing, and that, and that belief, sometimes we get into holistic medicine, energy healing, in whatever form. And you get those naysayers, like you say, the poo-pooers that just kind of go, but I get it. When you accept that you're going to give it a try, you have to mentally believe that going into that's going to help you, and that's going to help in the healing process. However that looks like is unknown, right? But
one of the things that I have discovered is that we can feel into our bodies, we can listen to our bodies, but it's a journey because there are so many subtle things that we can pick up when we listen to our bodies. And most of us aren't even close to there. So my example of what I'd like to be is in the 2004 tsunami, and I use this example all the time. In the 2004 tsunami, very few large animals were lost. And so these large animals knew and sensed that something was coming and they needed to seek higher ground. Now, they didn't think it, they sensed it.
Yeah.
They sensed it from their bodies and they sought higher ground. All of us have that ability. And I don't know if there's probably several people that can have that sensitivity, but that's going into like the subtle body. So when you get energy work done or when you get treatments and you don't know what's happening, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening that you don't even know or pick up.
Right,
And
that you're not even aware of. Yeah, agree.
And when I work on people, I always say, I know where I'm working. I'm working on your hip, and I'm working on this structure and this system, and this is what I'm feeling, and this is what has changed, and whatever. But that's like a fraction of the whole thing that's happening, because your soul's involved here, your spirit's involved here, your energetic, esoteric energy bodies are involved, and something is shifting. So I don't know, but I can guide you into what I think I know or I think is happening.
Well, because you intuitively, you have become connected to that intuition that's within you. So learning and understanding your own energies has no doubt given you that intuitive sense when you're working with other people to pick up on where they might need help, or what you feel or sense in that body part, or whatever, right? I think that's so super cool. I have an osteopath. I'm going to get him on here one day, and he does the same. Like, he'll pass over something and say, "Oh, that's something from 20 years ago," or whatever. And it's like, I'm so caught up in that's so cool that I don't get into the what was happening 20 years ago. But yeah, that's awesome. And you know what? And Joy, I don't know what year it was that you were suffering all of that, but when we met in 2018 in Costa Rica, I will have everyone know that this woman who said that she was having difficulty walking, she needed a walker, she needed a wheelchair, she was in so much pain, she went on a retreat in Costa Rica. There was a whole group of us, and this woman walked, she hiked, she joined us, she showed up in every sense of the word. So you are that proof that we have that ability within us to heal ourselves. And that is just such a magical experience. So all of that, you have gained a lot of knowledge because you've had to learn how to do this with yourself. And so now, with all of these years of knowledge and education and the clients that you've already been working with, I think you had mentioned you have another program, your 4 Steps to Joy, that you're launching soon, or I'm not sure of the details. So please, give us some information on that.
So in the last couple of years, it's become really, over the career of my massage therapy, I've discovered that people don't know how to pay attention to their body. They don't know how to pick up the signals. Like, I'm talking about the tsunami animals, but basic things like, especially people that are in chronic pain, all they can feel in their body is pain.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to feel anything else. So sometimes my first thing is tune into what else you're feeling. Like, if you're joyful, or if your kids did something that made you laugh, notice what happens in your body. Notice if there's like an opening or whatever, right? So you can start to learn other things other than just pain. But people don't know how to pay attention. So I have to guide them into becoming embodied and learning how to tune into those signals to be able to understand what's happening and to get information and to get guidance on how you make your choices. So for the last couple of years, I have been doing workshops and classes on listening to your body, and my protocol is 4 Steps to Joy. So any class that I teach about listening to your body is your 4 Steps to Joy. And what I'm doing is taking the 4 Steps to Joy and launching a program, hopefully at the end of May, for 6 people, talking about being if you have a chronic pain, chronic condition or diagnosis, or anything that physical that affects the quality of your life, that's who I would like to talk to. And an example is, if you have had cancer and you're in remission, what happens is every time you get a symptom and you go to the doctor, it's like, oh my God, make sure it's not cancer. And they send you for a battery of tests, and they send you down this rabbit hole of, oh my God, it's cancer. How do you deal with that constant fear?
Yeah.
When you are in pain and you wake up in the night and you are alone and it is unbearable, how do you get to the next moment? And so there's so many things that people who are on this journey of navigating through this physical discomfort need to have a place where they can talk about what their experience is, learn how to share it, and learn how to move to the next step. So my 4 steps to joy will encompass this. And so the first step is learning what's happening with your body. So learning, if you're going to a family event that always exhausts you, and you pay attention and you go, what's happening? And it's like, oh, I'm feeling closed down, or I'm feeling negative, or I'm feeling heavy. And if you can actually work with that signal to shift it, it may change your whole experience at the family event. So the first step is learning how to notice what's happening in different situations, with different people, with different activities that you do. Picking up what a yes is in your body, picking up what a no is in your body. That's the first step. The second step is when negative things happen, how to shift it. So I teach the tools, and there's so many tools that you can do to shift those states of contraction and negativity. Emotional freedom technique, tapping, meditation, journaling, eye gazing, writing, poetry, drawing. There's so many different ways that you can shift it. But if you do it in line with what the signals are, it shifts it. It shifts the channel, and then you can get the messages and understand what's happening. The third step is recognizing when, so 1 and 2 is really a self-care program that you can adapt, right? Step 3 is something's bubbling up because I'm shifting, but it's not lasting long, and it's keep coming back, and I keep coming sucked back. And that's when you know that you need some help. So this healing school is a wonderful place for people to learn different modalities, different people that work. And if you see somebody that you resonate with, but you don't quite know what they do, go with it, because that's your intuition talking, right? Yeah. There's a woman that I know, and I sort of really don't care what she does, but when I'm with her, I'm in that vibration and that resonance that I like. And so I want to be with her. And that's, so trust that. But step 3 is talking to a friend, seeking help. You can see me for like body work. You can see me for personal sessions, or we can talk about doing a program to really dive into what's going on. And I, as a coach, I work with where you are and how to create the mindset to help move you forward. If it's something from the past that's bubbling up, then you need to see a therapist. So I'm very clear on what my role is as a coach. So step 3 is knowing that something bigger is coming up and seeking help. And the help could be a friend.
Yes.
Yeah. And especially the friends that I have, like you. I'm very fortunate. And step 4, just a second. Step 4 is recognizing where you've come from. So if you look at a situation like going to this family event that always tires you, and you start doing the work, you realize, wow, now I know I'm going, and I know I need to make sure that I clear my mind. I deal with the relationship with my brother that always affects me, and do some Ho'oponopono or some forgiveness, radical forgiveness or whatever, and get into a mindset I can go, and that doesn't trigger me. And before it would take 3 days for you to get to the space to go to the family, and now it takes you 1 day, and now it's like, okay, I'm going, okay, just do a quick Ho'oponopono with my brother, and that's fine, right? So that's step 4. Like, look how fast you can look after yourself, care for yourself.
Yes, because once you know the tools, or once you have the tools that work for you,
Yes.
because there's a million tools out there that we can use. But once you find the tools that work for you and you start to practice them, it almost becomes automatic because you see it. You see that situation coming, like you said, before you feel it.
Right.
So you can go, oh, no, we're not going down that road, and you can stop that.
Yeah, but it's really important to celebrate where you've come from, because people don't, we tend to move on to the next thing, or it's like, oh, this is coming up. And it's like, wait a minute, look at where you've come from. Look and celebrate the fact that you can pick it up faster and that you're there.
Yeah. And I think that goes for anybody in any situation. All humans have lived in some state of fight or flight for years.
Yeah.
It's, I think Christine was talking about it earlier, that need to survive, that I've got to make my bills, I've got to make my payments there. So even if it's not physical pain, it could be mental and emotional stuff you've got going on. And we all have to learn these tools and these tips and these tricks that help us to release that, to move forward, to get by those triggers. And we do. But we're so stuck in fight or flight that, just like you said, we're on to the next thing that's coming up in our life.
Yeah.
Instead of stopping and going, wow, I just did that. Like, look at me go.
Mm.
Right.
I do classes once every 2 weeks called Engaging Body Wisdom. And I usually teach a lesson, and then we explore what's showing up for you, how are you feeling, what's going on. And it's so funny, because it's just this practice. It's a discipline to start learning, okay, this is going on, how do I feel, what do I do, and then change it, right? Because we can forget. So the class just helps people stay on track with this system of the 4 steps to joy.
Beautiful. I love that. And often when you get into the class setting or a group setting, what I love about that is that, it's always divinely led. Like, the people that are all there for one another as well. So often it's tips and tricks that somebody else might share that worked for them, that works for you. It's not always necessarily about the coach or the leader or the teacher in the class. It's about the experience of everyone and how we're all connected, right? We're all connected.
And more importantly than that, so my chronic building resiliency and chronic pain that's starting shortly is about when we share, others. And if I'm working with one person, everybody else will benefit. Or if somebody shares something, we benefit from each other. We grow together because we're all connected. Yeah. So that's why I love the group setting for that reason. And sometimes to work one-on-one, but I think especially with chronic pain, it's nice to start with what I was going to say. It's nice to start in a group to hear other people's story. So I'm just in the process of talking to people about how they manage and just trying to get some information for my program.
Yeah.
And this woman was talking about how she navigated this time, and she was so alone. And she said, I thought that there should be a 1-800 number that I can call. And I kept looking, but there is no person that I call. I had to navigate this by myself. Yeah. So that's when I came up with the 1-800 I listen.
That's awesome. I love that. That's so perfect, right?
Yeah.
And you're right. It's about, where do people go for support in whatever, I've had my chronic pain issues over the years as well. And it's about finding the people that you can work with that help you move to that next level of healing. And I don't know if there's ever any miraculous cure. I mean, I know I've heard of it and I think it's fantastic, and I don't doubt it one single bit. But when it's a chronic pain thing, I think that, sometimes I got to wonder if that's just not part of the journey also, right? Because it's what you are moving through and what you are learning for yourself,
Yeah.
and how that helps you to show up to help other people.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing that I found just recently is that, so I have been diagnosed with the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis. I deal with the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, and I straddle medical and natural healing worlds. And I just forgot what I was going to say. What did you just say?
Oh my goodness. Wow. What were we talking about? Oh, how we show up, how we have to go through these things. There is no miraculous cure. And it's about going through those different levels of healing for ourselves that helps us to help others.
Right. And and when people come to see me in person and they're dealing with pain, they get so much comfort knowing that I've managed myself, right?
And it's like hope.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just giving you a little bit of hope, you know?
Yeah. And when I had that horrible year of pain, I used to go to church regularly with a walker, and after my surgeries and stuff, people would look at me and go, I forget that you were that way. And there was actually, I used to swim for exercise. And of course, like it was like a whole day event to get me in the car to the pool. My dear friend, Heather, bless her heart, took me swimming that whole time until I had my surgery, and get into the pool and get to the pool. But there was a woman who talked about having hip surgery and knee surgery, and she said, you will be so much better. You know, just hold on. And I would watch her getting in and out of the pool and watch her move and whatever. And I thought, okay. And that kind of gave me something to hold on to. That gave me the hope.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. And just recognizing that you are that for other people also, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
For years, I remember what I was going to say. For years, I sought help. Naturopath, craniosacral therapy, whatever, medicine, whatever, to find the one thing that will help me not have rheumatoid arthritis that would make me better. I was looking for the one piece.
Yeah.
And about 6 months ago, I realized there is no one piece. And I need to reframe that I'm going to get this one piece that will make everything better and everything go away. What I need to look and reframe is, what does a well-managed day look like?
Yeah.
And, so a well-managed day for me is sleeping well, being able to cook my own meals, being able to do my work, being able to drive, like just being able to have those physical things. And then I'm filled with gratitude that I can live a life, worth living, and look for and find the things in my life that bring me joy.
Right.
Being with friends, going for walks in nature, kinds of things, noticing. So there's much to be grateful for always, no matter what situation you're in life, and you really need to approach your life with a state of gratitude.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a response, it's a state of being.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it's great that because we can get on the hamster wheel of what's that next thing that's going to make this go away, or like you said, I'm going to be healed, or it's not going to hurt anymore, or whatever. And I'm with you. I've kind of just gotten to the point that it's just there. It's just part of it. And some days it's a little tougher, and then other days. But in the end, I keep doing what I have to do. I'm for me, that helps me stay healthy and helps me manage the pain in a way that works for me. So that's beautiful. Because we can. And I went down that road. I gave up. I didn't think I was doing it right. I was like, I was trying the natural route, but it I wasn't getting immediate gratification. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And because I was not getting immediate gratification, I was like, come on, like I was, I trying to kick it up a notch. And I did go down the medical route in that going in for I had the MRIs and all this stuff, and nobody could find out anything that was wrong. And so they just wrote me a script for, anti-inflammatories and painkillers and carry on and, whatever. And so I did it because I got to that point of I give up. I didn't know what else to do. And I just wanted it to stop. And so I gave in and I went that route. And I probably continued with that for about 8 months. And interestingly, it shifted and I started having new pain and I started having new problems. And I started, and I'm like, what? Like that? What is up with that? So I go back to the doctor and I'm like, no, this is not right. And then the doctor says, oh, well, we should look at putting, I don't even know what it was called, but injecting something into my SI joints and let's get you into a pain management program. And I walked out of his office and I was just like, whoa, there's a big fat stop sign in front of my face saying, no, 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 right now. This is too much. This is how you get sucked down that path of just, here's another prescription and here's another and I was just like, no, I can't do that. That's not right. That's not what this is about.
The awful truth is that younger and younger people are getting prescribed opioid drugs for pain because medicine does not know how to manage pain. They are so far behind in understanding pain.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
it's just, I remember years ago, a young man came in and he had horrible neck pain. And I mean, like he was wincing and he was young and he was on opioids because it was the only thing that could work, right? And so it was very funny because I started to work with him and I'm like, my intuition's like, start with EFT. And I'm like, no, he's new. Don't let me go into my freak show. Right? And it's like, new EFT. I'm like, all right.
Freak show all the way, sister.
So I said, this is what I would like to start with. And I'm going to start tapping with you and for you. And I'm going to say the words. And then you, when you feel like you want to contribute, it just kind of brought him down, right? Because all the emotion that he was feeling around the pain needed to be cracked in order for me to be able to work on his body with massage therapy. So he was blown away. And he came back the next week. He was off the opioids. And
wow.
when he left, I said, you be really careful because it's so easy to get addicted to opioids. And he like within a week, it had changed. It was manageable. Advil was now helping with the pain, and he was determined to do it. And it's just so. It's such a slippery slope with the opioids. Yeah. Sometimes you need them, but there's so many other things to look at with pain. The mental state, your emotional state, and how to deal with those other things all contribute to how you experience pain.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that was a similar story for me with an osteopath. I had seen 4 osteopaths, none that had completely finished schooling. So they were in like their 2nd year or 3rd year. So none of them were finished yet. And one of them, thank God, said, Virginia, you are as far as I can get you from, with my knowledge. I'm going to refer you to one of my teachers to be able to help you to that next level. And this was the 5th osteopath I had seen. I had decided at that point, this was not long after I had had that doctor's appointment where they said, here's another script, and whatever. And I had said, I'm not doing it. I'm weaning myself off of this stuff. There's got to be a better way. And so I booked 5 appointments with this osteopath, 1 a week for 5 weeks. And I had started weaning myself in leading up to that appointment. By the time I started my first appointment, I was off of all prescription meds, and I just knew that this was going to help me. And again, it's that belief, right? I'm going in, and this is the first step in the right direction. That's all I knew. And I went in, and at that point in time, even with these meds, I was waking up through the night with severe pain in my hips, and I couldn't sleep through the whole night. And by the 3rd appointment with this osteopath, and no drugs, no prescription painkillers or nothing, I was sleeping through the night again. The pain in my hips was gone. So, it's that journey, it's that finding it, it's that, but not everybody can do that. Mm-hmm. And that scares me in that, like you said, they're very addictive, and it's a very slippery slope. Mm-hmm. And one that I see a lot of people stuck on because they don't know what else to do. Right.
Yeah. One of the things that I find in people with pain is that often there's a trauma, like a physical trauma that's happened that gets lodged in the body. So many people, tobogganing accidents, they're sliding down the hill, they rise in the air and they land on their tailbone and they can't sit for 3 or 4 days. Age 7. Age 40, all of a sudden they're having all this kind of low back pain because that was never addressed.
Yeah.
And the body holds our story, and the body holds these memories, and the body holds the trauma. So with the work that I do in the subtle way, I can feel, and often I put my hands on the body, and it's like, you got hit by a ball here, you got hit here, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, the body holds it, and you can find a way to help the body unwind and let go of that vector of trauma. And that is so helpful for so many pains, right? Like being hit by a mast in sailing is often another one that I see, falls on tailbones where the bone's actually been cracked and has never been resolved or never been healed. And that is just such a pivotal foundation for the health of the pelvis and the low back.
Yep.
So and often head balls to the head is really
common. My dad, everything you're saying, it's like, yep, did that. Yep, had that happen too. Yep. It's like my dad used to joke and say I was an accident looking for a place to happen. Because I was always, getting hit by a ball or, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And what also happens is the mindset at the time of the injury also impacts how it gets lodged in the body. So if, like often in sports, I mean, there's some really big impacts and stuff that happens, but the adrenaline's running, and usually those impacts don't really last in the body. It's the injuries that do, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's incredible. So Joy, I know that you're starting this program the end of May. Joy, it's a small, intimate group. So if there's anyone that's looking for a group to work with for support and direction on your healing journey, Joy is your gal. You're keeping it to a maximum of 6 people, correct?
Right. Yep. So the program will look at like 2 hours, and I'm going to do it in the afternoon. So Wednesday afternoons, 2 to 4. And so an hour and a half will be the group program. And once in the 6 weeks, you'll get a half an hour one-on-one coaching.
Awesome. That's beautiful. And also you're available if anybody wants some one-on-one coaching outside of that program, or any kind of massage or healing, cranial sacral, any of that kind of stuff. You also offer that appointments for that as well, correct?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. And so the best way to reach Joy is her website, essentialconnectionsmassage.ca or bioenergyhealingwithjoy.ca. And I think you had offered a giveaway to our viewership, something about the first 5 emails. So if the first 5 people that email you from our Conscious Business Showcase today and it receives something, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't remember what it was.
So my single sessions that I do online over Zoom is body-mind coaching combined with bioenergy, a bioenergy session. It takes an hour to an hour and a half. And so we start with just sharing what's going on in your life, what's happening, working through it, getting embodied around whatever's happening. And then when we complete that, and that can take anywhere from 10 minutes to 30, 45 minutes. And then I end it with a balancing of your energies using bioenergy. So if there's a problem you're working with, right? So the first 5 people that email joy@essentialconnectionsmassage.ca, tell me that you saw me on this program, and the first 5 people will win a free session.
Awesome. I love, love, love that. That is so great. Thank you, Joy, so much for being with us today and for showing up in the way that you do. The world needs you, and you're a beautiful person. And thank you for being with us and sharing your light. And whoever's dealing with chronic pain, needing any kind of support, Joy is your gal. So, best way to take advantage of learning even a little bit about who she is and what she does and whether it's a good fit for you is to get in on this free session. So shoot her an email, joy@essentialconnectionsmassage.ca. Just let her know that you saw her on the Conscious Business Showcase and you would like an opportunity to work with her and to do a little test. So that is fantastic. Thank you again, Joy.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. This is a wonderful place for people to find out different types of therapies, different types of practitioners, and it's just such a wonderful thing that you do. And thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much again. Have a fantastic day.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, I just got to do some banner switching up here. Next we have, hey, what's going on? There we go. Okay. All right. So next we have Jan Christian King. She will be coming on with us here. I'm just going to bring her on stage. Hi, Jan. How are you?
Well, how are you?
I am fantastic. Thank you. I love your background. I'm just moving, so I have no pictures. I have no nothing on my walls. And it feels very bare. So I'm very attracted to everybody's backgrounds.
Where right now, hey?
Yeah. So how are you? And Jan is coming to us today, actually, and she's going to be speaking to us for an hour. The first half hour, she's going to be speaking into your higher power. And then for the last half hour, she's going to be speaking into tarot cards and tarot for beginners, which I'm super excited to get to that part because we had a quick conversation on off camera a few days ago, and I've kind of gotten into the oracle cards over the years, and I love them. I love the little positive messages and the little pats on the back that you get, and all that kind of stuff, right? I love that. And although I've always been interested in tarot, there's that little bit of little scary. Oh, don't worry, I have a house full of dogs. This is just, it's totally okay. So the tarot cards, although interested me a lot, you always had people in your life that would bring up fear behind it, right? And that might be something scary. So Jan is going to talk to us today in the second half of her hour about the basics, and that there's nothing to be scary about at all, right?
Not at all. It's a wonderful tool for yourself personally and to help others if you get that good at it.
Yes. Yeah. I love it. I love it. All right, Jan. So you know what? I'm going to kind of just let you lead into your higher power and who are you? And what are you doing in the world that you showing up here today to share with everybody?
Okay. So I do not have a business. I do not have clients. What I have is a lot of experience. I call myself a survivor, and I wear that badge proudly. I'm a life student, which, my rising sign is Scorpio, if anybody out there knows about that. So I'm always learning, uh, always watching people and always learning from them. And my personal motto for many years now has been tell me the truth and I'll learn to live with it. Sometimes people don't want to tell you the truth because they think it's going to make you angry or hurt your feelings or whatever. Just tell me and I'll deal with the rest. And that's how I feel. So
Yeah.
My primary purpose in talking here this morning is about helping victims who are in insular circumstances, isolated circumstances, to exit those circumstances. This is a very personal journey, and you're going to have to reach your higher self to extricate yourself from something that you may have been raised in, like an abusive family, programmed by a manipulative parent or grandparents, whatever the situation. In a cult-like religion, which is definitely manipulative and isolating, or sometimes actually adulthood feeling normal as people, and then we fall into a bad relationship with a narcissist. And believe it or not, any of these situations are going to impact a very similar way the longer you're in it. So I have a little list of things that you can count on having to deal with if you want to exit. They're things that you have become used to in these isolated situations, but you're going to have to deal with them in order to free yourself.
Yeah.
And that is, there's a tightening of boundaries. We talk about broadening your horizons, but there's a tightening of boundaries and curiosity when you are dutifully responding to, to manipulation. So, they limit your dreams and your goals, because you're under the thumb, right?
Yeah.
And it damages and possibly erases your survival skills. And this is something I didn't realize. Now, I made an exit all by myself from a cult religion after my parents had me joined when I was 2. I was 49 when I got out.
Wow.
And I had my first therapist told me people don't walk out of these things alone. He said he was going to do a paper on me. I don't know if he did or not. Never sent me a copy. But that survival instinct gets tapped down so far that it takes a while to find it again. But also, very important, is you're robbed of your critical thinking skills. Okay?
Yeah.
Because you have accepted carte blanche what has been told you. Whether it's a religion telling you you have a natural need to worship, you're happier when you obey.
Yes.
So you seek approval and validation through obedience.
Yeah.
That translates into your everyday world. That's dangerous for you and for your well-being. In a dysfunctional family, you need to disappear. You need to be silent. And that on the ladder of life, you're on the bottom. you're here to help other people, to do other people's biddings, and what you need is immaterial, not important. So when you take this out of situation, you can bodily remove yourself. Hopefully, one day you'll realize that you can't give your personal freedom away, that you have to take care of you. It's a very codependent situation in these deals,
Yeah.
So you've been injured mentally and emotionally by someone outside of you, but by absorbing it, you're going to be injured physically and spiritually. So it's not a great situation to be in, but you're not broken and it's not hopeless. One day you're going to be wiser for your experience. You're going to be more loving and have a pure after you've learned your life lesson. But how do you get there? You have to reverse the process. You are who you are right now in this bad situation because of input, okay? Because of what you've heard, what you've seen, what you've felt, you know. So you're going to have to create a new normal. I love it when people say there's no such thing as normal. No, I mean that sarcastically. I'm sorry, but I came from abnormal, and there. I'm going to clue you in. There is normal. It is normal for an adult to make decisions. It is normal for an adult to choose their own companions, to choose their own reading material. Okay. It is normal for a person to not tolerate physical abuse, sexual abuse, mental abuse. That's normal. But people who want to manipulate you are going to make you think all of that is perfectly
Right.
it's part of obedience, it's part of compliance, it's part of peace, whatever heading that comes under. So what do you do to reverse it? You have to get new information. You don't know what you don't know.
Exactly.
That's why people go to college. I found that out. You don't know what you don't know. You have to have help from the outside. So okay, you're not rich. Maybe you're not in a position right now to leave the situation that you're in immediately. Be nice if you could just pack your bags and walk out the door, and there'd be a nice little packaged new life on your doorstep.
Yes.
FedEx.
Would you like door 1, door 2, or door 3?
I'll take
Right?
Thanks. I want to change. It doesn't happen like that. So you have to care enough about this to do it yourself, and you're going to have to start getting input. I recommend highly reading. Number one, you've got your public library. You don't have to spend money on this, but if you're getting away from some kind of religious indoctrination, go read about religious indoctrination, okay?
Yes.
If you want to get away from religion altogether, read about atheism. If you want to see what other people think about Christianity because you were raised strangely Christian, read about Christianity, but get other people's inputs. Don't buy into one author. We're a pig in a poke here, okay?
Yeah.
You have to find out what your truth is, and that's an important point. If you're a Christian, you have read where Pontius Pilate asked Jesus Christ what is truth in his final few hours on earth. That might have been one of the last questions put to Jesus Christ was, what is truth? He didn't answer it. Interesting, hey?
Yeah.
Spend all those years getting followers, doing the miracle business, and somebody asks you one simple question, what is truth, and you don't answer it. truth is different for each one of us. And truth and fact, you can't get those two things confused. Fact, the sun rises in the east, it sets in the west. Fact, okay? But your truth for this incarnation is going to be different than your truth was your last go around. It's going to be different than your truth next time because of what you've learned. So just like we don't expect our friends to all have the same physical makeup, you know, everybody is going to be emotionally identical. Your truth is not going to be identical to someone else's. Okay. We tend to birds of a feather flock together with people who tend to believe most of what we believe, right?
Yes.
I strongly suggest that. It's fine to entertain other uh, opinions and ideas, but the worst piece of advice I ever got from someone was to keep seeing a person who I had nothing in common with because it might be interesting.
Oh gosh.
Stupid advice. But okay, so the next thing you can do, you're reading. You've got your nice little pile of free books from the library. Don't be afraid to take out tons of them. Okay, you're not being charged for them. And
Yeah.
don't be afraid to read the first 2 chapters and go to something else. This isn't about a marathon for finished books. Next, the internet. We have the YouTube channels nowadays, especially the ones on narcissism. If you're getting away from a controlling situation, you need to know that what you were told, jerks tell everybody that. And you're not a jerk, okay? So I don't care if you're surrounded by 10 of them in a church or one and it was your dad or your mom, you know, or
Yeah.
one boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the case may be. So the internet. Then the next thing is you have to find people. You have been insulated, isolated. How do you do that? Okay. Of course, find groups that are interested in what you're interested in, as in, I don't care. Do you knit? Do you roller skate? You know, do you finger paint? Find a group. Also, you have community groups. You know, you have the food banks. You have all kinds of things to do for charity, especially around, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Get out and meet people. Find out, watch, okay? And let me say this, if you had a normal life and you got to grow up with your whole family, your cousins, you got to go to school and have friends at school, you got to participate in sports and extracurricular activities, you're pretty normal. You know how to interact with people. But there are always people that you will see in groups that stand back and they're quiet. They're just trying to learn.
Yeah.
Okay. Be kind with them. Don't pull them into the middle of the circle, but understand and be kind because they're learning. They're babies. Okay. And that brings me to
That's beautiful, Jan. That's such a beautiful way to summarize that. I love, love, love that. That is such a beautiful way because often, think of the schoolyard and the child that doesn't join the group and maybe is just sitting on the back end. You know what I mean? It's beautiful. It changes the whole feeling around that when you say they're learning.
Yeah.
It's just that just gave me chills. I love that. I love that.
With children who stayed on the periphery. And we know once we became adults, we realized what they were suffering at home. You know, I think of people that I understand, other kids that tried to tell me, and I didn't get it because my home life was loving, it was the church life that wasn't. But my home was loving and I didn't understand. And now I do. And they did stay on the periphery,
Yeah.
But what I want to warn people about, okay, you are at this stage while you're out among people that you have not been out among before. And it's very important to understand that there are a lot of good people, And your first impression is going to be, wow, I was lied to. People are good. And they are, mostly. But what I want to warn people about are the users out there. Okay? Narcissists are everywhere, not just in church, not just in your home. But there are people who want to use you. They want to use you for their own benefit in some way. And remember what I said about what you are lacking. You are lacking survival skills at this moment. Now, your instincts will probably tell you, I don't really like this person, or I don't feel comfortable around this person. But your other instinct is to obey whoever speaks the loudest. And predators do speak louder. Okay.
Well, and it's the charm too, right? Oftentimes it's the charm and the way they paint the picture or their world or whatever it is that they're wanting you to participate in, right?
Yeah. Say that you're getting out of a bad relationship. A person is going to tell you, I have never met anybody like you before. I've been searching for someone like you. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a pansy. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I speak from, I am not a person who is pessimistic, but I speak from experience. And I tell you, you feel different. And when someone says, wow, you're different, you tend to take that in a more positive way than they mean it.
Yeah.
You know, all my girlfriends, you were never like any of them. Yeah. Every one of them walked away. And now I'm in the corner, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, you have to make sure that when your alarm goes off, you listen to it.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I say is that you really need a therapist at this time in your life. And you can almost always, if you have insurance, you work, you're good. If you're on some kind of a medical thing with the government, you're good. They cover therapy too. Also, you know, there are therapists that are expensive as others just because they don't have all the documentation and the fancy office. But what you need is for someone to hear you out, and you need to be honest with them. When someone comes along and they are attracted to you, it is a natural thing to want company on a journey. But make that company the little old lady you met at knitting. You know, make that company someone who isn't out to use you, but is glad to have your company or companionship.
Yeah. Or companionship. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, not to use you, because here's the deal, and I learned this the hard way. There's an old song, maybe from the 70s, that says, what is it? Bodies on bodies like bags on shelves, people using people to make love to themselves. Okay? When sex gets involved in a relationship, you have lost your footing. Hopefully, you've lost your footing with somebody that you want to float down life's river with.
Yes.
But if you've lost your footing with someone who still has theirs and they're just dunking you under, I think you've gone from the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah.
You left the Army to join the Navy. You did not improve your circumstances, okay? And you're just going to have to extricate yourself from one more circumstance. And it is so easy at this point to, someone comes in and, you know, maybe I'll just see what they believe. Maybe I'll just see what they think about life. And you're following again. You're obeying again.
Yes.
Your higher self just got shoved back into that little box. Okay?
Yep.
So you don't want that to happen. I like to say that baby that you were taking care of, as you guard it, protect it from predators, and keep taking in your information, that baby is going to be a child. It's going to get its feet under it. Okay, you're going to start toddling, and then you're going to start asking the why questions.
Yep.
Okay, you're going to want explanations, and then you're going to mature even more, and you're going to start having critical thinking. That does resurface as you start thinking for yourself.
Yeah.
So you'll be going, well, I know you said that, but what about this? What about that? Whoa, whoop whoop.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, there's your you know, instincts, your survival instincts are popping up. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to get into situations maybe that make you nervous. Okay. You're going to take a job that's maybe a little bit more than you thought you could handle. Go for it. Everybody else does. You know, the first job I had outside of cleaning houses and, working as serving and all that for catering and the kind of stuff you do when you get out of a 24-year marriage and you have no diploma. The first job I took, I actually told them I had computer skills, and I didn't. Oh boy! Oh boy! Okay, so what I figured was everybody learns this at some point, right? So I'm going to be learning it behind the desk. So nervous the first day, I really thought I was going to stop breathing. And then you know what I said to myself? What's the worst thing that can happen? They'll come to you and say, I really don't think this is going to work out. Okay.
Right.
You're still you. You still have the clothes on your back, and you still have the apartment you're going back to. Okay. The worst you can do is fail, and that's not terrible. Okay.
Exactly.
I had that job for years, and they said I was the best at that job anybody had ever been. Okay. I did learn. Talk about flying by the seat of your pants. I kept this one girl in the back. I was at the front of 40 people in this big construction company. They had different departments. It was huge. I was running a phone bank. I know how to answer one phone. Okay.
That's great.
Okay. And that brings up. I started learning data entry, and I was cooking with gas, right? The one thing I could never remember was how to copy and paste. This is funny. How simple can it be? It wouldn't stick. I kept emailing this girl in the back. I forget how to copy and paste. And she would come up and stand over my shoulder and say, do this and do that. And then she'd go back to her desk. I'll never forget her. God bless her. It's usually women that help women in situations it's usually women who help men in situations like that. There are probably men watching this as well.
Yeah.
And all of these things apply to you too. Okay. It's the same across the board.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing of it is one day you're going to realize that you know what you think, you know why you disagree with, how you used to think, and you can talk to people about it. So you've come to the point where you're your own person, and you are wiser,
Yeah.
are kinder, because you know what other people are going through, and you're at peace. You will always keep learning, but you are at peace. And I like to help anyone. I'm on a couple Facebook pages for the situation I came out of, but sometimes I meet strangers, like when I do my tarot readings, and I can instantly sense from the cards and I turned out to be an empath. I turned out to be a medium. I turned out to read palms and the tarot. All these things that had been just unthinkable in
Yes.
a religious setting. I just started coming to me. My mother used to say, make it known that you're looking. So whether you're telling friends, I don't understand this, or this, I'm looking for this, or say it by yourself in a room or in the car. Car's a great place.
Yeah.
A lot of epiphanies behind the wheel of a car.
Yes.
I haven't had any accidents. This is amazing. Sometimes I have an epiphany on a 4-lane highway. I would rather have them on country roads, but you can't. The brain can cough up a fur ball when it's going to cough up a fur ball, right?
That's right.
Epiphany is a fur ball, okay? Mom used to say, put it out there. And I believe that if you say it out loud, the universe, the collective conscious, will bring it to you. You have said, I need help, and help will come.
Yeah.
You just have to, it's a process. You got to give it time.
Yeah.
Please give it time, you know?
Yeah. And being open to receive it, right?
Absolutely. And
In whatever way it shows up. Sometimes it doesn't come in the way that you think, right?
very different than what you might have expected. Now, for me with Tarot, I dated this guy for a minute. So I got my divorce, my much needed divorce from a 24-year marriage when I was 9. And like I said, I had to put a roof over my head. I didn't come from dire circumstances or anything. I was working 7 days a week, okay? Like 3 different jobs. I worked in a restaurant. I worked for a caterer serving. And I worked initially at a small mom and pop place. Oh, make it 4. And I cleaned houses.
Wow.
And I ironed. Okay, so I did all of this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but then I got that really nice job because I just put it out there. And a friend who worked there said, hey, this job is open to apply. And I did it. And got it. And it was a great job. That led to another good job. I was gainfully employed. But, you know, at one point, I was dating this guy who was very spiritual, the most spiritual person I'd ever dated. But my daughter couldn't stand him, thank heaven. She's always so good at judging people that I date. I wish I would have listened to her better a couple of times. But anyway, I went to this spiritualist church, and they were having a session where people were trying to learn to read each other, you know?
Okay.
And this guy, this young man was just as new as I was, you know, and he was sitting in the circle, and he looked at me and he said, I'm getting a reading about you. And I was like, okay, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he said, I see you with cards in your hand and you're like dealing them out. And he said, I don't know what it is, but he said, you're very good at it. And I went, oh, okay. Cards to me were like, you know, Old Maid,
Yeah.
gin
Gin
rum,
rummy.
bingo, Crazy Eights. Don't forget Crazy Eights.
That's right.
But then the group said maybe it's tarot. Okay, I think I had seen one tarot card in my whole life, and it was when I was religious. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that it was the death card that I had seen. I at least remember a skeleton and a really not the kind of card that would pull you in. Okay,
Right.
and that's what I equated with tarot. And when somebody said maybe it's tarot, I was like, yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then by chance, in 2005, and this was almost 6 years after I had left my religion, and I had already found astrology. I had already found out that I could read palms, and that I was a medium. I had already found that out.
Cool.
But this seminar on a Sunday spring morning for Carl Jung's teachings. And I was just going because it was Sunday morning and I had no place to go and it was up the street. Okay. And it was life. You talk about meant to be. I didn't know anything about. I thought Carl Jung was just all psychology, you know. And I had taken a couple of psychology courses singly, you know, at a local college, and I thought I was going to learn more about that. But this man had brought, like, I don't know, 24 tarot decks with him, all different kinds, and he was talking about the tarot, which now I know the great service that Carl Jung did for tarot, and in incorporating it into psychology and using it to help people psychologically. So he said, go pick a deck, and I did. And he said, go through it and pick out a card that you like. I don't care what anybody thinks it means. Just look at it and then tell us what you think it means. And I did that. And I left that little seminar and went like 5 blocks up the street to the nearest metaphysical store. And it was funny because I was going for that pretty little deck that I had picked out. And I don't know if you know anything about tarot, but there are now, since I've gotten into it, I'm always on the cutting edge of this stuff, but since I've gotten into it, there are hundreds of decks out there now. Each one prettier or more eccentric or more interesting, artsy than the next, okay?
Beautiful.
And found that deck that I had with him, had used off of him right there in front of me. And then I looked over, and there was this deck. Not pretty, ugly colors, so off-putting. I don't know what got into me, but I had to have that deck. And as it turns out, this deck that I did get is the basis for modern tarot. And if you're going to learn tarot, you're going to do yourself a favor by getting this deck first and learning with it. Now tell me, have some guidance. And then the lady there says, I'm going to try to learn tarot. And she said, well, if you're going to learn tarot, there's one book you should have. And this book is, if you're not going to have any other book, it's the book to have. So that day I walked out with the End All Be All Tarot book and the End All Be All Tarot deck. And honestly, I can't tell you, I don't remember my learning process. I have a friend who reads only by intuition and doesn't want to know anything about the cards from a book. And that's how I read palms. Okay.
Okay.
I found out I could find out about people's lives from their palms totally by accident. and I don't want to look at a book and tell me what the lines mean, because for me, they mean different things on different people. I see the lines, I get a message. Okay. I did use the book for the tarot. And this year in particular, I'm doing a really deep dive because I've read for, a couple hundred people probably in settings, public settings. Strangers are the best.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I really don't like reading for family and friends. Strangers are the best because no holds barred. What comes out in the cards comes out. And I try to find the nicest way to tell you what the cards are saying. But we're going to end up having a heart-to-heart over those cards. And I am going to read your palm because it's an extra way to get some information about you. So before I talk more about the tarot itself, I would like to tell people to go to see a reader if you would like to know what that reader needs from you. This isn't a game, okay? And if you're going for entertainment, spend your money someplace else. It's not a game. I was reading tarot at a bar for a weekend Halloween deal. And I had one table off, I was in my get up, it was Halloween. And I was reading for people, and I had so many interesting, great experiences. I could talk about that all day. But they had a morning radio show there, to promote the bar. And these guys are all hyped. You know how morning radio shows are? They're all funny. They're all hilarious.
Yeah.
Irreverent, right? Well, a couple of the people who were with them, like technicians and stuff, came and got readings with me. And they went back up and told people, hey, she's the real thing. So then the head DJs, the star of the show, wanted me to come up and read him on radio.
Yeah.
Okay, so I looked at him and he looked at me, and I immediately, because I'm an empath, I knew that he had something in his background that was huge and hurtful, okay? Struggled with it. He had survived it, and he didn't want this to be part of a radio show.
Right.
So I just told, I just said, tell him I'm not really comfortable doing a broadcast of it, and tell him if he wants to come down himself when it's over, I will be glad to read.
Good for you.
He didn't come down.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. When you go to get a reading, if you take a friend with you for moral support, leave them out in the lobby or in the next room or wherever. The only time I have found it helpful to have another person with someone I'm reading for is if they are a soulmate. If your husband, your wife, your significant soulmate, if your best friend, your sister, your brother, if they're your soulmate, they will enhance a reading for me. But otherwise, if somebody's just hanging around, in that case with beer sloshing over you, that's not going to work.
I just had a great visual on that, actually.
Yeah, I have a great memory. Now, usually, I don't ask people a lot of questions up front. I will shuffle the cards. I will ask you to handle the cards in some way that, I feel is appropriate. And then we will deal out your reading. I'm not going to ask you a bunch of questions. But as I start to read the cards, I need for you to respond. Sometimes people want to sit there like, I'm not telling you anything. This isn't a game. Do you want your message or don't you?
Yeah.
And I tell them as I'm shuffling the cards, you came here because your people have something to say to you. Okay? Your people who watch over you, your guardians, your angels, I don't know, your grandma, your grandpa, they're up there. They either want to validate that what you're doing is good, or they want to warn you that you might be doing something better for yourself. Okay, so it's encouragement or something along those lines. So don't make it a contest.
Yeah.
If I read it and then I say, is that correct? Okay, I'm not cheating. I need to, I go on to the next.
You're so right. You're so right. And because I've been guilty of it, right? Many years ago, in my head, I'm thinking, well, aren't you supposed to know that? Like
you don't know everything about you. How am I supposed to know everything about you? Right?
Right. Exactly. Oh, that's so funny.
Okay, I don't happen to believe in one God. Okay, I think we're all interconnected. I believe that our spirits join forces to create a godlike situation. And if all humanity could do that and let their spirit reach out to join forces with others, we would have the answers that we're asking God for. That's what I think. Okay.
Yeah. Beautiful.
But in the meantime, all I'm doing is a tarot reading here. Okay.
Yeah. And it's funny because when we talk, and I was saying this a little bit at the beginning about the tarot, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. It's like I the only thing that I knew of it was from, when you're younger and you see it in a movie, and they don't ever play it in a lovely way. Like it's like, oh, they pulled the death card and you've got,
or the devil card.
Yeah, like they always play up on that stuff. And so it's
music is always scary.
Yeah. And so that implants that little belief.
It does.
That, oh, I don't want to do that because I don't want, I got some shit from my past. I'd rather just leave there, or whatever, right?
Like, yeah, you want to leave the bodies buried?
Yeah.
If you literally have buried bodies, you don't need to come to me, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to get scared of you. Okay? But I did this little thing. Can this reverse this?
I don't think so. Let me just say no.
Best I can. You did tell me I could send you something, but there was no girl from the back of the office to come up and tell me how to do that.
Jeez.
Okay, this will be simple. Okay, so you said you have a tarot deck yourself, right? So if anybody out there has a tarot deck, let me tell you, first of all, it's divided into two parts. The first 22 cards marked 1 to 21, and then you have a 0 card. Those are called the major arcana. And for a long time, that was all the tarot that there was. Okay, that's all people used were those 22 cards. Tarot is not a fortune-telling thing. It's not to tell your fortune. It's not even, most times, to tell your future. It may give you an inkling of the future, but mostly the tarot is to help you understand where you are right now. And all of us need that. You don't need some phantasmagorical, you're going to be rich, you're going to tall, dark, handsome stranger, that stuff. What we need to know is, how do I deal with whatever I'm dealing with?
Yeah, now. Yeah.
Yeah. So these 22 cards are actually, they're beautiful in that they are a depiction of your journey of spiritual and mental, emotional, your health, your education. Okay. So the Fool card, okay, I don't know if you
Okay, yep.
The Fool in tarot doesn't mean stupidity. The Fool in tarot is someone who is game, open, willing to learn. Okay. And the other 21 cards in the major arcana are his journey. Okay. So that's why he's a 0. Is he can start out at the beginning of the journey, and then when the journey's over, you can put him right beside card 21, and he's still just as happy as he was when he started, because he's wise. Okay.
Nice.
So these cards will now, if, like I said, if you have a deck, put the 0 at the top and then divide in equal amounts, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cards in 3 rows. And that will be your journey. The first row of cards is what you learn basically in an elementary way about life. The second row is some of the more personal, harder adult lessons that you learn in life. The third row is some of the things that are going to come up that are challenging. Okay. Let me just for a second, since we're doing this, let's talk about this card right here, the Devil card.
Right. Yep.
The Devil card, when that comes up, that merely means that's your inner demons. That's no supernatural boogeyman that's going to come and get you. That's about what you haven't learned to control in your life. Okay. So when the Devil card comes up, sometimes that's about addiction. It could be drugs, sex, food, any kind of addiction. Okay. It's a warning. It could also mean that you're stuck. These two people have a chain between them. Okay. You could be stuck in a relationship. But you could also be stuck in a job, a religion.
Yes.
Okay, another card. I just talked about it. The boogeyman, death.
Yes.
Do-do-do-do.
Yes, right? Cue the music.
So all death means is, okay, you know how when you're in a situation and you realize you're going to have to make a change? That's death.
Right.
Death is change. It's gradual change. It's realizing that you need to do something different. Okay.
Mhm.
A new you're going to have to put a new foot forward. Okay. Because death isn't the end in this universe. And death
Right.
is the end in your tarot reading either.
Right. As much as that's how they sell that, right?
Oh,
But it's more of a death of the death of or an ending of a situation, or
it
you
can
know.
it can mean the end of a situation that needs to end.
Yes.
That's where the positivity of this comes in. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
the other card people get scared of is the Tower. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the only difference between the Tower and death is that the Tower strikes suddenly. That's the lightning bolt.
Ah.
Epiphany time. Airball time.
Yes.
Okay. So it does mean that a change is going to come suddenly. Okay. Depending on the cards around it, it could be a sudden change in your way of thinking or in your feelings about something, or it may be you walking around the corner and seeing your husband with his secretary on the street instead of
Right.
in
Yes.
the office. Okay. I can't
Yeah.
guarantee this isn't going to be uncomfortable, but
Right.
you're not comfortable,
Right.
and you really want to know how you can help yourself. Don't be afraid of getting a tarot reading.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So
beautiful.
we're coming close on time, but I just wanted to tell you that the rest of the cards are called the minor arcana, and that's like you've heard the analogy where you put rocks in a vase and you fill the vase and you say the vase is full. That's your major arcana. You say
Yeah.
pour in, and there's so much more to get into that bowl or vase. Those are your minor arcanas, and those reflect the court cards, king, queen, page, and knight. They reflect a lot of times personalities in your life or a part of your personality. The other cards depict uh, how you approach life. So there are 4 suits. There are swords. That's how you think your way through. Swords. Cups. That's how you feel your way through. Pentacles. That's what you have in the way of resources. That's your money or your skills. Okay, that's the pentacles. Okay, and then wands. Wands are the actions that you take to deal with life.
Cool.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about tarot card combination. They are stories. And you can take a page and put it with another page. You can, like somebody ripped out the pages of a book and you've decided you're going to rearrange the story, right?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to use for your own self-development. And like I said, if you get better at it and you feel confident, go ahead and read for somebody. All you can do is fail. You won't. Because once you're good at reading for yourself, you will have insights for other people. We are all insightful. We are all empaths.
Yeah. And I think that you said it well earlier about saying it in the right way without it, I think that's the challenge that I have felt is that, to go to someone to have a reading, but and it was more about well, are they going to tell me I'm dying in 6 months, or are they, like, is it, that's kind of freaking me out a little bit, and it was never that. And I've never I've done this kind of stuff for years, right off and out. Yeah. And that's never happened, but you hear stories, and I now, wonder if it's just all made up on TV, but it just creates those beliefs, right? That's something scary.
But back to my motto, tell me the truth and I'll learn to live with it.
Yeah.
You're going to put on your big girl pants and do this,
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe there is something you need to know. Maybe your grandma from beyond is edging you in so that you'll go get your your pap test or your mammogram.
Right.
I can guarantee that that's not the case. I read somebody's palm once and saw that that more than likely she was going to die with breast cancer. That's not an easy thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I was at a friend's house. She was a new friend. So what are you going to do? So I asked her, have you been to the doctor lately? And she said, yes. And I said, you get checkups regularly at your doctor? And she said, yes. And I said, I'm speaking specifically about mammograms. Do you stay on top of that? And she said, yes, breast cancer runs in our family. I'm religious about it. She said, that's why I quit smoking. And I said, well, that's good. I want to urge you that your palm reflects that is an inherited situation, right? And that you really need to be diligent in keeping up on this.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Because in the end, we can choose that also, right? So we can, I love that you put it that way, because it's staying diligent with it and understanding it, and really making a personal choice on how you want this or don't want this to show up in your life, right?
I can't undo your karma. I can't undo that up there. I want to be down there for 44 years. I can't undo that. But if you want to undo that for you, okay, then you better stay on top of it in this instance. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And who's to say that you can't beat that and live long? I knew from the time I was 4 that I was going to live till I was 92. Now that I'm 71, I'm getting a little greedy, and I'm thinking, could we renegotiate for 94? Maybe we can.
Yes.
If I don't take care of myself, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing, taking care of myself, so that I'm actually bargaining for an extra 2 years. Why not?
Yes.
Why not? And if
exactly.
my folks will be waiting for me. My peeps will be there, and it'll be nice. It'll be fine. I'm not afraid to die. It just get a little greedy as the time starts.
Yes, exactly. Well, especially when you feel like you, in your case, 49 years of being in that, cult type situation, and now being removed from that, shining your light and doing so many beautiful things in the world, that just makes you want to do more of it, right? So yeah, I totally agree with that. I'm going for 111, just for the record. Yeah.
People do it all the time now.
Yes, exactly. Oh, well, Jan, it has been an absolute pleasure having you here with us. Thank you so much. It is, you hit the nail on the head when you talked about different traumas and things that we go through in our life. Your instance was in a cult type situation, but that can be, I so related with a lot of what you talked about, because my first marriage was an abusive marriage. And that control, and that, I totally relate to that. So those are things that we, it doesn't have to be just one thing, but in the end, connecting to your higher power and trusting that you've got this, and that you're not alone.
Yes.
Yeah. That is step one to helping you on the road to asking questions. And like you said,
absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yes. It's your journey. Nobody's going to come along and do this for you,
Yeah. You almost, in my situation, I use that as the motivator to lift me out, the motivator to survive, to be that motivator to get me out of that situation. I have 3 children. I have to do something. Nobody's going to come and do this for me, right? And yeah, so it really, you know, and on the day that I left that relationship, I can honestly tell you that it was totally a higher power that was guiding me, because I barely remember that day. But it all happened exactly how it was supposed to. I was able to remove myself from that situation. It was all divinely guided. And I absolutely knew that, because I got to that point where I was like, help me. I know I need to get out.
And you were carried through it.
Yeah. And I allowed that somebody show me, you know? Yeah.
It very well have been just your inner spirit that said, we need to be free. You're coming with me. Okay.
Yeah.
However you have to believe about that, it works. Okay. Yeah. I quit believing in God and I got out the door.
Yes.
And
right.
things kept happening, you know, and the only things that happened that weren't great was simply because I wasn't being diligent. I hadn't decided ahead of time what I wanted to keep, you know, and what I wanted to discard. And that's why I say having a therapist from the very beginning, honest with them, is an important aspect of major change like this.
Yeah, bingo. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. I appreciate you and everything you're doing.
I love what you are doing, bringing people together at this time in history, age of Aquarius, you know?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. You keep on shining your light, sister. We got this.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Jan, we love you.
Hi, Christine. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Jan. All right. And my friend Christine is back on camera. And this is where we pass the baton. How do I do that? Oh, go this way. Passing the baton.
StreamYard is backwards, for anyone who's wondering.
Yeah.
I'm using StreamYard and the camera is backwards. So whatever is your right side is
opposite of whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, folks, I will probably pop back on here on camera later this afternoon, but I will be in the background and in the comments if anybody has any questions or anything. I'll be around just to kind of help. And I'm going to let Christine take it from here and on with our next guests. Can't wait for this.
Cool.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have a mother-daughter duo, and I'm going to bring them up right now, so they'll be prepared. Hello, Leanne and Sienna. How are you?
Hi, we're good, thank you.
Good. Welcome to your first debut, Sienna. This is exciting. Sienna, how old are you?
11.
11. Oh, so good. I'll share. So I actually found this beautiful family in a group that I'm a part of, and Sienna has jewelry. Are you guys getting any feedback?
On the jewelry designs?
I hear a little bit of feedback. Can you hear me okay clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to pop in my earbuds just so that it doesn't affect the sound. There we go. Okay, so I met the two of them through Sienna's link to her jewelry, and we're going to share that with you a little bit later. Her jewelry is so freaking adorable that I really want to buy a lot of stuff. Sienna, I haven't got around to, I will, ordering from you, and I will share your jewelry in a little bit. So first of all, let me just introduce you. So Leanne Kelly, you are brand manager. We'll share a little bit about your business, and then also for Sienna, maybe you can tell me who wants to go first. But yeah, just say hi, and how are you doing today?
Go and say hello. She's a little bit nervous.
All right, well, let's make you less nervous. Sienna, you know what, why don't we start with you, Sienna, and we'll ask you some questions. So you are 11, you've been running your business, this jewelry business online, and I'm going to pull up the link in just a second. Maybe just tell everyone, why did you start your own business?
In lockdown, it was really boring because there was no school. So I started to make jewelry, and then eventually I started to sell on Etsy.
Right. Lockdown's kind of boring, eh? So it's good that you had something else to do. I'm going to share the screen right now. They are from the UK, so I love her little accent too. And Sienna, what is your favorite thing to make? I'm going to pull up your
Earrings.
Earrings?
Because I do necklaces as well, and I'm going to be doing rings.
She's
Okay.
she's actually wearing some of her earrings today.
Okay, cool. Oh, I see your little dog here. Is the screen rotating as well?
Yeah.
For everyone? Okay, good. I'm learning how to use the StreamYard share screen. Cool. I look at the little strawberries. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you guys saw the avocados at the beginning. Like, these are just so cute. I want to find the lollipops because I don't see them on this one, but little deck of cards. So you make necklaces and earrings. Like, look at those avocados. Oh my goodness. And now you have international delivery. So that's awesome. If anyone's on Instagram or Facebook, Sienna's Jewelry is how you find her shop. We also have her link there. If you want to, go on there and support a local artist or a little artist with the jewelry. If you have kids, that would be awesome. Her website's here. Sienna, tell us more. What's it like how does it work in your business? Do you buy the little, like the avocados? Did you buy that from a certain supplier that you use, and then you put it all together once you get your order?
I buy all the separate things like the hooks and the charms and things from different places.
Right.
Then just put them together.
Okay, cool. Do you have an idea of what you want to do? Like, will you continue to run this business when you're older, do you think? Do you want to expand on different things?
Not sure.
Well, you've just started making some rings, haven't you? Like a wire wrap sort of style ring. She's experimenting at the moment with those, so they might be in the shop soon.
Okay, awesome. That's good. And Mother's Day is coming up.
Oh, we've had Mother's Day in the UK though, but yeah, for you, that'd be perfect timing.
Right on. And what do you think's been the hardest thing running your own business, Sienna?
Getting orders.
Getting orders?
Yeah, I think the raising awareness part of it. So I have to monitor things because of her age, but we're trying to get active on social media to push people to Etsy. But yeah, it's challenging getting noticed. There's obviously a lot of people out there doing a lot of things. So yeah,
right.
But she's getting there.
Right. Well, how lucky to have a brand manager for her mom.
Yeah.
Who knows that trick of the trade? So that's awesome. Leanne, Sienna, is there anything you want to share with the audience, or maybe I want to ask, what's your favorite thing you've made?
Avocado earrings.
The avocado earrings? Yeah. Do you like
to
eat avocado?
I've never tried it.
You'll have to try it.
Oh my goodness, they're so delicious. I put it on salad. It's really good on spaghetti. Sounds really random, but the flavors go really well together. And when I eat it, I put salt on it, sea salt, and just eat it like kind of out of the cup when I cut it in half. And yeah, it's delicious. I used to live in Costa Rica, and that's probably where I started to eat them or learn more about them. And yeah, they're fabulous. You can make them in smoothies too. I haven't figured that out. Yeah, I need to look up a good recipe. If anyone watching has a good avocado smoothie recipe, then please pop that in the chat. And yeah, it's delicious. My little niece that I raised, she's 8 now, but when she was a baby, she ate it all the time. She loved it. We would just hand her the spoon and the half of an avocado, and she would just go to town. It was awesome. It's really good for you.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, it is. It is.
Cool.
But yeah, they're her favourites. But she just likes making anything that's fun and bold, a little bit quirky, you know, just really bright and colourful designs, don't you?
Right. Well, I have to tell you, you have these really adorable lollipop earrings. They're so bright. And even my mom, who's a grandma, she was like, oh, those are her favorite too. So I think the kid in all of us can absolutely love your jewelry.
Yeah, I think that's what she's been trying to do, to, you know, to say jewelry doesn't have to be boring, and you don't have to be a kid to wear these sort of gummy bear earrings or whatever. Anybody can get enjoyment out of it.
Yeah. Awesome. So I'm just looking here on your Instagram page. So it says that your earrings are about 5 pounds. I don't know how much that is in Canadian or American, maybe like $7 or so. And yeah, super cute. Thank you. Anything else you want to share, Sienna?
I guess you just wanted to encourage any other youngsters, didn't you, to give it a try, running your own business. Obviously, you need a little bit of help from a parent or an adult to get things moving. It's not always easy setting pages up and things like that when you're under a certain age, but it's a, you know, it's something that you don't learn in school.
That's
so
right.
All about the financial side of things and keeping track of how much you're spending and profit making and things like that. But she's really enjoyed learning about it, so I think she'd encourage anybody to give it a go.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's something that's a hobby anyway, that you could then, you know, monetize on it almost and expand on that hobby.
Right. What a great way to teach responsibility, right? Because for you, Sienna, you got to figure out, okay, how much does each little piece cost? I'm going to put it together, the shipping, going to the post office with them, you know, all of those things are just such a great way to teach real life responsibility. So that's awesome. Are you on Poshmark at all? Do you know that website?
Oh no, what's that?
So Poshmark, and I don't know where it's located. Being over here in North America, I have a cousin, she's 14, and she has over 50,000 followers at 14 or 15, maybe she's 16. Sorry, I lose track. But she's, you can sell used items on there of, you know, good quality and stuff, but your earrings would be perfect for that. And it's just another market for you. But that's a way that kids can get involved and, you know, sell things to make a little bit of extra money, learn the responsibility, you know, instead of going out and getting a job. Like I had a paper route and I worked at a restaurant when I was younger. At 15, now kids can learn how to safely be able to share things online and earn extra cash, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's much more achievable now, isn't it?
Yeah. You, Sienna, you're getting some love in the comments. I'd say, you know, if you're watching this now live with us, pop up some hearts for Sienna. There's a couple comments here for you. It says, so awesome, Sienna. You are an inspiration for kids and adults, and way to go, Mom. Entrepreneurship, excellent at such a young age. Yeah, I thought so too. When I saw it, that's what I saw was the link for her jewelry. And when I clicked on it, I was like, oh my goodness, these are so adorable. I want to meet this little entrepreneur and share what she's doing in the world. So thank you. We have Mom here too. Mom also has a business, and so I'd like to give the floor to Mom as well to share. Leanne, tell us a little bit about your business and why you decided to do what you do.
I've started off as a graphic designer about 20 years ago, and then over the years that's gradually evolved. So like 7 years ago I set up in business on my own, and I turned my focus to the branding design side of things. And I think over the last 18 months it's been a little bit more based around helping to elevate certain types of brands. So it's all about the ones that are, you know, have a place to make a difference in the world. So yeah, I can't coach somebody or heal somebody or provide therapies and those kind of services, but I can create branding that elevates the brands that are there to do that. So I do a bit of a deep dive and create designs that make them stand out and reflect the personality and things like that, so that they can attract the people that they're there to serve.
Right. That's awesome. I'm going to share your page as well. So this is from Instagram. She's on Facebook, Instagram, but this is part of the branding. So if you are a healer, a coach, or someone out there and you're looking for some kind of branding, like this is just so beautiful. Obviously someone who is esoteric and likes crystals and all things spiritual. I love your dog. Your dog's on both your profiles. But even that, like the picture here in the middle, this green, blue, gold, like that's just so beautiful. I saw that on your website.
That's mine. That's part of my branding. So it's all about, I've created that as to represent like the ripple effect of what I do.
Cool.
So that's why it's kind of got meaning behind it. It's not just there to look pretty. It's it's got meaning behind it, which is kind of what I try to achieve with all of the branding that I create. It's got meaning, similar to the peonies and the zigzags that you can see on screen there. The zigzags there to represent a person's journey through life to finally get to the point where they want to be. And the peonies are there because that particular client is a coach and she peels back the layers with her clients. So there's a reason for some things.
That's got goosebumps. That's awesome. Oh, I love that. And your quote here, silence your self-doubt, conquer your mindset, and take control of your life. I mean, how beautiful is this branding, for this coach and the deeper meaning behind it. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's found as well, I mean, I do a lot of rebrand work for clients, but this was actually her first attempt at it. She was new to the coaching world. So we were creating something from scratch, and she went on to sign quite a few clients within the first few weeks of launching, because obviously what we've done for her was resonating with people, and people were taking notice and liked what she was putting out there.
Yeah, right on. That's excellent. Yeah, definitely. I've hired quite a few business coaches this year, and the branding is really important. Like who you are and what your message has to be very clear. Like people do not have long attention spans, right? So in this world now, as it is, we are all online, and so just being able to show up, in a way that's very clear, that pops. I mean, this branding here just pops right here. And I love that you shared the extra meaning behind the peonies, right? I feel that we're just, on the inside of this very special marketing for this coach here. And that's really great. How do you walk us through, how does that work for someone who's doing branding? And you say you get to know their personalities or who they are. What do you do to be able to do that?
We tend to have if it's not somebody I can meet in person, because I do work with people, all over the world, really. I've got a current client in Canada, actually. But we'll have a Zoom call or a face-to-face meeting, get to know each other. But I go through a briefing process that just asks lots of questions about why they do what they do, and how they want to be portrayed, and their ideal clients, who they envisage working with, and things like that. And lots of different questions to get to the bottom of who they are and what they're about. And then I translate that into the visuals, basically. So I would create a mood board like that there, that represents lots of different things from what I've pulled out of the information. And then from there, a logo design would be created as well, so it can be applied to everything that they're putting out there in the world.
That's really awesome. So I'll stop the share screen here. So if you are a healer, a coach, anyone with a business, and you're looking for some help with your brand design, or even just how to spruce up your pages, how to, really hone in on who your ideal client is and getting that message very clear so that it pops, then reach out to Leanne Kelly. Her information is here. Jacana Creative Design. Is that a combination, that name, Jacana?
Yeah.
Sienna. Okay.
Jack and Sienna. Yeah. When I first started my business, it was all about them, being able to be there for them work around them and be flexible and be there for the school assemblies and things like that. So it just came naturally to sort of include them in the name somehow. So we did a little bit of a combination.
Right. Awesome. If anyone is in the audience and you have a business and you have questions, branding questions for Leanne, please pop those questions now into the chat. And then if you're watching this later on a replay and want to reach out, then her contact information is here. I have a question. You had mentioned on your YouTube page a brand audit. What is that exactly?
Oh, yeah, I offer, so for those people who might be a little bit skeptical about investing in branding and things like that, and they might already have a few bits and pieces out there. So I do a brand audit power hour, and it's basically, I get, you know, all your links and websites and things and take a look at it all. And then during a set 1 hour call, I can sort of advise you on any improvements and things like that. Maybe if the consistency is not quite there, or things are, you know, aren't quite flowing properly, I can offer advice on ways to improve it and make tweaks and changes yourself.
Right.
You know, if you're not quite ready to invest in a professional to do it for you.
Right.
Like an intermediate service.
Yeah, that's awesome. And what's your take on the way things are heading with the world? And once, I mean, a lot of places are starting to reopen. What's your thoughts on like where business is heading after this past year?
I think a lot will continue to be online. I think obviously a lot of people had to make the shift and start taking their services online, and I think it'll continue, because like from the example that I just shared, I'm working with somebody in Canada. I mean, it's all those miles. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't expect it, and it just makes it's a lot more accessible for people to reach, you know, to reach further afield and to get the message out there. But then in terms of the brand side of things, it also means that the online space is very noisy, and I've not actually been using Instagram very long, but I can see that a lot of coaches and therapists seem to sort of stick to current trends, and they're all sort of like looking the same, using the same color palettes, and obviously that doesn't do you any favors in trying to stand out and be noticed. Right. So I think that's going to be an issue in you know, people need to inject a little bit more personality in what they're putting out there, so it's a little more unique to them and their service.
That's right. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this has been, I think, a gift. We had a lot of changes definitely this past year, but it's been a gift for so many people and so many businesses, because being online, like if you're watching and you have an idea, or, you know, you want to get a greater reach, then definitely find someone to help you, because you go a lot faster. I found that out this year hiring coaches was like, wow, you know, they've been doing their thing for a number of years, and they, you know, they kind of know the lay of the land, or how to get yourself out there and how to be noticed. And I think that you're right. It's, you know, thank goodness this year happened, because now look how many more businesses are international.
Yeah.
Like you have a client in Canada, whereas maybe you wouldn't have received that before, right? We wouldn't have had the same outreach. So I think that is just really incredible. You know, where we're headed, and just creating what it is that we want. So yeah, I love it. And I love, you know, just even your business and how you are helping creatives, any coaches, healers, those who have a really special message, because that's who you want to work with, is leaders who are having, you know, creating some kind of impact. And that's who we are, who we interview, you know, here on the Conscious Business Showcase. And it's so good. We all go hand in hand, and it's just really nice to know, you know, who is out there. And that's why the showcase is here, so that we can band together as, you know, conscious entrepreneurs, and, you know, be available to help each other.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was almost like a little bit of divine intervention, because obviously it was initially Sienna that you were attracted to and wanted to speak to, and then obviously it turns out there was the connection with what I do as well anyway. So everything happens for a reason, doesn't it?
It totally does. And I have a little bit of a, not a secret, because I mentioned it earlier when we started, but we have a village. So we're creating a business platform, or business services, a support community for conscious entrepreneur, and part of it is going to be, having business classes like branding. So we'll invite, you back to come and talk to our group about their branding and such, within that community, so that, stay tuned. That's coming. If you're needing that help, what I found this year hiring a whole bunch of coaches was like, okay, I need a coach for this to get started. And then I need a branding coach. And then I need photos. And then I need, it's all of these steps and all these things you need. And as a new entrepreneur, it's a little bit overwhelming. And also when you haven't really been making the money in your business yet, forking over, a lot of money for all different coaches is very expensive. And, we can't wing it on our own. So the reason why we created the village.
You come to a certain point and then you kind of reach a sticking point because you need that extra expertise. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so, part of our village is basically to have, classes where you can come in and get help with your copy. You can get help with your branding. You can get help with, how to set up your package, how to price it. That's something that I can help with. But also it's looking at the whole entrepreneur. Many coaches, they just focus on, business coaches, they focus on one area, and it's how to get you making money. And that's great. Definitely that's needed, but I want to be able to look at the whole entrepreneur. Where's your spiritual vision? Can that be incorporated more into your business? Because now you're attracting clients to you instead of, there's no more hustle and grind. We are done with that. That was the old, masculine patriarchal. We're in this balance of divine feminine and divine masculine. And it's being able to have that creation, or to put out the things for your business and then have people drawn to you. There's different ways to do that. And you're a huge part of that piece, but then also, what are our fears? What is holding us back? Those are other parts of the business that a lot of coaches don't focus on. And having someone to be able to go to, okay, I unpacked, since January, I've been working on, I have fear of being seen and a fear of criticism. Well, that's kind of important if I'm now running a business where I'm selling myself, right? So the part of the supportive village is having people in place to help with limiting beliefs. And it could be, you're fine, you're doing great, your business is, moving along, and now you want to up level and you want to raise your price. Guess what? Your ego is going to have something to say, and it's going to pull you right back down unless you up level your thinking as well. So, that's why we're creating this community for conscious entrepreneurs. It's a support for the whole entrepreneur, to be able to teach us how to heal ourselves, and then also, anywhere you might need some assistance in the business. Or even opening up how to live in your divine feminine and to be able to express yourself. That's another piece, how to have play, how to have pleasure. So exciting things coming, definitely. Cool. Any last things that either one of you would like to share with the audience before?
I don't think so. I think I'd just like to say thank you for inviting us to come and speak today.
Yeah.
Especially, it's like real, for somebody to recognize that what she's trying to achieve, it's been nice for her to get that bit of recognition.
Yeah. Sienna, I would say, we are a community of entrepreneurs, and we're very proud of you. I mean, to start your own business where you're shipping stuff to people, and you're at 11, I just think that is so great. And you are definitely a leader. And I'm really excited to hopefully, we stay connected and we see what you're doing in 5 years, 10 years, and how you grow from this experience. You're definitely a leader, little one. Awesome.
You're all embarrassed.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, ladies. It was such a pleasure to have you on the show. And just looking forward to staying connected. And, you're here in the community. So if anyone has any questions about branding or, different things, please reach out to Leanne. If anyone's looking for any gifts, let's support Sienna with her jewelry, and the link is there. Maybe Leanne, if you want to come back and pop it in the comments as well, so that they can click on your name and they can connect with you for both of your businesses. And then, I highly recommend go on Sienna's Etsy page and just have a look. You can't help but feel happy. This is, we talk about, law of attraction as being high vibe. Your jewelry, Sienna, is totally high vibe jewelry because it just makes you feel good. And even if you are a guy and you're watching this, there's little decals or part of her earrings that could be made into necklaces, there was some mushrooms. I know that there's a lot of people who love plant medicine. That's a really cool thing to have, and support a young entrepreneur. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
And you too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Okay. So adorable. 11 years old. Oh my gosh. Please go and check out her jewelry. It's the cutest thing. All right. Next up, we have Yvonne, and I'm really excited. Yvonne and I are part of a business mastermind together, and I'm going to bring her up. We were on a call one day, and we said, you know what, let's connect. Let's get on a call and just, see what our businesses are. And hi, Yvonne, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Really excited to have you here. This is something that I think every entrepreneur is going to benefit from here. And your section is on body language and how important that is, communication. And you are kind of hand in hand with Leanne, as you are a brand or an image consultant, right? You help people with their image. And so I'm going to let you maybe just introduce yourself and what you do, because it's going to come out definitely better from yourself, but really excited to share this time with you.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for having me. So I am an image consultant. My company is Signature Image, and I help people, professionals, executives, business owners, entrepreneurs. I help them align their professional skills, goals with their appearance, behavior, and communication. Because in order to be authentic, if you say that you're a vice president, then you should present yourself as a vice president. So everything should be congruent so that it's believable, it's authentic.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome and so needed, definitely. I mean, you and I had a very heartwarming conversation about our childhoods and, and our past. And your work is just really, really important, because it's not just about the outside that you're helping someone with, right, as an image consultant, which is important in business. But share a little bit about, you're also looking after the inside.
Yes. So, Christine and I had a great conversation, and, we just, I talked about some abuse that I had suffered in my life, namely being criticized about the way that I speak. In my culture, it was seen as criticism to speak the way that I speak. And in terms of behavior and appearance, people made fun of the way that I walked and, things like that. So it really affected my self-esteem and my confidence. And, I have a heart of compassion. And so I really wanted to help those people who were struggling with those same things. I wish there was somebody when I was little who told me that I am not defined by what other people say.
Awesome.
That I am unique and that I'm created in God's image. And so nobody is better than or less than myself. And so I have been passionate about that from a little child. I want to see people be authentically who they are and who they
are. That's so beautiful. And, you took what had happened to you in the past and you turned that into something that was beautiful, right? There was definitely purpose in your pain and lots of healing, lots of compassion, lots of forgiveness, but really taking care of yourself and your inner image, right? To be able to then turn around and pull someone else up, right?
Yes.
It's that piece of being able to, take the things that we've been through them for a reason, for whatever reason. But then being able to take that when you're ready, you're at a time when then you can help the next person, right? And to raise them up. So beautiful. Your
Yes.
work definitely is needed out there, because a lot of people were raised with, I'm going to even just emotionally absent parents because of the times, our grandparents or their parents were raised in very difficult times, like the Depression and world wars, and wars even continuing, even after that. And so there's a lot of people who really, they lose their voice. They go within because of any traumas or any past things. And we all have a shit story, or, like something shitty that happened, right? It's just your attitude and what you do with it and how you move forward with it. And I think your business is so beautiful because you took what had happened to you. You said, you know what, that's not my truth. That's not who I am. And now you want to help empower women or men, anyone who has had, that similar, maybe abuse or whatever, where people were putting them down, and you're going to teach them how to rise up through that. I think that's so beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. And, it is so vitally important for parents who are listening to talk to your children, find out what they're going through, and help them to believe that they are special, they are unique, that that you should never compare yourself to someone else. I would tell my daughter growing up, don't compare yourself to someone else, because when you look at that person is your target. But you look to where you want to go, and who knows, you may surpass where that other person is. So look for your own shining star, and not that of others.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. I think that what you just said could be spoken into every person who's watching this live or replay, into our inner child, right? And to really just share your own shine or magic or star, or, whatever's within us. That's so awesome. Yes. Tell us about communication and body language. What do you teach there?
Okay, so in terms of body language, I help people to, excuse me, to understand social norms, because in various situations, there is an expected behavior. So, there's meeting behavior. There's, behavior you have at weddings, and just different environments where you have behavior. So I help people who may feel awkward, who may feel that they're having a struggle. I help them to be comfortable in social situations where they can behave in a way that matches who they are, but still be authentically them. Excuse me. That's why my business is called the Signature Image, because I make your image as personal as your signature. And so there are introductions, how do you introduce people? How do you dine? What is appropriate at a formal dinner table? Do you know what all of the place settings are? Things like that, because if you're not comfortable in that environment, if you don't know, then you're not comfortable in the environment, and it's difficult to be yourself. Right. And so I teach people all of those things of how to handle various situations, because that all has to do with nonverbal communication. How are you communicating non-verbally? what is your behavior saying about you? Is your behavior communicating to other people what you want them to believe about you?
Mm.
So,
That's really important, especially as a business owner, because we're on Zoom calls, or I mean, it used to be that you could, when we were going and seeing people face to face, there's different nuances. Being online, there's, different nuances, and it is really important because we have such a short window, to share our passion, or, what it is that we're doing, or a business. And so I think this is really important because even before you are on a Zoom call or you're calling someone, they're already feeling that energy that's coming from you. And if you just had a fight with the kids, or, whatever, that's going to come through. And there's, certain things to prepare yourself for calls, for Zooms, as we're online more, and just in general, and even in your marketing, that is going to speak volumes about who we are. Because I think, isn't it only 7% of what we say, and the rest is all body language? Is that
yes,
the right number?
absolutely. That is correct. So it is, vitally important to be tuned in to, what that message is that you're putting out there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Do you have, I just see in the links here, one of it is trueaurabeauty.com. Do we have the right link there? Okay. Can you explain the name and where you got that from?
Yes, I'm part of a company called True Aura, and, it helps you to show your true aura. And it is a non-toxic, clean skincare line.
Okay.
So in my work as an image consultant, when I'm helping people with their appearance in terms of women, I can help them with their skincare, and men as well for skincare, as well as anti-aging and color cosmetics. And what I love about the line is that sometimes I do a presentation with one of my colleagues who is a gut, we call her a gut guru. And so, she deals with the gut and pre and probiotics. Well, I love that because the skin also, is our biggest organ, and it's very important to, we want to be careful about what we put on our skin, because there are a lot of chemicals out there that are put into cosmetics. And so our products have no chemicals, and they also have pre and probiotics to help balance the good and bad bacteria on your skin.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's neat. I didn't know that there was probiotic. Well, maybe I did. I used to sell Arbonne years ago. Maybe they had it in or not, but that's really good. I think it is important because we're just moving to healthier lives, right? And
Yes,
being
right.
more aware of what we're putting into our body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
You look after so many things for someone. Do you have a program, or what is it that people come to you for? How do they connect with you?
Well, you can connect with me on my website. There's a place where you can contact me. You can also contact me on Facebook under just Yvonne Decker. And that's my personal profile page, and it'll lead you to other ways to be in contact with me. So you can always DM me. What I like to do in terms of and the image or the beauty, I like to meet with people first. I want to find out what your needs are. So we do an assessment. That is a free consultation for potential clients. And I like to find out what your needs are so that I can help you in the way that you need help.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's good. I think that's really important, because a lot of people will just give this is my advice, or this is what I recommend. But by actually meeting with someone and speaking to them, you're actually going to see who they are, right? And listen to them. And I think that's great.
Yes.
Yeah, very
So,
good.
and then also in terms of communication, that's very important as well, because communication is nonverbal, and verbal. So in terms of nonverbal, it's about listening. And I help people, understand that it's very important to listen to what people are saying, even if you don't agree with it. And I usually put clients through an exercise where there are various types of listening. For example, you listen more when it's something you're very interested in.
Right.
And if it's something if somebody reads the train schedule, well, that's boring. That's kind of boring. So, but let's say it's a piece of information that's important to get out to some people in the audience. And then you have your controversial issues like the abortion issue or
the world
politics or, something like that. We've just been in the whole political debate. But I help people to understand that everybody has a voice and everybody has the right to express how they feel without you interrupting. Listen to their point of view. Listening doesn't mean you have to agree. And in turn, they can listen to your point of view because after all, we're not going to change each other's minds, but we could at least give the respect to listen. And so that's one of the nonverbal skills that I talk about. Another thing.
One thing before you go to your next point is even with listening is how often, and even try to catch yourself, are you listening and you're already thinking of your response in your mind, or are you actually listening to what they're saying? And I've been catching myself too. I raise an 8-year-old and I want to be able to teach her that I'm listening to her instead of just, overpowering or saying, this is the way it's going to be done. Right. As often, parents know better, we think, but it's really just honoring them and respecting even what they have to say so that they can feel safe to ask questions and to also learn how to listen and not just for that response, right? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes. And, it's interesting because we talked about childhood and the paradigms that we have and our parents have from our grandparents and so forth. In my house, it was children are seen and not heard.
Same. Yeah.
And so, parents have to understand that children are little humans. And that
with computer brains.
Yes. And you want to teach them how to communicate when they're young. And if you don't talk to them or if they're not involved in the conversation, it's difficult for them to learn how to have a mature conversation.
Yeah.
And so I just think about that and I laugh. I had a story where my mom wouldn't let my sister and I, my parents, wouldn't let us use the phone. And
like at all?
At all. We couldn't pick up the phone and call a friend.
Oh, wow.
We weren't allowed
we had
to
a 15-minute time limit, but we could call a friend.
That's good. I wish I had even 5 minutes of that. And so, and I have cousins, and so my mom one day was like 16 or 15, maybe 15. My mom said, pick up the phone and call, whoever. And I'm like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. And, it's no big deal to pick up the phone, right, and talk. We're talking. But when you make the telephone something that's, you can't touch and you are not allowed to use. And then my mom says, well, your cousins, she said, your cousins can pick up the phone and call anybody at any time. And, I felt put down by that. I felt, that they were better at something than I was. But, then again, as I grew up, I realized, and I couldn't talk back to my mom, but I realized that, you have to teach children when they're little. I mean, something as silly as that can end up being something that's very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. And even how to leave a message.
Yes.
Right? Because now everything is how to, we're DMing people or messaging. Even that, I mean, that's a learned skill. And I think that's really important because I even remember, just growing up and as an adult I'm the oldest of 19 grandchildren and, being around phone calls and stuff. And some kids can leave messages and they just rolls off them. Like my little 6-year-old niece, she can just roll off. Same with the 8-year-old, but not everyone in my family, from my experience and listening to them, it was, depending on if they had that inner confidence or not. So I think that's even an important skill. I never thought of that, right? Being able to learn how to leave messages that are thoughtful, and spelling. Like now the short forms for everything, right? And the cool way to say things that's fine. But if you're having some kind of an interview or a formal conversation with someone, you can't write the word you as just the letter U. Like you have to spell it out. And that's one example. But you're right. These are so many of the considerations that are part of how we communicate.
Yes. Yeah. And we need to understand where to use those. When you're DMing or messaging your friends, that's perfectly fine. But when you're messaging your boss, you might want to consider spelling the word out.
Yo, boss. That's not really going to fly. If you want to up level.
Yeah. Don't know how well that'll go over.
Right. But teach those kids, teach them the correct spelling. Yeah, that's so funny. What are some other non-verbal cues that you can help the audience with?
Facial expressions. Facial expressions are, of course, very important. And those would include like eye contact, for example. And I also teach some cultural differences. When you're in the United States, when you talk to people, you look at them pretty much 80% of the time that you're speaking to them.
Builds trust.
Yes. And in other countries, it is offensive to look at people 80% of the time. So
that's important.
Yes. So this now is a global economy that we live in, and we are talking with people all over the world. And so it would be helpful to maybe understand a little bit about their culture and, how to communicate with them in a way that is not offensive and in a way that you can be heard. And facial expressions, I was teaching a class of teenagers and I was talking about body language, and I had one young man, sitting there like this and, leaning back in his chair, like he didn't care. And I said, "Are you paying attention?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And I said, "But your body language is indicating that you don't want to be here, you're slouching, and so forth." And he thought about that and he sat up and started to pay attention, because sometimes when people are dealing with their teenagers, they'll say, look at me, because you want to know that they're listening to you, and you want to know that you want to teach them to give their full attention, to the person who is speaking, and to have, a facial expression that goes along with it. I mean, if you're like, that sends a message, it sends a message. And
yeah,
so
totally.
you want to be careful about the eye rolls and the,
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm on a lot of Zoom calls just this past year. We all are, right? And I am so surprised at how many leaders I see. Like they'll, have a call, and so we're on the call and stuff. The leader, whoever put the call together, will be sitting here like listening to the speaker. And I'm just like, wow, what is that saying? That you're kind of there but not there, or like, okay, I guess I have to be here. I'll just or I'm tired, whatever it is. And if it's your show, or you have a business, on any business calls, especially, how we're sitting is very important. And there's things you can do, if you're feeling tired, that's okay. But, maybe when you're the parts of your body that are not on the camera, like put out your legs or move them around, or even your hands. You could do like an infinity, well, camera's backwards, an infinity symbol. And if you just sit here, like no one knows I'm moving both of my hands, and I'm just creating some more energy for myself, so that even if I am on a boring business call or something like that, or I'm listening to something where I'm like, I don't have to show that, right? I think that is really important.
Yes, that's an excellent
good tip.
point.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Cool.
Another thing, as we're beginning to move into society more, is approachability. How do you approach? Typically, women don't like to be approached from behind because, it's sort of, nerve-wracking to have somebody, grab you from behind or something.
Yeah.
Yes, And then also there is, and I see our time is winding down here, but there's also where you want to be careful about a person's personal space. When you walk up to someone, if you're in a friendship, there's a different way you walk up. If you're a husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, best friends, you can step into that person's personal space. But if you walk up to someone and you come too close and you're just really acquaintances, if they step back, they're showing you that you've invaded their personal space. So people give cues, of what's going through their minds. And so we need to be mindful of those cues and those, those little communication behaviors.
I think even how, like, even just mimicking what other people are doing. So if someone is speaking, whether like touch, we're not so much in touch because we're a lot online, but I think it's even just kind of paying attention to someone's body language and how they're feeling. If someone, is not giving you eye contact, or they're kind of a little bit stand backish, then it's, being a little more gentle with your words and your tone. But I think even when you're on a call or you're chatting with someone, this is really important for anyone who does any kind of calls with clients or prospective clients, or even being on, a group chat, is mirror the tempo of what someone else is saying. So if I'm on a call with a prospective client and, they're speaking a little bit slower or calmer, or they're just they're not sure, whatever, and I'm, fire hosing them and like just speaking really quickly, then they're automatically going to feel, this, just that it's not a match. So not that you're manipulating the conversation or anything, but you're just meeting them where they are. And for those who are talking fast, or they are that A-type personality and they want things quick, you can tell by their body language. Is they're like, or yeah, or then, you need to say less words. They're just they're like, give me just the meat, cut right to the chase. And so I think that is very important as well for communication as a business owner or someone who's in any kind of sales position, to be able to look at that.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. We only have a few minutes left. Just for these last few minutes, share a little bit about Clubhouse. I see that you're on Clubhouse. If you have, are you on there on a regular basis? And I love Clubhouse.
Yes,
and so if, what is your experience, and what do you do on Clubhouse?
Yes, I'm part of a group called Dare to Be Unforgettable Entrepreneurs.
Ooh,
and my handle is Miss Image. And we talk about some pretty great things. We've had, we had 2 weeks of talking about the influence of celebrity and influencers in the market. Are people depending too much on celebrity? And it was a very interesting conversation that we had. And also how it affects others' mental health. People who are in celebrity, they should understand that their words hold a lot of power for those people out there who really haven't found their way. So we have, and so yes, we're there every Wednesday at 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 Eastern.
Okay, that's great. Very good. Sorry, I'm just checking if our next speaker is having any trouble. So sorry about that because I'm not listening fully.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We have to keep the show running, I understand.
Yeah, definitely. We are the speakers and we're the tech right now. So it's all good. Yeah, share a little bit more about like what's your experience as a business owner on Clubhouse, you know, and as I make sure she's okay, just share, you know, what do you think Clubhouse can do for entrepreneurs? Because I think it's a fabulous platform for coaches. Maybe share a little bit about your experience and what your advice is for Clubhouse.
Yes. Yeah, it is a great space for just, you know, talking to people and giving them the voice. I love that it gives you a voice. It gives you a place where you can voice your opinion. You can speak about what you do. You can speak about your expertise in various areas. And you can build a community there with other entrepreneurs that are in your space or who are in other, you know, spaces. And so I just love the collaboration that I have with, you know, people who have various businesses like therapists and advertising people and all kinds of people. It's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you are an entrepreneur and you're not on Clubhouse, I have actually, I have invites, but because I use an iPad, I'm an Android user, I'm not able, now they've switched it and you can only text. So do you have an iPhone?
I do not have an iPhone. I'm an Android person as well, but I did purchase an iPad. So
an iPod,
I am
yes.
unable to send invites as well. I have about 5 invites, but
I know.
You know, they switched it over that's
so if you're cool with an iPhone and you have Clubhouse invites, please drop that into the comments so that anyone who's wanting to get on, you can use Clubhouse through either iPad or an iPod. But in order to get an invite, you definitely have to find a friend who has an iPhone for that to happen. They text you the link. Yeah, super awesome. I've been on there on Wednesday mornings. Definitely has been consistent at 8 a.m. Eastern breathwork class with a friend, Carla, who was on our showcase last month, and just teaching breathwork for wellness. That's so important, you know, having some kind of a practice, because when we have any kind of anxiety, this is an important part of the communication, right? In your body language. Imagine you're feeling some anxiety, whether it's from your past or now, and you want to be able to settle that before you're going to get on calls or on a Zoom call or interacting with clients. And so we have a Healing Soul School Club on Clubhouse if you want to find us there. And it's a really great platform.
Wonderful. I will definitely check you out.
Right on.
I'm
there
at Eastern on Wednesdays.
Yeah, Wednesday mornings, 8 Eastern on Breathwork. And my tag is Christine33. And then Healing Soul School is the club. Virginia's on there as well. Virginia Fantasia.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have been going live on Fridays. Virginia and I just in there, you know, helping for support. We just obviously on days like today, we're here. So yeah, for sure, Wednesday morning is very consistent. And
you know, that's a good idea. That's a real good idea, going in supporting entrepreneurs. Because some people are just starting, they don't have large audiences, and
Right.
it's helpful to go in and just be present.
Right, right. And thank you to Virginia. She says she has invites. So if you want an invite to Clubhouse, as a coach, I highly recommend it. People can hear your magic. They can hear you coaching on whatever the topic is that's near and dear to your heart. And it's so much better than a sales page or a Facebook page, because they actually can ask you questions, but they can hear the beauty behind what it is that you do, and the passion. Obviously, we coach because there's some kind of a passion there that we want to help others with, and Clubhouse is just a really great platform for that. Tomorrow we have another platform we're introducing called Lemonade, and they are come for that. They're around noon, I think. Maybe just
Yes.
tomorrow. So that is 12 o'clock tomorrow. Ipshita and Jacob are going to be talking about their social platform that they created called Lemonade, and it's really great for creatives, and it's very similar. It's like Clubhouse, but with video, and you can have ticket sales and anyone who's a musician and stuff like that. So that's even something to watch for. They're going to be here tomorrow at noon, just all part of the communication as business owners. Yeah. Yvonne, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure, and just really grateful that we connected. That was definitely divine timing for our connection and call. And just thank you for sharing space. And if anyone's looking for help, with their image inside or out, or, how those social cues and such, then please reach out to Yvonne. And thank you so much for all you're doing.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it very much, and thank you for what you're doing.
Awesome. Thank you. Take care. All right. We are going to switch up some banners. And next we have a lady who knows so much about so many different things. We're going to bring up Lynn. Lynn's next. She is a voice coach, and she is much more than that. She goes very deep. I'm going to bring her up right now. And hello, how are you?
Good morning. Well, it's almost over the morning.
Yeah.
Good. Very good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Really excited. So we connected. Where did I find you? I love this. I love going out into the community and finding great people who are sharing their magic. We met through David Bayer. A business coaching program that Lynn and I were part of last weekend, a networking program. And Lynn, you and I had a conversation yesterday, and I love your magic already, just getting to know you, and just excited. Share with the audience what it is that you do, and then I'll ask you some questions after.
Well, I actually have a lot of legs.
A lot of legs. But get ready, everybody.
But my voice has always led the work. My voice has always led the work. I did voiceovers for many years. I'm going to start backwards.
Okay.
I'm going to start at the very beginning. I had a nervous breakdown when I was 27 years old. It's evidently a number that is there, like Janet died at 27. I think Jim Morrison died. I mean, like that is like a turning point in some way. And so it was horrendous. It was on acid. I do not, don't do acid. Acid with some marijuana, just don't do it. But so I really freaked out, and I became very, very terrified. And in 10 seconds, my entire reality changed. I could see differently and feel differently. It was a very strange moment. And I saw other people in the room. And so the thing that happened was that it put me directly into who I was, good and bad. My creativity jumped 100%. And my anger and depression jumped 100%. It's like when the top opens, the bottom opens, right?
Right.
And so I was in acting class 4 months later, and then was living with somebody 5 months later. and we changed each other's lives in how we were moving forward in the world. I was still in a lot of fear. I was working with a lot of people. Some tried to put me on drugs. I mean, it was like a very tumultuous time, but acting was amazing. And I think everyone on the planet should be acting, because it puts you into a depth of if you can do it, if you will open up to who you are, it puts you into a depth that you might not be able to access in other ways. You might. So I did a lot of acting, and I started to do voiceovers, but I had to heal. So I backed off from the acting because it was intensifying what was going on. Right. Everybody thought it was wild and marvelous, and I was getting a lot of attention, but I was in kind of torture, right?
Right.
So I began to teach as well as do voiceovers, and I've taught acting at Yale. I've taught acting and acting and voice at other studios here in New York, where I've been for a million years. And I've also done photography with the Greek government. And I've written a book called Breaking into Brilliance, which is about creativity. And it is voiced, it is animated, and it's interactive, and it's a new form. I was so excited. I thought people would be racing to this new form, but I've been told by many nerds in the business, you're on the cutting edge. It's going to take a while because they just want the book, which I have, the softcover book. So now I am working with the book to move it into the world more, and I'm really focusing on the voice. I'm really focusing on the voice because I had dreams, and I had my guides, and I do have guides that I work with. I work with Gabrielle, and I work with Athena, primary guides. And I think that if we are in our voice, we can change the world. It's in my chart. It's in my astrological chart that one voice can change the world. Doesn't mean mine necessarily, but it means a voice. And if we think about Winston Churchill stopping Parliament, absolutely stopping them dead with his speech to not take a hold of Hitler. They were all saying, oh, he'll be okay. We can work with it. And he was like, absolutely not. And he galvanized them. And he changed them in one speech. Now the fact that I'm born on his birthday doesn't hurt either. It always just knocks me out. One speech. And we know many people who have done this. We know that Lincoln did it. We hear JFK. We don't hear the women as much. Why is that? We don't hear the women as much because we have the male patriarchal voice. Wait till your father gets home. We've got that in our brain. Right. But there are just as many great women voices out there. And I challenge you to look for them. I challenge you to listen. And I challenge you to know that your voice is a portal to a greatness in you. It's a portal. It's a portal to your magic, your creativity, your intelligence. Every voice carries a different feeling. It's a different feeling. It could be sensual, it could be sexual, it could be intellectual, it could be soothing, it could have a depth that other voices might not have. So we take it for granted. We just take it for granted. And I'm out to change that. And I wanted to line up 7 billion people, the 7 billion people that we have in the world, and to just teach them voice and to raise the consciousness, raise our consciousness, because it's capable, of course, of doing. I mean, it goes. All right. The voice is holographic.
Okay.
And the voice, and I'm just learning this, there's something called bioacoustics that claims our voice is giving the information and the orders to every cell in our body. It's not that if the body is strong, the voice is strong, it's the opposite. And we just take it for granted. And people don't recognize what they're walking around with. You know, I have an unusual voice, okay,
Right.
but everybody's voice has a quality that could change the world if, in fact, we were really owning it. That's my spiel. Okay.
Yeah. That's beautiful. And I love, like, even your tag is, you know, change your voice, change your life. And that is so true.
And the voice is
Yes.
exalted in authenticity. And that's another thing that people are very frightened of. They're very frightened of owning the authentic voice because they feel too vulnerable. But vulnerability is it's your power. It's your power when you're in your vulnerability. So that's a lot of teaching I have to do.
Yep. For 7 billion. How do you teach someone to be exalted in their authenticity?
By moving into their body. You know, I've done a lot of body work, bioenergetics, body dynamics, yoga, right? Pilates, not much so Pilates, but Feldenkrais. And the voice is carried in the body. And so if you begin to release the places in your body that are stuck, that you're frightened of, that you don't know how to access, the voice starts to come out with great beauty, great beauty. All the organs hold a lot of information. And we work with the heart and we work with the belly. I do. I work with the heart and work with the belly. Just putting your hand on your heart just changes your voice.
Let's do that.
Right. It just changes your feeling and it changes your voice. I had an experience when I was very young, when I was first doing voiceovers. And I was working with a product I can't remember, but I remember you're looking into your heart voice, huh? I just saw that. Yes? You can feel the difference when your hand's in your heart, right?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, it's marvelous. So I had a booking for something at an agency I would do a lot of work with. And it was a very small room, and they're huge speakers. At the time, they were like speakers that were big enough to fill Carnegie Hall because we didn't have the technology we have now, right? My producer was standing next to me.
Right.
So I did like 5 takes, and they all said, "That's great. She sounds wonderful." I heard the playback, and I was horrified. I had never heard myself on speakers this large. I had never really heard my voice, except maybe on the phone, but not really. And I said sotto voce to my producer, I said, "I need more takes. Please ask them for more takes." And this guy was wonderful. He really loved actors. He really responded. He said, "Listen, she needs more takes. She'll know when it's right." Nobody ever said that. No one ever said she'll know. It's like they took all the power, right? So I did 5 more takes, but I connected to my authenticity through acting techniques immediately. And I heard the 4 on the playback, and there was 1. I didn't like it, but I could live with it. But that was the first understanding I had of moving into a different place in myself and with other people, that there was a point, a place that we could go to that would show us and show others who we really were. It was an amazing moment for me. Woke me up.
I think that's really powerful. And a lot of entrepreneurs that will watch this show because we're online now, we're live, we're on Zoom calls, or we're going live on different social media platforms. And, you know, can you speak to that? Like, how, for someone who's afraid to go live, or they just have that fear probably that fear of criticism or rejection is there. How do you help someone move past that?
It's the same, doing the body work, but sometimes it also involves a lot of crying and screaming. It just involves what it involves, because people will just be so stuck and they will be so frightened of bringing themselves forth. But if in fact they began to stamp their feet and say no, and I want my voice, I want my voice. I mean, I have them repeat certain things that I've been hearing them say about their voice. And somehow that starts to release them. But I've had people I've had them do karate. You're a karate expert? Do karate right now and say what you've just said to me, that you don't have a voice, that you can't get online, that you're really scared of it, and do your karate. And suddenly they start crying or they got angry and somebody else emerges. I'm not afraid of it. A lot of people are afraid to do some of that kind of work or to even include people into, but after what I went through to get out of the terror that I was in, I know this works and I know how far I have to go. And they look like newbies, they look like they've been newborn. It's really kind of amazing. It shows up on the face. And I've done that with many classes when I was teaching at the Schreiber Studio, which some of people might know here, the acting studio. Hello, Terry Schreiber. I would have their final piece, which was usually a Shakespeare monologue. If you were a swimmer, if you were a karate person, if you were a dancer, whatever it was that you had some expertise in, you had to do the Shakespeare monologue physically while you were speaking. And it just brought them to life. And it was very different than what they might have planned, because they had planned with their acting work and planned with their vocal work. And suddenly the connection to themselves heightened everything. And this is what actors want. This is what great speakers want. This is how to move your audience, that you mean what you say and you say what you mean, right? Okay.
I have goosebumps. That's so, yes, connecting to yourself, because when you're going to come out totally different and your audience.
You're breaking up a little bit for me. There you are. Say again.
Okay. Yeah, our connection. I said that's very powerful, because when we can connect to ourselves, then what we're going to say is going to come out totally different. There's going to be more of a confidence. We're going to stand in our power. I really like that.
Exactly. But it's so hard for most people. It's so hard for them to do it. Yeah. And it's getting easier. I think it's easier for some of the younger people to do it. But sometimes you get a 2.5 person who has no connection. They want a voice, but they don't have a connection to who they are. And it's very, very scary. Very, very scary. I've had many people that I've worked with, they feel it for 1 second, it comes through them, and then I never see them again. Right? That hasn't happened in a long time, but it did happen a lot when I was first teaching, because it was too scary to really own, really say and really own who they were. It's getting better, the indigos, the crystal children. I mean, they're just amazing. And the males especially, they have a balance between their male and their female. And consequently, there is a blossoming, a blooming in them that is extraordinary. And they're looking to the women. They're looking to the women for answers. They know that the female power, Diana, what Diana was bringing in, the female power, yes, now it's time to be on board with that. And the women are much easier with their male now. They're not like big shoulders and big, trying to show how strong they are. They don't need to do it anymore. I know. It's amazing. Oh my God. It's so many steps we have to have gone through. But your voice is exalted in.
When you were talking earlier, Sorry, there's a little bit of delay. I don't know if it could be my internet. But when you were talking earlier about women's voices and seeking them, go find the women who are there sharing their voice. Princess Diana came up for me in my mind when you said that.
I know her teacher. And he was working with her, not just on her voice, but on herself. He's a spiritual teacher and voice teacher in Stuart Pearce in London. And it revolutionized everything. It brought her into her power, brought her into a voice that she didn't have a powerful voice, but she was able to get up and speak. She was able to stand in front of many people and then be filmed to talk about her marriage and talk about who she was. That took just immense amount of power to stand up to the firm, as I think they're called, right? It was incredible. It's just incredible. So we all can do it. We just have to do it. We have to take that charge and find that portal in ourselves. That portal it's magic. It's magic.
Right.
I had an unusual sound, but I still studied. I worked with my diction for years, and I worked with singing teachers, and I worked basically with singing teachers, because there were too many people like me that I worked with in terms of the speaking voice. There weren't too many of us. There's a lot more now. Right. I was working with all sorts of people, and body work, as I just said. Whoops. The book. Thank you.
Your book, yeah. I want to share this. I'm going to play the video clip here. And we only have about 5 minutes left, so I want to make sure we have time for this. Maybe let's play it first, and then you can share kind of where the book came from and the inspiration.
Thank you.
Yeah, if anyone watching in the comments can tell me if you can hear the sound.
No, I can't.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
So there are maps for each chapter, and
Okay, let me stop it.
Maybe you can try again.
Yeah, I don't know how to get this is StreamYard. I don't know how to share the sound. I'm gonna pop in, I'll pop the link for this into the chat so that people can be directed to the website. Maybe just share with us what was the inspiration behind the book.
They will. And if you can just move it over, I think they can see some of the animation, even though they can't hear. I voiced it. All of my drawings are animated, and there's some of them. This one, for instance, you see, this is letting go, and she just loses all. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
What happened was, my dearest friend is in Israel, and she dreamt I dreamt to publish a book. It was a big book. And she is a white witch like us. And I had to take her up on it. So I began to just put a lot of ideas and drawings down in a big art book. And I then and it was a mess. And then I did not know actually what to do with it. But one of my students, who is a playwright as well, he started to help me to find the chapter heads, which I called attractions. So there are 8 attractions. Okay. And I was able to start to formulate it. And I knew I wanted to be interactive in some way. But then somebody else came along and did a minute video of me with the book, and he began to animate my drawings. And I thought, oh my God, that's perfect. Let's put that in. And so it was like that. It was like gathering. And I wanted to be able to put in all films and all movies and all, Beethoven and full concerts. And the technical people said, we can't do that yet. That's like 10 years ahead of what we can do. But I then was having that talk with somebody, I remember it very clearly here in my apartment. And it was like, well, I can at least put in videos. Well, at least I can animate, and at least I can voice. And that just kept on moving. I had done a lot of work with a particular studio for voiceovers, and they began to work with me to put together the entire book. So I had to have somebody at the back of the book putting everything together, the voice and the animation and the movement of the book. I had a project manager who is Kelly Caldwell. Stephen Brown did the back of the book. He put everything together. Lotus Productions were doing the editing. We're recording my voice and doing the editing. I mean, it was like a huge project. Right. It took 10 years.
Wow.
10 years between. Also, I had to have editors for the writing that I was doing. Susan Lander was my editor, and she's a Hay House author and a friend. So all of these people had to come together. And then I went into debt, Such a big project. But it was amazing. It was an amazing time. And I had people ask me to put together yet another platform to teach other people how to do this for their work. Right. I haven't done that yet. So it's been a long journey. And the book itself is only on the computer. It's not an app yet. You cannot work with it on your phone. It's only on the computer. Okay. And it's there's a minute, as Chris was trying to show us, there's a minute on breakingintobrilliance.com. You can see the page that she had put up, that Chris has just put up.
Yeah, I put it into the chat, and I just want to say, like, for our audience, how cool. This is the first time I've ever seen a moving book. So thanks, Lynn. This is breaking technology here.
Yes. Well, the children's books do animate, and they are animating Harry Potter now. So maybe it will catch up with it, Maybe they will catch up with me, and I will catch up with them, and this will become, because I think it's going to be the kind of norm for books at some point. We're not, though I love books. I've got a degree in literature. I lived with a poet. I love books, but this is so much more.
Right.
That's so much more happening, and there's a book within the book where you can write in. So
that's neat.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Honestly, we've known each other a short week, but it's been very exciting to get to know you and what you're up to and all of the different legs that you have and how you help others. So thank you. Your work is absolutely fabulous, helping people find their voice and exalt it. I think that's fabulous. Yeah.
And find their creativity with the book. And I just feel you as a sister already, I do. Okay.
Thank you. You have a great day. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, take care. Bye. Right on. So I put the link in the chat there if you want to check out her moving book. You can do that. Next up, we have, I want to say a firecracker. I don't know if she resonates with that. I'm going to bring up Tziporah. She is an intimacy coach. Hello, hello.
Hello. Good
How are
morning.
you?
It's morning here. I'm not sure what time it is where you're at.
We're at 12:33,
All
so
right.
afternoon here.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Tziporah and I are in a business mastermind together, and we were on a call and we were DMing, like, let's connect. We could just feel the energy. And so we've had a couple of great conversations, and I'm just really excited that you're here. You're here for an hour. Just to share with us really about having intimacy with ourselves and connecting to source. So I'm really excited. Do you want to share what it is you do and a little bit about your story and how you got to where you are today?
Absolutely. Well, first, it's really good to be
Cool.
here. It's funny. I never do calls this early. And I'm just like, woo, it's a great way to kick off this Friday. So thank you for the invitation. So I'm a somatic intimacy and relationship educator, as well as a breathwork therapist. And what I do is I help people to feel safe, seen, and confident so they can experience comfort with emotional connectivity, as well as intimacy and communication, so they can go out into the world and create those thriving relationships, both personally as well as professionally, because we know one, it's everything's linked and one impacts the other.
Yeah.
So my journey began. Okay, so I'm going to go back into the 90s. That's as far as I'm going to go back for our conversation today. Sometimes I go all the way back to childhood, but I'll say in the 90s, I was a competitive bodybuilder for 5 years. I ran a very successful nutrition business, and I had so much drive. Like, talk about the firecracker. Like, it was just so much potency and drive. But back then I was really focused on, developing a relationship with my body, like the physicality. And time went by that my body started getting really tired. I'd wake up feeling exhausted. It was like I've never slept. I was getting brain fog. And for those of you who know, if you've ever done competitive sports, I was getting weighed in every week. And my body stopped. Like, my body stopped dropping body fat. And I was preparing for a competition. And so I think some of the conversation we're going to get into today is the deep listening to what goes on inside this.
Cool.
But I wasn't skilled in that arena yet. But what I did have is to push. I was going to make it happen. And I'm sure that's very familiar to a lot of us, is like, no matter what, I was going to do it and nothing was going to stop me. So I woke up one day and I could barely walk because I pushed beyond what my body was wanting. And I put on 30 pounds in 2 days.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was everything that I thought was life, right? My dreams, my focus, everything seemed instantaneously to be taken. And I was depressed for about a month. And I didn't know how to go back to work because my body was my business card, being in that fitness industry. But something, like, I was sitting one day at home and something came through me, right? And it was just like, no one was going to change us. Like, I had a choice. And the despair, I'm just like, I have a choice. I could stay here or I can figure something out. Because what was the bigger picture? What did I really want to do with my life? And so I did, and I started going to bookstores and just sitting there and watching intuitively what was going to pop out at me. And that eventually led to me selling everything I owned. And I moved to Switzerland, moved to the Swiss Alps and sold everything I owned, left my cat at the time on my mom's doorstep, and moved to the International School of Shiatsu and Cranial Sacral. And that school hosted different teachers every week, different students from around the world every week, from different spiritual practices, bodywork, Eastern medicine. And that I became a sponge.
Cool.
But I want to close on this because for sharing my journey, because I was forced to feel more than I've ever felt in my entire lifetime: physical pain and emotional pain. And I know you've been talking a lot about the emotions and feelings in the group.
Mhm.
So that was the aha, that I would rather feel everything than nothing, because it was up until that point that I recognized I was living numb. I was
Right.
disconnected from my center. I didn't know who I was anymore. So I had no boundaries. I didn't know my values. Like, it was just, things were really messy. And so that almost kind of was recalibrating me. It put me back into center to feel. And we have to feel pain in order to feel pleasure.
Mhm.
And that was the kickoff to a door opening to the next phase of my work as a person who creates safe space. You know, it was just like, developing a relationship, developing more connection with my sexuality. I became celibate for 7 years, and fine tuning the work around human relating and discontinuing my studies. And here I am today, authored 3 books, been on The Bachelor as a consultant. And but the most exciting thing for me is when I can sit in a space with somebody and they cry for the first time, because I know that means something's opening inside of them.
Right. Wow, that's so beautiful. I have goosebumps. Awesome. I didn't know about the story of, your time in Switzerland and having teachers come from all different walks. That is so beautiful, because it's not just one way, right? You're able to hear from many different ones. That's awesome.
Yeah. And it's important, right? I find, one leads to the other, and I think sometimes I forget what I studied. And I'm like, oh my God, I studied cranial sacral. I studied shiatsu. And it's like fascinating how that can be implemented even unknowingly, because it's in my body as a memory when I do somatic work with people. It's like,
Right.
that's where that skill comes in. That's where that knowledge of the body, of the felt sense that we're developing.
Right. What are those 2 modalities, if you could explain that a little bit more?
So basically, I'm not a licensed practitioner, so it's not my qualification. So I won't go into full explanation. I don't feel that's my expertise. But shiatsu and cranial sacral are a form of body work. Cranial sacral is very gentle, where literally you apply certain holds on part of the system. Usually around this, you have the sacrum, the cranium, right? And around the tailbone, and then at the feet. And all you're doing as a practitioner is you're listening, because our body is a fluid system.
Right.
And so literally by the specific holds and presence, the nervous system and the fluid system, the body finds its way and can settle back into space. I mean, my cranium, I've had the best of the best work on me, and my whole cranium would shift and flip.
Wow.
And I could feel it moving. And it's very gentle, but it's probably the deepest form of body work you could receive. And shiatsu is also, it's using pressure points from top to bottom, front to back on the body that are connected to certain channels on the body. Acupuncture.
Right.
So certain meridians. Chinese, right, have their own system. Shiatsu has their own system. And you work on that, right? So it's harmonizing the energy of the body so the body can naturally, right, come back online and in sync.
Right. That's really important. I think that a lot of people, we've been in fight or flight for so many years, and our immune system's just like, please, let me breathe, right? Let me calm down.
I think that's the big piece, what you just said with the nervous system, because I just don't think we think of that as in society. I think we are so trained to rush and to push and to strive, right? Goals, like reach your goal. Yet the nervous system, as it lives in that fight, flight, or freeze mode, it impacts our actions, our thoughts. It's funny, I link it to intimacy, and I tell people that if you're living with a frazzled nervous system, if you're in a fight, flight, or freeze response, that is the number one piece that's going to disconnect you from feeling intimacy. Intimacy doesn't start by learning how to, like a skill, like a hand mechanical skill. Because think about it, if we're stressed, if we're in that protect mode, if the nervous system is agitated, that means we're hard, we're dense, we have a shell. And so you're going to feel less. And intimacy is about feeling something. And so I feel that's why people are grasping at things. That's why people are trying to fill a void, because of that lack of connection to self. And we might, right, I know you talk about this, we talk about connection to self, but what does that really mean? I always like to bring it back to physiology and simplify it, because it's your nervous system. If you cannot regulate your nervous system, you're not going to have the ability to feel.
Right. And how, like, so let's say you've got someone, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and, I feel that they just they stripped us of, our self-worth and feeling safe, because if you don't follow in their guidelines, then you are shunned from your family, the very people who are meant and supposed to look after you. And so even just coming up and growing up in that environment, and I have family that are still in it, we're that side of the family and they're that side, so there's still that separation, but we don't have the freedom to be ourselves and who we are, because you always have to be on your best behavior, this prim and proper. And so, breaking that and coming out of, I think honestly, I've lived my whole life in freeze in freeze mode. And it explains a lot more now, now that I'm learning and growing and really being able to release what some of that is. I would say, part of what I've been learning in my own journey is I started meditating in October, and I'm starting to feel safe in my body. I'm actually starting to feel when that tension and stuff is coming up. I guess blew over it before. I didn't even know I didn't feel safe in my body. And, just even that simple observation, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of feeling that I never felt, just because there was just so much junk, or I was just in so much freeze, and not being able to feel that, where do you start with someone?
Oh, yeah. I love that you brought in those personal facts in your story, because it is the world. I can say, I'm pretty privileged today. I've gone through my stuff and I still do, but where do we start when it's that difficult, when it's almost foreign to you, when it's foreign to us?
Yeah.
I honestly would say is practice being still for a minute a day. I would break it down to that small of a step. You mentioned meditation and then starting to feel. The same thing happened to me. And so when you're still, it might feel scary. So when I'm sharing today, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's not going to be scary. However, what would you rather have? So I use a leveraging process when I first start working with people, because it gets people into a felt sense of what doesn't feel good and then what feels good. And then it kind of helps them bypass that fear response. So, but just 1 minute, sit and don't do anything. That might be really weird for some people, but just sit and pay attention to your physiology. Like, oh, notice, is there a tingle? Am I cold in my fingers? Like right now, if I dial it in, my fingertips are cold, but I'm hot in my belly. Right. So it's like, pay attention to what's happening physiology, because that's going to take you away from the fearful emotions. Just bring it into the body, and then pay attention to your breath. So don't try to avoid anything. Be there in 1 minute, just 1 minute. I wouldn't even push beyond that until you've done 1 minute.
Right. I'm going to continue with that thought too, because I started meditating in October, like really knowing how to meditate. And two parts of the story is I was just observing. I've learned how to take a step outside of myself to observe what's going on and what I'm feeling and such, to be able to respond instead of react. And I would get really angry at myself, because Virginia's like, just meditate, like just sit and close your eyes. And I would sit there or lay there, confession, I would just lay down, like my body just wants to rest, and laying down just feels better for now. And I would get angry because I would think, okay, am I doing it right? And I know, like, however you meditate, like, not to necessarily put so much pressure on, but there's definitely a lot of criticism and judgment that was part of that. And I felt it made me feel angry. I was like, I want to go back to the guided meditations because I'm not ready to sit with myself and to get down into that space. I don't know how, but it was interesting. I felt like I was having this temper tantrum with myself inside. And now that I understand, more learning, is my nervous system was just so shot, and I didn't feel safe, even in the world. And even a month ago, the holistic psychologist, she's helped me a lot through just learning boundaries and how to stand up for yourself. And she was saying, just put your hand on your heart and on your belly and say, I am safe. Because I started to notice, more of what was happening in my body, but I hold my breath. I'll be doing something that I really, I'm enjoying, and there's no threat. I'm not reading something that's, triggering me or anything. It could be something I'm really enjoying, and I'm finding that I'm holding my breath. And I know that that's a trauma response. That's fear, from that anxiety, and most likely from my body remembering childhood and such. And so it's very interesting. So I just want to say to anyone who's listening, start with that minute and just be okay and love yourself for giving yourself that minute. Whatever the experience is just cool. Just observe what's happening. Our emotions, what we're observing, that's your medicine to know what the next step is and what next to heal. And that alone it's a very simple thing. So thank you. I'm going to try the minute. I'll listen to guided meditations more because I feel like there's some safety there and someone's guiding me and leading me of what to think and what to do next. I'm working on, getting into a meditation where I'm just able to listen, but it's also being okay. This is where I'm at in my practice, and I'm going to try that minute alone with no. Do you listen to music? Do you just sit there? When do you do that?
Yeah. So I'm going to keep talking, but I'm going to bear with me. I need to shut this curtain behind me because the lighting's really bothering me.
Okay. Go for it.
In my authentic moment. Just like,
beautiful space.
Thank you.
It's very calming.
That's better. So much better. So here's the thing. You've shared so much, and I just you don't have to empty your mind. So I want to start by saying that, and I'll share more of what I do. But I start with that because we think that, we're supposed to meditate and empty our mind. And I don't know how often I've had clients say that to me. I'm like, I'm not asking you to empty your mind. Yeah. What you start with is observing it all. Meaning you're observing the thoughts. You're observing the pains. You're observing the emotion. And you bring yourself back more and more to that physiology. So you'll hear me talk about that a lot. So my particular processes that I use is there's 5 aspects to self, 5 pillars. And you have chi and energy. You have physiology. So think of it as a staircase. And then you have emotional. And then you have behavioral. And then you have relational. So they are each interwoven. They're linked. And one is impacting the other. Right. So when we go into the somatic work and we're, talking about meditation, is you sit. This is what I do. I sit and I start to take my conscious awareness, just my awareness, and start to track from the top of my head in order down to my toes. And all I'm doing is moving my awareness through my body, noticing what I notice. It might be, I notice the texture of my blouse on my skin. It might be, I notice that side is tighter than the other side. You're not getting hung up. You're not analyzing what the sensations are, but all you're doing is developing that strength, that muscle to be able to identify those physiological sensations. Couple of reasons, because you'll bounce back and forth from thought to those sensations.
Okay.
And then the longer and longer you do it, eventually you'll find empty space. And I've sat for 9 hours a day, 10 days a week in silent retreat. So I can tell you, you will find silent space. And it's not easy. I'm pretty extreme when it comes to it, but I know when I've sat some of my hour sits, I'm just like, the pain, like just the physical pain alone. But the longer that I've been able to just sit, I'm not utilizing any form of breath. I'm just paying attention to the physiological responses, tracking for an hour, top to bottom. Eventually, space just happens, and you might notice, oh my God, for 1 second, I didn't have a thought. Right? It's amazing, and it's so calming for the nervous system and centering. But again, start with 1 minute, but don't do anything fancy. And then there's different techniques. You might not listen to me. You might go, oh, I'm going to do this process of controlled breath work, and great. Whatever gets you still and feeling, be mindful of what you're using to distract yourself. Because even our mindfulness practices can be used to distract ourselves from feeling.
Right. That's huge. Can you elaborate more on that? Because I think even for people who've had any kind of trauma, and I feel that, we've all had something where we didn't feel a need was met as a kid, regardless of what it is, then we end up, there's, the dissociation and distracting.
Yeah. So I'm going to use an example, personal examples. I'm an extremely disciplined person. Wherever that was created from, it could be two sides of the coin. It could just be my worst enemy or my best, my best buddy there. So that means I could get really rigid in my mindfulness, in my practices, very disciplined. So for me, when I start to notice I'm kind of like, I have to do something, like, oh my God, if I don't meditate and I'm going to lose it, or whatever, like I have to, that's my sign for me that I'm kind of manipulating and forcing it and using it to distract versus, oh, why don't I just sit still in my lawn chair? And, so it's less organized, less regulated. And I'm just sitting there because that's where my processes have bypassed like me just feeling. Because I could sit for an hour, heck, I was a competitive bodybuilder, it's like, I know I have that drive and it's like, no, but what's going to benefit me more? Oh, just sitting and relaxing for a minute. Right. So that's my edge. It's like where I control and where I can just like surrender. And so those are signs to watch for. And your body will tell you.
Right.
I'm such a body person because what happens to me is I feel like I'm 10 steps ahead of my body. That's literally what it feels like.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm just ahead of everything. Right. I'm not feeling, I'm ahead of the nervous system. I'm in front. And you might notice constriction in your body. You'll notice definitely you're holding your breath. Often the energy comes out towards the chest and the throat when we're in that type of response. And so at that moment, you use those cues and then anything, because then your goal is, if you have a goal or intention, is to bring this back down. Bring it back down to your inner earth, I call it, back down to the belly, back down to your root. And from that place, okay, now I can, implement my practices, but it's coming from your center, right? Your grounded center versus the, I got to do it. Because that's the old patterns.
Right. And so what you're saying there, is that along the lines of when people say, get above your thoughts or before your thoughts? Because we are not our thoughts. And often what happens in our body is just based on old stuff, that it's just our brain's remembering how we coped with something, usually as a child. And so that's the program that keeps running unless we consciously change that, because we're only conscious, or our conscious mind is 5% of the day, and 95% of that is our programs. That's what allows our heart to keep beating. But also, that's where the judgment and the inner critic and, maybe having that temper tantrum to sit for 5 minutes and just relax. And so is that what you mean there by being able to be ahead of the immune system in your body?
Not what I was talking about, but I get what you're speaking. So what I was speaking, I was actually, or maybe I was, and I never heard it in the terminology you're sharing it. So I'm work more with the body versus the thoughts. And so for me, it is a physiological response.
Okay.
Right. So it literally feels like I'm moving too fast for my body and nervous system. And most people I work with feel this. It's an anxiety that builds in the body. And it's definitely triggered by my own habits, like old ideas that don't work for me anymore. I have to get this done or life's going to fall apart.
Right.
I have to be the martyr,
Right,
and things like
right.
that, because those are stories that I've carried, like, gotta save the world.
Right.
And so, right. So think about what's coming to me. Yeah, you think about like a boat or just like an automobile, and it's just warming up in the morning, but you're like out in front of it trying to tow it. Like, that's what came to me. That's such a great analogy. So that's literally what it would feel like. It's like your system saying slow, and it's just getting warmed up in the morning, and you're just like, I know we're dragging. We got to do this. I once worked personally. I had a session with a Qigong master, and it was the best session of my life. And it's body work. It was body work on a table, and together I became so heavy and so calm. Like, I've never felt like that. And he whispered in my ear, he's like, this is as fast as you move in your life. Wow. Because he's like, this is your center. And I think we, again, going back to conditioning and thoughts, we're like, oh my God, we can't get anything done if we're that slow. But what I know, even still in my own habits, when I'm in that place, anything is possible. Like, I know that because I've been there. When I'm there, anything is possible, and it's less doing. And while I'm still in action, I'm not just sitting on the couch doing nothing. There's flow, right. There's ease. And I'm like, oh yeah, like there's no thoughts. Things just happen. I know you know about this. Like, things just come. It's like that. Your intuition just guides you.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Do a lot of your people that come to you, or those that you're helping with body work, is there, something that they have, maybe a trauma, or not feel connected to their first, second, and third chakra? I find a lot of people don't trust themselves, or they don't trust source, spirit, creator, and there's been some kind of a disconnect in one of those three chakra areas.
Yes. So in the somatic therapy that I do, which is a combination of talk, body, breathwork therapy.
Is that what somatic means? I just want to share for.
Yes, I'm sorry. I use that word.
Okay.
I use that word way too much. Yeah, people. What does that mean?
I had to look it up the other day because I've been hearing it all of a sudden, and so.
Okay, so yeah, let me share a little bit on that. So when you go to talk therapy, right, we work with how your mind is reacting to the world.
Okay.
Right. When we work with somatic therapy, we're working with how your body is reacting to the world. So, right, there's a lot of scientific study that the trauma is held in the body, not the mind. And so to fully integrate those old emotional habits and patterns and traumas that we speak about, is we have to work with the body. And so that's what somatic is. Somatic is we're developing a felt sense. And what a felt sense is you're just starting to learn how your body communicates. And you're learning what those sensations in your body, those feelings are representing. So we go to physiology because on top of that are emotional responses and suppressions.
Right.
And so it's a full layer. And I'd love today we can talk more about the breath work, because I think that would be potent. But yeah, that's in a nutshell. That's kind of what we're doing. We're dealing with how the body reacts to the world around you. And then you mentioned the lower chakras. And so yes, that's often, most of my clients are high achieving type A. I hate to label, but they're definitely the drive. They got so much happening here. And what's happened is their fear response, whenever that happened in their life, energetically, you can't see me, I'm like, got my hands on my belly, but energetically and physically, everything pulled up from the root, the belly, up to the solar plexus, and constricted and locked. Okay. And so that shows up in their actions and their emotions and their choices and in their breath patterns. And so what's happened, imagine if that's constricted, because the belly would be connection to you. That's what it represents in my work. It's the connection to who you are. It's your true north. It's your voice. It's feminine. Up here, right, we have the masculine, we have the thought processes. But when that's disconnected, via the solar plexus. Now what's happening, it's not that the masculine is unhealthy, but we know that they have to come together in the middle. But now most of my clients, it's not coming together in the middle. So their actions are being run by drive and a manic mind.
Right.
And so they often lack trust. They extremely fear vulnerability. They're pulled in multiple directions and ungrounded, don't know how to set boundaries, but they know how to enforce, because there's a difference.
Right.
There's a difference to knowing what your values are and your boundaries are and how to set them versus enforcing them. Completely different. So they're more in enforcing state and they don't feel. And so that's why people come to me.
Speaking my life.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think this is for anyone who's come from difficult situations where there was, I don't like to use the word narcissistic behaviors, but like very controlling.
Yeah. Right. Because those patterns, for whatever reason, if there's a controlling environment around us, that place of knowing who you are will slowly dissipate. And that's, I'm talking from the lower belly, because that's your lower belly region. The left side that I work with is often the ability to say no. Right. So that's a big point. It's like, it's not safe to say no, or the voice was never heard when they did say no. And so we want to start to do the work that's going to open up more, not just the energy centers, but just open up more the breath. Start to have dialogue about those stories and those old ideas and those beliefs, because I don't believe we need to get rid of anything, because I think that holds us in that place of judging, and those old aspects of ourself, aspects of the emotions, already are scared. They're scared shitless. And so, right, they're freaking out because we haven't been able to be present with them, because we've been locked in our fear. So that first step is all about safely, slowly opening up so you can sit on the couch next to that aspect, next to that emotion, and start to have a dialogue with it, because it has information for you. My clients, that's what we do. It has information for them.
Right.
And then we start to they get to build an allyship with those emotions, which is fascinating. And yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Did you want to talk about breath work more?
Sure. Yeah. So, sorry, my dog is at my feet like, Mom, pay attention to me. Yeah. So, oh yes. Hi, Petey. So I talked about the belly, like physiology, energetically, when we go into that fight, flight, or freeze response, everything pulls up into our center and locks.
Okay.
Physically, it locks up. And what you might notice is tightness in your solar plexus. You might notice tightness in your chest and the inability to breathe in your belly. What that also does is it locks your breath in place. So if we're a four-legged animal like my dog or other wild animals out in the world, they'll experience something that might be harmful, and they'll do their protect, but then they let go. Well, because we're so creative with our minds as humans and we judge things,
right.
It's that judgment that actually holds our nervous system and our body in lock. Because now it's bad. Now we're scared of it. Now we don't want it to happen again. And we have all these stories around it. And so think about that happening your whole lifetime. And now you have a breath pattern. So we each have a conditioned breath pattern. So when you're born, if you're born a healthy, somewhat healthy birth, your breath's just naturally flowing in and out. You're not controlling your breath. It's usually connected. There's a rhythm to it. We don't have that as adults anymore.
Right.
So when I work with people, one of the tools I use is analyzing their breath pattern, because your breath pattern is pretty much going to tell me everything about you. And it will tell you everything about you when we start to work, because I love to educate people. I don't consider myself a coach. I consider myself an educator. And I want people to learn what their breath pattern is telling them, because now they're going to start to understand, why are they doing what they're doing? And now they're going to have more empowerment to change their breath pattern. And so think of a garden, okay? Your belly is the soil.
Okay.
And you haven't tilled it for a really long time. And that's the constricted breath pattern, right? So it's cracked, it's hard, it has no nutrients in it. And then we start to study, like we want to learn, we want to study. So we start to study from here, right? Things come in, we open books, we go to courses, we go to workshops. But where does it go if your soil hasn't been tilled? Because you're contracted at your solar plexus and you have no place to plant those seeds. These are seeds. And so that's when those are two different learning styles.
Great analogy.
Because that's when we can learn from the head, and then a month later, life is going to be really hard again. Or we can start to till that soil. So the breath is a till. We're starting to till the soil. The rocks, like the boulders, the rocks that are locked in there are the emotions. And now every time we start to open the breath where it hasn't been, the soil gets looser, open, those rocks start to move. Things, we call it integrate. Things start to integrate. It's a very gentle process. And eventually, like, our intention is to open up your breath pattern back to its most effective and efficient state, which is going to be as close as possible to what you were when you were a newborn child. Because that's where there's openness. That to me is where intimacy can be felt and come in. And it's a journey. It is a process. And the breath work itself works on the physical level. It works on the mental, emotional level, and it works on the spiritual level, because we're here also talking about our relationship to source, the intimacy with source. Right. And so many analogies. So when we hold our breath our whole life, because of the trauma. So think of you're born pretty thin, right? We're not as dense. We're connected. We feel connected. Our breath is open. And then, what's a good analogy? So then a veil goes over a light. Trauma, or whatever, something upsetting happens. And then another veil goes over, and then another veil goes over. Well, what happens to the light?
Gets covered.
Yes, but it doesn't go away, right? It gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and covered. Yep. And so that connection we know is always there, but because things have gotten thicker and thicker and thicker in our mental and emotional body, which is central between the physical and the spiritual, is now we just don't feel it as much. We don't feel the connection. And that can be connection to source. It could be connection to your own higher self. It could be connection to your intuition. It could be just living with more presence and awareness. So that feels completely disconnected. So what we're doing in the work that I do with people is we're thinning that central layer. So they come back to living completely present and aware. And that's mean they're going to be more sensitive. And it also means they're going to be making completely different choices for their life.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. I really like that. And for anyone who's watching, if you have any issues in the stomach area, that's, sacral and solar plexus. I used to have a knot in my stomach area, and I would go to the doctor, and we did, the ultrasounds and all of that, and couldn't figure out what it was. And it wasn't until I started meditating that it started to go away and calming the nervous system. And I really feel that's why we get sick, is it's stuck energy. So if I had have just kept living life and keeping those emotions stuff down, that pain in my stomach would have turned into something, right? Where I would have needed another surgery or, whatever. And so I think it is really important. Whatever is going on in your body is your medicine. It's the guidance to tell you where you're stuck. There's certain organs or different areas of your body that they mean something, fear in the kidneys and such. So it's being able to learn what those are and release, I just love it, because there's a great way to heal yourself, right? Your body's going to tell you what it's needing next. And I think there's just such a great conversation for that, especially for anyone who has lived in fight, flight, or freeze, for a time in their adult life or from their whole life as children, coming through. I think this is a really important conversation.
Yeah. Something just came to me, and I want to share it with with people who like, oh, saying, you know, I don't want to be still. I don't feel safe being still. And I know you mentioned hand on the heart and the belly, but what just came to me is if you're like, I don't feel safe being still, find the quietest place you could, not the quietest place, find a place where you know you feel comfortable and safe. And then put your body in a position, if you're sitting, put your body in a position that you're either you have a pillow, it depends on your flexibility. You can put a big cushion on your lap and then hunch over, roll over until your torso is completely resting on that cushion. Almost like think of a turtle, a tortoise going into a shell.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you can do this in bed. You can do this on a seat. You can do it in any position. But the intention is your belly and head and chest are resting on a cushion where you can just hug it and actually drop into it. Because that's going to be practice of feeling support. And when we round forward and come and hunch down, it also feels safer to the nervous system. So I remember that 20 years ago, the first time I ever did breathwork therapy, my breath would only open when I was breathing on my belly. And so I had to do 3 breath therapies on my belly. And so just
like you laying on your belly?
Yeah. So when we do breathwork therapy, we use body positioning as well. And so depending on what's happening to the person's breath pattern, we can go through about 20 plus different breath patterns in one journey, in one session. So whatever's happened to them, I'm going to move their body according to what I'm analyzing is happening. So yes, for me, at the time, my facilitator rolled me. I was, we were doing it on the floor on a mat, and I lied completely on my belly, because you think of a baby, this open on your back is the most vulnerable place. And I was working with opening up my heart. It was my heart that felt protected. And so it was rolling me on my belly. So that's like, oh, I had that support underneath me and I wasn't as open and vulnerable. And then that was my step to like, oh, okay, I can open here. Cool. And so put yourself in that tortoise position, make sure you're supported, and just pay attention to the constriction of you holding yourself. Just watch it. And as you breathe, just like, oh, okay, I can drop 1% more into this pillow. Do that for a minute, because that's would be a powerful practice and another step.
Cool. Thank you. I see that we've got a couple of thank you comments. June says, thank you for this understanding of the disconnect. Correct. And I think that is such a great visual with the ground that needs to be tilled in the soil, because there is a block for whatever the reasons are. And I think that's so great. We learn so much. We have the knowledge in our brain, but it's actually the integration of that coming into our body. And that is a really good example, on being able to integrate that. And Nailima, I'm glad you're here. She says, amazing. Same thing, this fear of feeling sexy and feeling, okay and safe in your body, especially if, you come from any kind of a culture or any type of, can be abuse. It could be an ex-religion. It could be, where you live in the world, where you're not safe to be a woman, where put down, you're dehumanized. And, can you speak to that? Like, how does someone in that kind of a scenario, move into this work to feeling safe?
Yeah. I think about so often when like the new age, or when we're wanting to like the self-help, or even coaches out there, and we push that, or it's pushed at times, that positive thinking. Don't do that. I'm just gonna don't do that. And I'm speaking from that place that we're talking about, if like what you just said, if there was abuse, if there's trauma, if there's places that honestly you're just like, it wasn't safe. And because in the work that I do, we do use affirmative languaging as well when we're getting into the subconscious. And if I'm with somebody who their whole body during the process is showing like not safe, protected, like that's the patterns we're integrating. If I were to say to their subconscious, it's safe to breathe, You know, can you imagine their mind saying, "You got to be kidding, lady"? It's not, because
I was just holding my breath again.
yeah, because when we work with someone as facilitators, we're not working with the mind, we're working with those aspects, those old patterns. And so what I would do in that case, I would acknowledge that place. I'd be like, as they're going through the process, I would say, God, yeah, it hasn't always been safe. I acknowledge the place that, it wasn't safe to say no. I couldn't say no. And it's not solidifying whatever the negative, I don't look at negative and positive at all, but I'm saying that in terminology because some people in the work do. It's actually, we have to meet that part where it's at in order for any steps through the integration. Because if I were to keep saying it's safe, it's safe, it's safe, we're not going to move anywhere. That armor, that protection is going to stay there. So when you're working with yourself, to me, it's the same thing. It's like, find that stillness, find that tortoise position, rest in a way that your body can just feel its breath. And bring, you mentioned, bring the hand to the belly, bring the hand to the heart. And she was just like, oh, yeah, it wasn't safe. And I'm sorry. And so one of the processes that I use, if I'll quickly talk you through it and then people can apply it on their own, is aspecting. And so when you come into that stillness, if you're able to do that to any degree and start to bring your awareness into sensation in your body, and you might find something, say, for example, you notice really tight gripping on your heart, just as an example.
Okay.
Take your hand and bring it, not just loosely. What you're doing, you're going to meet the pressure on your chest. So the degree that it's tight, that's the degree you're going to press on it. Literally with the open palm, because you're intending a lot of energy there, but you're like, that's also safe. Like when that goes on my chest, like, oh God, yeah, I'm held, right? And so you're going to connect to that place of tightness wherever it's in your body, intention to the palm of your hand, eyes closed, and just then you're going to keep breathing into it. And you're just going to ask, like, what do you need? I'm here. You're just going to have a conversation that gets someone you know. I'm here for you. You don't have to hold this by yourself anymore. What do you need? And it's going to tell you. It's going to be like, oh, like I needed you to set stronger boundaries, or I need you to just be slow down with me. But the pressure itself is actually speaking to it. So it's speaking to that where it's lodged in the nervous system, in the body. And then the inner dialogue is now having a conversation, and it's acknowledging the emotional part. And now, because you're just being present with it and you're no longer running away from it, you're listening. Right. It's going to start giving you information. It's going to tell you what it needed. You might I go into rituals with people. I call them rituals, but where they go into this whole, like, I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you. Like they're talking to these places inside of themselves. And this is part of developing that relationship with these old aspects, because now it's going to start to loosen. So, my clients notice, like, physiologically things start to shift and soften, right? And then those emotions come, but then it has less control of them. And now they're just more with it. So that's a great process if I'm working on Zoom with someone, because if I'm with them, I do it. But when I'm working on Zoom with people, this is what they do. Right. This is what we do. And it's called aspecting. Okay.
That's really powerful. And I think, it is talking to that, whether it's inner child or the old aspects of us, of what was needed at that time. And I think that's really good. The hand too, like there is so much energy that comes through there, and that holding is, it does feel safe when you do that.
Yeah. Cause you think those parts of you, especially, I think of how often our shoulders are held up. That's a pattern. Like you're carrying the weight yourself, but your hand, because my hand's not there or someone else's hand's not there, your hand is representing like, oh, I'm in partnership with you. I'm going to carry this with you. You don't have to carry it alone anymore. And that's huge, because that disconnection from the lower chakras and those energy centers, that's part of the pattern, is you're up here carrying it yourself. But if you realize, like, you do have support, like someone else is you, even if the support is you being present, that is going to start to open up that energy as well into the lower centers.
Right. And I think just as you were saying that, I was reminded of a meditation that I was doing and calling out to your spirit team, source, creator, your guides, and even imagining, the masculine, divine masculine on your right side and the divine feminine on your left side, but with their hand on your shoulder, kind of like, I'm here, I got you. And the divine mother wrapping her arms like from behind, a hug almost, right? Just imagine her wrapping her arms around you from the back, and now you feel supported, right? And it's just, you're going to hear different things and you're going to feel different things instead of being this alone and not safe and not grounded, and all of that. There are things you can do even if you are alone to feel that you are supported and you are loved. And I think that is, just really important, especially if no one's heard those kinds of words before, that you can do that. You are not alone. We have such a spirit team, and even with God and source, creator, whatever your comfort word is, that it's just a lot of times asking. We haven't learned that it was safe to ask for help. And even just asking, like, this is what I'm feeling, or this is what I'm going through. Like, hey, can you help me out? Right? Hey, source, or, hey, spirit, can you send someone to help me? And you're going to have answers, whether it comes from within your intuition or, a beautiful human is going to come along who is exactly who you're looking for.
Yes. Yeah. I love that. Tap into source. And find your place for source. I know trees are mine, and so when I go and sit at the root of a tree, my whole being just opens, and I just feel that source connection, and so that's my place. And so find your unique place.
Right.
It's a different.
Even just touching a tree, right? The trees do speak to us. I mean, they're connected. Their roots talk to each other, but they also talk to us. And trees keep coming up for me. Even just research the tree of life, and you'll be blessed just looking that up. For sure. But I always think of Avatar. The special part of Avatar when they're in the jungle, and just imagine you can close your eyes and go into that space if you create some kind of a visual safe place that is so yummy and delicious, because you're also going to feel supported. And by going there in your mind and your imagination, it's your gateway as well. It's a portal for you for healing. And when you can go to that place that feels like a Disney movie or Avatar or somewhere that feels so good, and you're going to feel that support, your immune system will start to calm down. And as that starts to calm, your intuition is going to drop in more. You're going to hear from source. You're going to get messages or downloads, and some call that a spiritual awakening. If you have any questions, reach out. But those are that's when those messages start to come, and they're so beautiful because they're your breadcrumbs. They're the next pieces that you need. We all have questions in our brains, right? And in our bodies. And so, that's just a great way to keep going and to get those next little tidbits for yourself.
Yeah. I love the breadcrumbs. Yes.
Yeah.
Breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
And there's
Awesome.
many traditions that use the trees. Like you can, if you're carrying like heavy burdens and that energy, the earth we recycle them, and the trees actually can take that from you. And so often visualizations I use are seeing like my roots grow down into the earth, and
Cool.
what no longer serves my body and my vessel in my life path, seeing it recycled back into the earth, and then breathing back up what's new, the new life, the new things that are going to serve my life path.
Right. And just feeling so supported. I know we only have a few more minutes. I want to ask you, I'm just curious with your knowledge of the body. So just a couple days ago, 2 days ago, I have it feels like a knot in my shoulder, like right where my shoulder reaches my body, and even in my bicep. There's like a pain there where it almost hurts to even it does hurt to lift my arm and to reach out. Is there anything that comes to mind as far as certain emotion to clear? Is it grief? That's what I wondered this morning.
Yeah. So the first thing that comes to me is I would invite you to do the aspecting process.
Okay.
Right? Because it's going to tell you information. Obviously,
Okay.
you know, you could have physically heard it, but also within. So I always like to link the physical, the spiritual, and the emotional. Is yes, is a physical hurt and a pain, and what does it need? Like rather than analyzing it, it's like, what does it need? And so that's what the aspecting is going to do. It's like, wow, if I go through that and I give it the support and I go through that process, happy to go through it with you now. We can go through that process. And it's like, okay, so what does it need? And often beneath what it needs, it's a bigger picture. You know, what's going on? It's like, might be something for a really long time you haven't been giving yourself. And it just went too far. Right? It's kind of reached its limit. And so that's how I like to just empower you to just access that. You know, it's the right side. So right side is obviously masculine. It's giving, it's outward, versus the left side is feminine and receiving and inward.
And that's good. I was doing that this morning. I was like, hey, what are you here for? I asked that of my body, you know, learning that this year, like, you're here for a reason. What are you here to tell me? And it was the masculine is where my brain went next is, you know, I'm an alpha female, but out of survival, you know, that was something just from business and all of that. And it's almost like the masculine saying, like, I've been punching too long. You know, I've been holding myself in that masculine energy of fighting and to just release. So, you know what, as you were talking, it's just, I'm going to give myself permission to release and not have to fight anymore, you know, and allow the feminine to step in, because that's what just, you know, we're all working on that. But that's what had come to mind. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right. Any last comments you'd like to share with everyone? That hour went really fast.
It did go really fast. It's like, oh my God, it's 10:30. Yeah, just know that, I don't know. I really believe, and this might be easier to say, but that wherever you are at in your life path is, you know, your system is calling you home. And know that feeling, even though it can feel so immensely scary, little baby steps into feeling more. It's okay. You know, on the other side of that, there's so much of you that's just asking to come in. So to be gentle with yourself and don't take on practices to force and to push and go at your own pace, but know that you have so much waiting for you that's in you that just wants to come out. Yeah. And I'd love to invite people, if I may, to my community. And so we have a growing community called Intimacy Hub on Facebook. And it is a place where we have these rich conversations. It is a place where we have guests. Christine's going to come on as my guest. And we have live trainings 3 times a week. But we also can ask the tough questions. We can have the tougher conversations in a quieter environment that's private, focused on that. So I look forward to seeing you over there if you feel it would support you and serve you. And otherwise, you can come on over and see me at my website. And grab a copy of my book. And revolutionizing.
What's your book called?
The book is Revolutionizing Intimacy, Navigating Connection in a Disconnected World. I do have a couple books, but that's my baby. And so, and just reach out. I'd love to hear from you, just to connect. And I'm just so grateful to be here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And for the community, and I shared earlier, we're building a village because I feel it takes a village to raise an entrepreneur as much as a child. And you'll see more of Tziporah. I've asked her if she'd be willing to teach a class on intimacy, just so that we can open up. You know, we're going into the age of Aquarius. So many people are shut down in their feminine because we were pushed down, or, you know, wait till your father gets home, you know, like all that kind of stuff. And so it's being able to learn how to communicate, how to open up in our feminine side, and being okay, and it being safe, and creating that balance of the feminine and masculine energy within us, and she's going to be a part of that, of our community, helping us to teach, any entrepreneurs. This is really important in fear. When you have fear and you've been raised in fear and, that fight or flight, now you have your own business and you're going out in the world and now you're going live and you got to do all these things and it doesn't feel safe because you don't feel safe. And so we're just going to, work together to create that safe place where entrepreneurs can come, or people who just want to heal. You don't have to have a business, where you can learn these kinds of things and, have that extra support, the hard conversations that we were never taught or never had that safe place to be and to ask those kinds of questions, So I'm super grateful. And another, divine connection for sure. And we're soul sisters. I mean, we're both rebels. We both love to travel. We both sold all our stuff and moved to other countries. There's so much that we have in common, and we like to have fun. That's what life's about. So thank you so much, Tziporah. And we're just looking forward to seeing you more in our community at the Healing Soul School.
I'm very excited for more. Thank you, Christine.
You too. All righty. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to switch up the banners. So next we're moving into a session with Diana Baltru, and I'm going to put up her banners. Give me a second here. I found her on Instagram, and it was just something in her post spoke to my heart, and that's really how Source is. Source says that one. When I'm in Clubhouse or on a Zoom call or, surfing the internet, mostly on Instagram where I hang out more now. And she was one of those, that one where Source said, reach out to her. Just a lot about her posts was really touching, and she's built a community where she's helping other women, the sisterhood queens, to come together, the Mystic Queen Circle. So I'm really excited that I found her. I see her backstage, I just don't see her camera on. There we go. All right, cool. Let me bring her up. Hello, how are you?
Hello, darling. Thank you very much. And I really love that you started mentioning the source and the energy, because it's exactly what we're going to speak about. And this is how it works, the connection. So thank you a lot for creating this beautiful space. And thank you for allowing me to be with you here together with other angels.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. I love, you're in Europe, I'm in Canada. Like, we're so lucky, guys, to have the technology and the time to be able to connect with other like-minded people, regardless of where they are in the world. And maybe, I didn't grow up learning all of this information. I just think it's so cool that there is community. So if you're out there and you're alone and you're wanting to connect, there's tons of people, even through today, that you can connect with, and just be more involved. And we're not alone. And that's a really cool part. So thank you, Diana, for being here. Share with us, what is the Mystic Queen Circle and where did that come from? And maybe share a little about your story.
Absolutely.
Cool.
It's always that interesting question, where does that come from? And sometimes we have this one explanation, but I think it's lots of different paths leading to one. For me personally, that came with near-death experience. I experienced then I was 24 years old. And it's true what they say, that during these times, you start questioning your existence.
Right.
If you are really doing what you really want to do in life. And I knew that that sickness was a gift for me to transmute, firstly, my pain into something more healing, not only for myself, but for other people, because we are all connected. And it started with nutritional basis, first of all. So it started with physical healing. And you know probably yourself how that goes. Then you start with one, you start to realize that everything is connected. So everything is connected. Then it reaches the mind, and it reaches the soul, and it's all together. And I have been thinking about creating Mystic Queen Circle for such a long time. So it has been around 7 years, to be honest with you. But then I felt everything aligning, what exactly I want to do, how exactly I want to read energies. I think, like many healers on our path, we often feel a little bit judged and suppressed, maybe with our surroundings. And it's usually us doing that to ourselves, not other people, sadly. And I felt that I was imagining the things. I felt that people will call me a little bit cuckoo with what I can see and what I can do. And I'm very honest with that. I think some people still do. And you know what? It's totally okay. We all have different paths. And that's how Mystic Queen Circle was born, to create this group where we can share those things. Because I know that some of us have really, really not bad experience with this, but hardness finding our own gang, how I call them. And they're always there. Sometimes we don't have it right away. Sometimes we uncover them through amazing social media channels like we did each other. But it's always possible. We just need to start. And I really don't think there is such a thing than people we say we are totally misunderstood. There is always something out there that is going to understand this. And that might be sometimes spirit guides. That might be humans. Who knows? And that might be nature. You just talked about this. There is such beautiful connection with groundedness. So I felt that there was a need to create this and to simplify spirituality, because I think sometimes we create this a little bit woo-woo terms, maybe we should say, but in the end, magic is reality, and reality is magic too. So sometimes we speak about really deep topics, and you, Christina, do that too. But sometimes we can also explain it in very simple language for people. And I think that's my goal. That's my mission right now on Earth.
I love it. And I think, you know, you and I are on such a similar page, because growing up in, you know, in a stricter religion, two of them, I was Jehovah's Witness growing up, and then third generation. And then I moved into marrying into a Baptist family, and I just basically changed one fear dogma for another, where if you don't do this, you're going to go to hell, or you're going to die, and you cannot, you know, be around energy or healings or really understanding how the body works, because we were put down that, you know, it was evil or could bring, you know, certain things that we didn't want into our existence, whatever. And it wasn't until this year when I just started to say, you know what is it that I want to believe? And I started to, you know, research and, you know, look into these things, that I'm just like you. I wanted to be able to show people that energy healing is so beautiful, and it's really just connecting. It's connecting to Mother Earth. It's connecting to trees. It's connecting to the sun and the moon. You know, it's not this thing that's so weird and woo-woo, or, you know, we're weirdos. I mean, I'm okay to say I'm a weirdo and I'm crazy.
We are. Yeah.
But you know, that it is okay, that there is this safe space, and a safe space to explore, right? Regardless of what your past has been. Get curious, you know, learn from different people, maybe something you've always wanted to, or what your heart is saying. And I, you know, when you had said you help people to make spirituality more simple, that is so needed, I think, and so important, because I've had many conversations with a lot of people who have been raised in a stricter religion, and they ask me, like, you know, what is channeling, and what is a guide, and what are oracle cards or tarot cards, and all of these questions that we were taught was taboo, you know, growing up. And they're not scary. And that's actually what this whole session is that you're on, is the Ask a Healer session. Was a download, a message that came from Source, to really show anyone who's listening to the live or the after party, I say, the replay, that, you know, these are really wonderful, beautiful healers in all different kind of, you know, using all different kind of modalities, like Tziporah before, you know, using more of the body, and then, you know, spiritual energy healers, mediums, psychics that are, you know, again, I was taught to fear them, but there's no fear, right? And being okay. And just, I would just say, anyone who's watching, get curious. If there's things that have been, you know, something you've always been wondering about, or, you know, just try it and see how it feels. And there's lots of safe people out there, you know, Diana being, you know, one of those, and it's just so neat to explore. So maybe if I can ask, you know, how do you take someone through, like, the beginning stages or simplifying spirituality?
Yes, absolutely. Well, first of the thing, what I tell people pretty much to simplify this even more, everything is energy, literally.
Right.
So that's
science. That's not even like wooey weird. That's just plain science.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I also love. That has been proven. That's how actually it is real. So we can talk woo-woo, but it is science for sure. So firstly, I tell that to people to see that this is not something out of the space. And what I do, I also tell people that we are all actually healers. We can all navigate these energies. So just because I consider myself as a healer, it doesn't matter that all of you loves can't do this. You actually can access that. We are all capable of tuning into this, but we might have a little bit different channels, yes, to do that. And that's totally okay. It's just about finding your own way. And I love to say that we are all intuitives, we are all psychics, but we are reawakening this process inside. So it is inside. So I kind of love to speak about this energy in this way. And then, of course, within that, there are lots of different healer modalities inside that, because then we understand the energy readings, or then we understand the healer. We think that the person does everything for ourselves and our problems are being solved. Yes. We all know how that ends. Yes.
Okay.
So it's actually a collaboration, also working together with people. So both channels need to be opened, both mine, both yours, then we are working together. So I kind of like to speak about these modalities in the end, simplifying the basis so that people don't freak out about these things, because
Right.
you really can't absorb anything bad or evil as we believe. I think that's the first myth about energy, that we are afraid to do this because we were taught that we might absorb some evil energies, but we can't if we are not open and if we are not saying yes to that. Absolutely no, loves. So just have that in mind, that I know there are some people who assume to be healers and they want people to pay or say if they don't, something will happen. That's not exactly healing. Taking money for healing is okay, but you can feel it, loves. You can feel the low and high frequencies. So I kind of start with these just things, explaining to people and asking them how it feels. Because I think we all know that deep inside that everything is energy, and we know how the low energy, how the high frequency feels. And I'm just working there with Mystic Queen Circle to help you to tune into that energy through my readings of people energies. So this is pretty much what I do, what we do in Mystic Queen Circle. And yes, we just, it's a double collaboration work. That's exactly
right. I want to speak to that, those energies just for a moment. So it's liken it to when, let's say, a friend calls up and they're like, hey, we're going away for the weekend. There's an extra spot for you. Can you come? And you have this excitement. You're like, oh yeah. And you pack and you get things done, and, you're out the door in an hour. Right. And you have this internal drive. Or I don't know, you wake up one day and you decide to clean out like your bedroom closet, and you just like take everything out and you put it all back in. There's that inner drive, that inner intuition to just go and to get that thing done, and it feels good, and it's moving you towards something that's exciting or that you want. We all know what that energy or that excitement feels like inside. And then the lower parts is, we could go as far as depression or sadness or, that self-criticism, something where that's a heavier feeling as well. And you just know that's not meant for you. Whether you're walking in a dark alley or you come to your car and you just check the back to make sure, that you just have this hunch, or you have, this thing that tells you don't go to that place or that party or that tea, whatever it is, or go this road instead of that. That's your intuition. That is you getting a message from, source, spirit, creator, your angels, your guides, whatever it is, that don't go that way. It's not safe for you. And it's the same kind of thing with any kind of an energy reading, whether it's a medium, a psychic, a healer. Is there something in there for you? But you are the one, if you're having the reading done, you get to decide what's for you and what part to keep and what part to take. And so be very aware in your body and how your body responds. If you feel this energy of like, for when I saw Diana's, her Instagram feed out, I had that excitement. I was like, oh, I want to get to know her more. I want to learn what she's all about. We connected in a DM, and that's not going to be possible with everyone, of course, but you have that feeling. Whereas other times, like, I've been getting these DMs of the, you know, elite Illuminati wanting to recruit me for enlightenment. And I'm like, dude, like, really, you know, and I just, in my body, I know that that's not someone to follow up with, you know, that there are people out there who are not, they're, you know, maybe they feel they're meaning well, but you'll know in your body what's meant for you and what's not, you know, to move forward with that. So I would just say, like, experiment, have fun, you know, listen to your body and move forward when you get that nudge, or, you know, yeah, you get that pull to do something. It's there for a reason. And I would say for those, you know, people who get better at listening into that and can open and, you know, follow that intuition or follow your heart, there's some really cool stuff that's going to come, you know, more of your breadcrumbs of what's next for you. Like the fact that we're even having this conversation, you know, a year ago, I would have been, for me, yeah, right. Because I was told, you know, to stay away from anything any energy healings or whatever. But I would have missed out on so many amazing experiences if I had to listen to what someone else said and not following my own intuition, saying, okay, let me get curious. Let me really find out what this is all about. Cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know how you want, we have, I guess about 25 more minutes. So is there anyone, do you want to do readings? Do you want to offer readings for anyone in the comments?
Absolutely. Okay? That would be really nice to do. We also discussed that it would, so let us know, darlings, if you want a reading. Now, the best, I'm just going to tell, there is no best or worst way to do this our way. But you know, this is the thing with universe itself and the spirit guides. The more precise you are and the more clarity you know, they know on what to focus. So basically what I do, I read your energy, and that either my spirit guides or your spirit guides come forward, or any kind of spirit entities. So we all know, if we say, oh, I would like to be rich, how should I achieve that? Well, you might get, you know, $2, and that's the universe telling you, here, you are a millionaire, you know. So we just need a precision. So if you can identify if you want love energy reading, if you want your own self-worth reading, that would be also very helpful.
Oh,
and
cool.
of course, we can still do the basic ones, but if there is something specific, just please mention loves.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for people in the chat, I know that there will be people watching who will want a reading. Can we do a self-worth one for myself? I've never heard of that kind of reading before, and I'm interested, and it will give the audience an idea of what that's like.
Absolutely.
While you're tuning in there, there's a question here. Where do we find the Mystic Queen Circle? And I know she's on Instagram for sure. We'll get her to speak to that. And we have, yeah, here they come. We have a couple of people already.
Yes, lovely. Yeah, I'm getting already something, but in regards to Mystic Queen Circle, we are the most active on Instagram, Mystic Queen Circle, to be honest. We also have the Facebook group, Simple Spirituality with Mystic Queen Circle. That group is a little bit more for women, but of course you are welcome to join us on Instagram either way. I just have done a reading for a man, the goddess reading, and we keep getting those, and I love that. I love seeing how men tune into their feminine energies. You know, Christina, a very interesting thing is, I heard you spoke about feminine and masculine energies before. So this is something probably you are aware already, that you are tapping a little bit more right now into the feminine energies, like a lot at the moment. They are also actually saying, don't diminish the masculine energy at the same time.
Sure.
You are good at this, but they're telling you to prioritize. You're doing a little bit too much at the moment. Something there that is consuming your energy. I can't see precisely what it is, but you are thinking if everything what you are doing right now is suitable for you at some specific core values that you have, if it's related with them or not. Because I know everything you do is related with your core values, in the sense that you are unleashing your spiritual path. But within this, I mean that remember that you can't do everything at the same time. And that might diminish your self-worth sometimes because you're such an achiever, you know? You're like such a striker. You want a lot. And they can see that you accomplish this, but they're telling you, slow down, darling, a little bit more and focus better on the quality, like much more right now. This is totally okay for you to relax a little bit within the process too. They're not telling you to relax and to go into the hermit mode. They're like, keep working. This is something that it's clear. For some people, they tell to totally go in the cave and to lock themselves. This is not what you need. They're just saying exactly prioritize a little bit more right now and focus on one few things at a time versus trying to go within your own self-worth. Because I see you're quite good within self-love rituals, what you have at your place right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That resonates a lot because being raised Jehovah's Witness, like I mentioned, anything around this work is not what I had known or what my core values were growing up. And so I'm actually rebuilding, rewiring my brain, even just with the vulnerability to speak of these things, right? And the school was so great, or the Conscious Business Showcase, because I wanted community. I wanted other people who knew things, you know, a little bit deeper into spirituality than I did. And I hired a spiritual coach, which, oh my gosh, like whatever you're looking to do or accomplish in your life, hire a coach. They are just so, it's just the information they can give you and the way they can move you forward is absolutely priceless. So I would say, yeah, absolutely. You know, me even just speaking on the showcase, like I'm going through the fear barrier, you know, every single time, because I would rather just hide, you know, growing up as in a very strict culture. And I would say, you know, even family environment where it was, you were seen and not heard. And it's more comfortable for me to be in the back, just observing and watching people than being in the forefront. But I also know I'm meant to be in the forefront. That's actually what my calling is. So it's the dual, you know, the dual part of why I'm here. And so, yeah, that resonates a lot.
They're saying a big yes.
Yeah.
Huge yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Totally.
Awesome. Virginia's in the back.
Really
She's taunting me, slow down.
Yeah. So it's interesting because we healers receive energy in different ways. My hair usually raised and I get chicken skin and various energies running in the body. And this was a really big yes for you, that you're supposed to be on the front line. Just then you said exactly that. Those words was big. Yes.
Thank you. So I'll keep going through that fear barrier, but slowing down in the process.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you are built for this. Seriously. You have this light, friendly, this is a stereotypical human energy. I'm not just laughing. This is meant connecting much more. That's what they mean. So loves also keep in mind that sometimes spirit guides can be joking and they can be sometimes funny and sarcastic too. They make some really interesting jokes. So this is not something to stereotype. They just say human, lovely, friendly energy.
Right. Nice. Good. Thank you. All right. So first up is June is asking, does Spirit have a message for me, please?
Mm-hmm. I can't ask that exactly, but there is something interesting happening with your heart chakra, June. Now, one way is that can go. It's either you are opening that too much or you are blocking. And it's not really transmuting which one is which part at the moment. But there is something not to, there is a really big line between the putting the protection around the heart and the boundaries that you need to make, and not being too much into this egoistic boundary where we think that flexibility is bad because we need to follow specific white and dark lines. So they're telling you, June, that it's really a good time for you to work on your heart chakra the most right now at this moment. because I think you're opening it a little bit too much, maybe giving a little bit too much to other people. This is like, oh, that's a big yes. There might be, you're giving to someone right now a little bit too much on your side. And they're not telling you exactly to just find lots of time for yourself, just like exactly for, just as we discussed, it's also not that. I can't feel that kind of energy, but they're telling you to really create boundaries at the moment, how you are treated with other people and how you want to be treated with love, with still soft love, lots of soft love. So we need to kind of also understand that the guides or any energy readers are telling us to create boundaries. It's not in this cold matter where we are just blocking everyone out and saying, I want it this way. It's really important to still have this open heart chakra flowing out. So for you, June, that would be really working on that within few months period at this moment. That's all I can see at the moment, June. Let me know if that resonates with you.
That's awesome. She's my mom, so I feel that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean she's still going to do my laundry?
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
She says thank you.
I think we all fall on this ladder, you know, sometimes, even as souls, especially in the spiritual path. We can also be big believers that we constantly need to give for the light, and we do. Giving is amazing, but it's both ways. The radiation of our light and how we take care of it is going to transmute into the ours. So that's a very essential point.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. All right. Next is Kara. She's willing.
Mm-hmm. There is lots of lovely, soft, smiley energy there. Darling, have fun. I'm just saying, go and enjoy yourself as much as you can at this moment. Stop overthinking. This is the time for you to truly enjoy yourself. And I don't know why, but I am getting some sexual energy. This doesn't mean in relationship, you know, that you need to have more sexual connection with someone. That's more sexual connection with yourself. So it doesn't really need to be anything in relationship to offering women sexual and sacred energy. We understand something as really massive, as you know, let it be going naked and shouting and holding on the moon, which is like really amazing. But this is saying find your sacred sexuality within and really love yourself and have fun with that. That can be just dancing and getting lose yourself out totally. But they really want you to loosen yourself out at the specific moment, and you will get all these answers that you really want to get. There's so much amazing energy around this. I really love that. So just unleash it, darling.
Awesome. That's exciting. What kind of moon ceremonies are you doing?
Oh yeah,
naked.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, usually we see these mystics and healers as people who just exactly have these sacred sexual rituals around the moon, and some do, and that's okay. That's totally fine. But you know, sometimes we can also do in a very simplistic way and just sitting near one candle and writing our goals, let it be, and just feeling what the source will guide us and what will tell us.
Awesome. Kara says that was a gift. Thank you so much. And Virginia says, unleash it, girlfriend.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Next up is my business partner, co-founder for the Healing Soul School, Virginia. She would like a reading, please.
I really loved actually your energy too, Virginia. Then I saw your last showcase, which you did. You both have really different energies, to be honest, but you combine and intertwine it so beautifully, and you come together where you also have some similarities. That was so visible right away, even with your energetical auras. And Virginia's is a little bit more orange. There is lots of orange color right there. And it's also interesting because I know you, Virginia, are doing a little bit more structural work on the side, which is exactly that orange color can be a lot about that. The spirit guides like totally. The spirit guides are like, yes. And at the moment, it's really interesting, Virginia, because it feels like you are doing just like what you're supposed to do at this specific moment. They're like chillaxing and really enjoying watching you, to be honest, what is happening in your life. So I don't know you, Virginia, actually at the specific moment and where you are heading on the path, but this seems like just follow the way what you are doing already. You don't really need to undergo any kind of big changes or create something even totally new, more upfront. This is a good period now, and it's Taurus season, so it's a good period to ground yourself. And the grounding yourself, it can be so many various ways. So it depends on you what is grounding more for yourself. And that might be actually doing structural work for you. Who knows? Yeah, and they're enjoying this too. But what I mean here more is that you might be kind of thinking at the moment if you need to do something a little bit more within yourself, and they say, no, it's totally okay now just to go and just to be there. So there is no like big push for you to do anything or to work on something right now, Virginia, which is actually is beautiful. No reading is beautiful, better or worse, but they're kind of chillaxing totally. And Virginia says, I can see, I'm all for chillaxing. So she's feeling it. Awesome. It's also really interesting because sometimes the guides are just there sitting and they're not saying anything, to be honest. And that's indication that they're quite happy how the flow is going right now. And sometimes they're very precise, and sometimes they're a little bit shouting, and sometimes they're whispering. So there are really very kind of different variations how it comes. And there is really no good or bad way in here. It depends what spirit guides are navigating around you right there at this moment. And actually your energy can vary even daily, to be honest. So who knows what happens to you during today that magnifies it even more.
Cool.
Do we have anyone else?
Thank you. Yeah, we have one more. Pam, she would like one about self-worth.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. There is a little, not sadness, but this seems like it's coming a little bit from the past. We all have these traumas in the past, and there is something that you still keep coming up within your self-work at the moment, which again, yeah, most of us have that too. And what they're picking up the most is that this is the period for you of cleansing a lot. This is also very beautiful, even astrological energy right now to do that within the planets, because I also work with astrology. So this is signifying that you really, darling, need to work on the transformation, and you need to stop also procrastinating, not doing the self-love rituals. If you don't have right now few, they're telling you that this is time to move your ass and start creating few. So your guides are a little bit harsher, I can see. They're like, you need to work on yourself, babe. They're like really insisting on that. And that you need to commit and taking that responsibility, because it's you and you are beautiful the way you are. They are much more shouty right here, and that's beautiful. They want you to take this energy right forth. They want you to work on yourself. They want you to do much more than you usually do, especially right from these few weeks, just to feel this energy radiating through you, because not right now at the moment, but you're going to have lots of transformation happening around July or June. So this is like a really beautiful period for you, darling Pam.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness. I know Pam, and that was perfect. Exactly what she needed. I know she's in a meeting. I think she had to go back to work. So yeah, that was perfect for her. Awesome.
Yeah, she's having really beautiful guides too, like any of you. And that's also like a beautiful gift to see these beautiful beings that we all have around ourselves. So we are never alone, even if we feel that.
Cool. Well, I don't see any other readings for that, so thank you. And if anyone else wants to reach out to Diana, you have her contact info there. Do you want to maybe just in the last few minutes speak to, like, how did your guides come on and being able to speak to them? Was that part of your near-death experience?
No, actually, it didn't really happen exactly at that point. It happened during childhood too, to be honest.
Okay.
So it happened already around 4 years or something like that. Just remember some specific moments sitting in the balcony. And for me, I never could totally see. My seeing gift is still a little bit reactivating. So we all have these intuitive energy gifts within ourselves, and my seeing is a little bit still reactivating. What I can do is I have a very strong knowing. I have a sense feeling, and I can sense the guides exactly laughing or saying something, and then I can close my eyes. I can feel the touch within what's happening. So that's how it started. And then, of course, an interesting part is, I think that we all also sometimes forget, is that it becomes more expanded only than we work also with them, then we accept them. So that also, I had lots of rituals, trying lots of various things to see what works for me, connecting myself with my intuition and not suppressing it and saying, no, I don't get this feeling and what that's telling me. There is no logic in it, then let's not do that, because that knowing has no logic. Sometimes when you hear those intuition and spirit guides talking with you, it makes no freaking sense, like, to be honest. Like, why am I supposed to do this way? But that following up more and more leads them to whisper louder within yourself, leads you to see them also much more, because it's about opening this faucet, you know, and allowing them to step in. So I think it's always about how open you are as a channel, which exactly happened for me. I needed to work on this. You know, I needed to tune into my own body much more, to heal it with food, to heal my mind also before I could heal my soul. And then I started connecting with them more and more. And most of the spirit guides I meet, and especially goddesses and angels, it also happens during dreams. Then the unconscious mind, you know, is the most open too. So it happens in various ways. But once I was accepting to let them in, they got in, because they're never going to be pushing if we are not.
Cool. Yeah, we all have the ability, right? Everyone has that ability to connect and to hear and listen and see, depending on how that comes in for you. But yeah, thank you for explaining that. It's beautiful.
And I think one thing, if I can still say, sometimes also if we want to see them too much, we might block them too, because we have some certain expectations. And we need to be open with our expectations too. Right. So for example, we might want and imagine that our spirit guide is going to be our grandma or something specific, you know, and then we don't allow, you know, our main guide to come if it's not our grandma. And that's also where the problem sometimes arises, because that enormous, not even desire, but the egocentrical want, I want this way, that's actually the low frequency of the lack suppressing the spirit guides to come inside and visit us, because spirit guides is abundance energy right there. It's the light itself. So I think it's also kind of important to navigate, you know, to kind of, exactly as you said, Christina, to think, is it expanded energy or is it suppressing energy? And that's pretty much all we need with energetical readings, even ourselves.
That's so good. What about I'll just give my own example, fear. So I have a knowing too, and I get, you know, like a sense, or this is new for me this year, but I have a guide on my left side when I'm speaking. Her name's Lily, and I get goosebumps, or chicken skin, as you say. I love our different cultures. And so I can feel when she's here, and when she comes, I know, okay, like what I'm saying is either for me or for the person that I'm talking to. And it's like kind of that little bit of, let's just pay attention to what's happening, you know, in this moment. And so what is, you know, what about the flip side? So I have had this fear. I feel like as I'm calming my nervous system down, to be honest, I don't have so much of the fear of seeing things, because when I think of spirit guides or seeing spirits, I think of a horror movie, and that's just all I know. And being taught, you know, that it was taboo growing up from my background. So how do you, you know, or what are your thoughts on, you know, moving past the fear of seeing? I know that spirit would never bring us something that would make us afraid. And someone had said, if you see something, just say, hey, what's your name? Or, you know, what are you here for? And I can do that, you know, in that moment. But I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or advice on that.
Yeah. Much connection, ongoing connection, nowhere and nowhere. So what happens in the beginning is that exactly you are inviting them to step in. You say that you are open, and that can be on your own terms. So what I also want to identify, you know, don't look on media for the best way how to do this, because there is no best way. There's just the best way for you. And that's very important to understand. So for some of the people, that might be exactly through dreaming, because you are opening yourself the most. So before you go to dream, just ask yourself, can you please show yourself? I would love to see you. These simple things can work too if you are a little bit more afraid to see it within, for example, let's say meditation, yes? So just find the thing what you're not afraid of in the beginning, and then slowly tune into those other methods and check them out, because you don't really need just to go there and go full swing, because that's not how that goes.
Right.
You can start very small, just lighting a candle, closing your eyes and asking them to show themselves. And it can be scary in the beginning, absolutely. I remember the first time I connected with an angel, I felt them touch my arm, and I felt this amazing light. And I think he is here because I'm getting these huge shivers. And I felt so much love radiating through my whole being that I was crying for 10 minutes afterwards, like crying, because it's impossible to comprehend how much love there can be there. So just know that you can also undergo some emotions, and it's easy to say don't be afraid of them, but just be open to experience that, because we will always be afraid. Fear is something that, you know, is helping us being safe too. It is there also as our guide on earth. Even ego is here as our guide on earth sometimes, but, you know, it's not always right. So just, you know, experience the way how you want to do that, and do small steps versus just jumping in there and doing 2 hours rituals and then getting totally overwhelmed.
Right. That's awesome.
And
cool.
I think maybe one thing to share that might be really beneficial to people, that there is a difference between the fear voice and the intuition voice. The intuition voice is soft whispers, and it usually comes from the back of the neck, and that's that knowing without logical explanation. So it doesn't speak, it whispers, it guides you nicely, you know, softly. It listens to you for you to listen to it in order to transmute. While the ego has a loud voice, it always has excuses. It always has the whys, why it happens on certain terms, yes. So, and it always usually comes from the front of the head. So I think that's also something to see if you're feeling the fear or intuition, because sometimes that might be also hard for some people to know which is which.
Right. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. That's super helpful. Very good. All right, Diana, thank you so much. Such a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for doing readings for us today, and for, you know, just sharing more of your love and your light, and how to move people into, you know, hearing from guides, or just connecting a little bit more. And if anyone wants to reach you, then again, Mystic Queen Circle on Instagram. And what was the Facebook group again?
The Facebook group that we are in is Simple Spirituality with Mystic Queen Circle.
Okay.
Yes, thank you a lot too. And I can't wait to see also all the amazing speakers and just be a student myself out here.
Perfect. Thank you. And as you were chatting, I don't know if this is connected, but Kara, a friend, saying that she had 3 dreams with me in the last month, I guess. So I don't know what that's about, Kara. Maybe DM me and let me know. But yeah, who knows?
It is connected. It's always connected. These things that happen on, yeah, that's also the beautiful part. So I think it is connected.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much. So good to have you here. And
Thank you.
We will talk again soon. All right. So we have our last speaker on today, and you guys are in for a major treat because Katrina is the singing oracle. I'm just going to put up her banner while I bring her up. I heard this lady in singing in Clubhouse, and I was like, whoa, who is this beautiful angel? Let me bring her up. All right. Hello. How you doing?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Good. Welcome, welcome, everyone.
Thank
This is
you.
Katrina Blackstone, known as the Singing Oracle, and we're definitely going to be wowed today. She has such a beautiful energy, beautiful aura, and is a light worker out there spreading love and light, but through her voice and through this melodic sound that comes out through her reading. So welcome to the stage. Welcome to the Healing Soul School Conscious Business Showcase. And we just want to say, tell us a little bit about your story and how you got to here, where you are today, and then where the Singing Oracle came from.
Great questions. Yeah, I was thanks for having me, firstly. I'm so happy to be
you're
here.
welcome.
Yeah, I was actually just caught the end part of her. I loved her. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, I'm losing the name, but I love her.
Sienna?
Yes, I love her tip about on the top of the head or on the back of the neck vibes. Like, that's such a good tip. So I'm already got a little bit of something from just dropping in. So yes.
Hanging out backstage.
I'm hanging out backstage in the green room.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So so I'm a vocalist. I've been singing my entire life. And I've had some kind of like underground success. I've been I'm indie success, touring different places in the world. My last album with DJ Vadim is on BBE, which is a British label. And so really my trajectory my whole life has been to sing. That's just really been it. I've been a makeup artist, and I've done other things, of course, as well, like along the lines while you're trying to make your artistry happen. But yeah, singing has been, since I could speak, I was singing. I was telling people that I was going to sing. So that is where what I'm here to do. So of course, just like I've always been very spiritual, like at the core of me. I grew up, in church, which a lot of people did, and that was kind of confusing for me, just like the different messages I was getting with what I felt within my heart. So there's always like this underlying, and by the way, I'm not putting down church at all. Like, there's some beautiful churches, there's some beautiful things, but I'm just saying the messaging I was receiving as a child was not exactly what I'm here for now, but I knew that there was like an essence there. So I want to say I'm not anti-church at all. Like, I'm saying what I experienced from the one that I was in as a child. So it's an important distinction. But so I guess why I'm bringing that up is that there's always been like this undercurrent. There's always been this tapped in feeling, and just kind of being open, experiencing different sensations, having messages really come through me, not realizing what it was necessarily. I've always been very intuitive, but it was kind of like I was just like an underground. It was like underground intuition, if that makes sense. Like I was underground spirituality. Like, all my friends knew me as like totally like witchy woo, like pulling cards and Palo Santo in the house and crystals everywhere and stuff. But I wasn't really necessarily bringing it into my music. I was writing a lot about relating with people, sensuality, different archetypal things for sure. But I hadn't really bridged the two yet. And then of course, when everything happened, when the world stopped in 2020 and a lot of us had to go pivot and go within, that's what I did, you know? So it's funny. I actually started, I've had a couple of different types of business ideas that involved my voice over the past couple of years, but Katrina Sings the Day is where the singing oracle started to actually manifest, like really come through. So basically I started my meditation practice. Let's see. Okay. So basically everything really started about 3 years ago, and I was in the middle of a huge breakup. Like a lot of people will find themselves at the end of something like that. I really had to start everything over from scratch. And that time and in that search, I had to go within and really find out what, you know, how to even just be within this vessel, how to be at peace within this vessel, you know? And so I got into meditation. I got into sound healing. I just started anything that I could do. And honestly, during that breakup, I was kind of in the middle of, at certain points, I just, you know, it was after a 7-year partnership. And there was just certain points that I couldn't do anything besides just like cry and journal and pull cards. And at certain points I was like, Katrina, this is getting a bit gratuitous. Like you're just pulling cards, you know, like over and over again and, you know, whatever, but not realizing I was actually training myself to read cards, you know, for other people. Like Spirit had a bigger, you know, definitely had a bigger plan for that. I thought I was just like, it was the end of my world. And that was the only thing I could do to cope with life right then. And I just was like, girlfriend, I was like, get it together. You know, you can't just be pulling cards all the time. So I brought that up. I kind of digressed a little bit before I went, you know, because that was like 2019. That was all of like 2019 for me. Not all of it, but a lot of 2019 for me, just healing, just picking up my broken heart. And then realizing like, okay, where am I now? Who am I now? What do I want to do? What do I have for the world? And then I thought, okay, 2020, we're coming in. I'm going to be doing some music. I'm bringing it 2020's, you know, perfect vision. And then everything, I was like, whoa, I like on March, I'll never forget, because March 16th, because I didn't even have a home. I was house sitting, jumping from friends' couches and house sitting in 2019 because I literally just couldn't pull it together, you know? And Dark Night of the Soul is real, y'all. It's really real. Anybody who has gone through it, I'm sure anybody who's watching this probably has gone through maybe even a couple, but that was rough. That was really rough. And so when 2020 happened, I was all excited, but I just remember because I thought I really had a good feeling about the year. And it was during a meditation that I had the download for Katrina Sings the Day. I didn't know what it was going to be. I just had this thought of like something that I could do daily. Katrina Sings the Day. I thought I was going to be singing like news. I didn't know what I was going to be doing. I just Spirit gave me that, but didn't give me anything else at that point. Cool. And I'll never forget March 16th, basically I lost because I was a brand ambassador. I lost that job. I lost my house sitting gigs. I lost everything because everything shut down with COVID. And then I was like, okay. So at that point though, I'd surrendered so much during 2019 that I was like, okay, well, at least I'm used to this now. I'm just going to surrender into it and see what happens. And so in July of last year, I started following through. All the energy and all the pressure got to the point where I just couldn't. I had to do something, and I wanted to help people because we all know where everybody was around July last year. It was rough. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I like physically felt in my body, just like it was so rough, just the energetics of the world, you know? And so I was like, all right, I'm going to start Katrina Sings the Day. I'm going to be pulling cards. I'm going to sing. And I'm just going to see what comes through for people. And I'm going to commit myself to doing it 30 days, every day for 30 days on YouTube. And so I did. And that is where the singing oracle was born. So, you know, I would be like, oh, I'm your singing oracle card reader. And then people are like, you're like the singing. They're like, that's perfect. You're so intuitive. You're always making me. And then all these people were coming out of the woodwork. They're like, Katrina, like you've always, this stuff that you said to me was always right. This was right. This was right. Just like validating like my sense of my intuitiveness and my psychicness and my, you know, and so that was like really the jumping off point. So yeah, that's how it all began. And then people started approaching me for individual readings. And basically all of the things I had been training for and all the things I had been learning about, like about the vagus nerve and about subconscious reprogramming, about like all these different things that I had been like diving into to help myself to heal myself.
Right.
I started putting in, which is what we do, right? And then now it's like helping clients. So, I call them affirmative readings. They're channeled messages over music, designed to like, open up your heart basically and affirm what you need to hear, exactly what you need to hear right now. And the cool thing about when you do something over music, so when we do affirmations over music, because when I work with my clients one-on-one, like I'll give them an affirmation for that time period in their life of whatever they need right then. And then it's over a beat. So then they can sing to it and it goes into the subconscious. It goes deeper. So if you can have affirmations or anything over music, it's going to always just take it a next step up because it's just
it
going
creates
back.
Emotion. And that's what helps it sink in the subconscious. Oh, that's amazing. Exactly.
Yeah. So, that's, I kind of went, I don't know if I hope like I did that in the right order, but yes, that's where it all started. That's where it's going. And honestly, when do we ever get off of our healing path? We're always on it, right? I'm still finding new ways every day. This Scorpio, I just saw a meme yesterday. It said, raise your hand if this moon, you were personally assaulted or personally victimized by this moon. I was like, can I get an amen? How many, I don't know if there's people listening. Who else, what has been going on this past week and a half? It's been so intense. And it's just like, but it's a perfect time to just really like tune into our tools that we've cultivated. And so it's just been a big
energy from what I understand is here for the next 6 months. And it's a disciplining energy. And that's where we're headed. Like, get your shit together, people, because it'll be easier if you move into getting your stuff together. If you're not going to do, make those moves, the world is going to do that for you.
Yeah. Oh man, 6 months. Okay.
You have some love in the comments. Virginia's saying, she says, feel you there 2020 when everything went to, and then the poo emoji. Mm-hmm. And Laura's saying, my cards and journaling got me through my dark night too.
Yes.
You're not alone.
Thank the goddess for those cards and the journaling, right? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. So I'm super grateful that I had that. And then, I'm starting to work on new music again, which is really awesome. I'm excited about that. I am planning on starting Katrina Sings the Day again. I've just been, I was just kind of taking a moment to recalibrate. It's and seeing where I'm going to present it. I was considering a podcast, which is coming, but I think I might actually start it again on Instagram for the next few weeks, and then bring it back to YouTube and a podcast as I'm just like, because there's some shifting happening. I can feel it. So I feel like there's like another layer of it that's coming. Yeah. It's such an interesting feeling when you feel that, when you're like, oh, I know that there's a little bit more that wants to come through about it, that I don't have the full picture. So I'm just kind of following right now, just following the guidance. And, this is a very transformative year as well. I mean, so we're just all opening up to spirit in such a different way on a collective level. And so, just going with the flow over here the best I can. Yeah.
Awesome. I want to share the story of Clubhouse. So I don't go on Clubhouse all the time, but I get this push from Source, like, go on now, and I ended up in your room, which was, are you there every Friday? Is that right? Where you're doing the readings?
I'm there most Fridays. I'm actually not going to be there today. I'm going to take a couple of weeks off of it because I'm feeling the need to make a lot more content, like some subconscious reprogramming and stuff like that. But yes, it's most Fridays. If you check my IG, you'll see when I'm going to go on. You'll see the advertisement. Yeah.
Definitely follow her. So the Singing Oracle, or Katrina Blackstone on
Katrina Blackstone. Yeah,
on Instagram, and then follow her on Clubhouse if you're on there.
Katrina Blackstone. It's Katrina Blackstone everywhere, but just but just AKA the Singing Oracle is what I'm beginning to be known as. But I'm still Katrina Blackstone across all the platforms. So unless you want to go book a reading, go to thesingingoracle.com. But other than that, we can get to that in a minute. But please do tell about your time in Clubhouse. Go ahead.
So, I want to say by accident, not an accident, because I was totally Source. So I go into your room on Clubhouse, and you're you and your friend who's the moderator. Sorry, I forget her name.
Tristina,
Yeah.
she's amazing.
So the two of you are like going back and forth, and you're doing readings, and you're, but you're singing them, and I'm like just taken back. Like the voice is so beautiful, and I'm just like, wow. And so she's doing a reading for someone. It's the last one, and I didn't have an opportunity. I was going to come up and get a reading, but it was closed off because I think you'd already been there over a half hour, and you had intended to be. And so it's so funny. The lady's ready, or Katrina's ready to do her reading, and she says to the lady, she's like, wow, I'm trying to put on this music, but it's not working. And like a couple things happened that weren't working, or for whatever reason. She's like, I'm getting this pull to play reggae. So you said to the lady, like, do you like reggae? And I am a huge reggae head. So I had wanted the reading, and I don't know what the lady said. Was like, yeah,
she's like, oh yeah, I enjoy reggae. I was like, oh, maybe this is for somebody else. I was like, oh, it wasn't a definitive I love reggae. Heck yes,
Yeah. And so when I messaged Katrina, I was like, that was for me. That reggae was totally for me. So it was probably her reading, the lady's reading, but that music was definitely for me. And I was like, so awesome. And what I feel in that moment was that was how Source connected us. Because even when I was sharing, like, I have such a love for it, and it makes me feel so good. It makes me feel alive. And then you said, oh, I have this song. I don't know if it's your new one. If you have it and can pull it up, then play a little bit of it for us. But you're like, I have this song, and I listened to it and had a reggae beat to it. And I was like, oh my goodness, I love this woman. Like, yes, I'm really missing that connection in music. And we used to go out, I used to go out on the weekends and with friends and stuff, and music was usually involved. And so I just love and appreciate Clubhouse and you, and just, finding this was another divine connection, for me, and so grateful. Yeah. So that was the story. Just, energy is so real, and just go with it, because you never know. And I could have had my fear and not reached out to Katrina, being like, who am I to reach out to her? But it was just that feeling of Source kept saying, like, reach out to her, see if she'll want to come on the showcase, and I followed that intuition. And we had a chat just randomly, and it was so beautiful. Like, we just shared so many things that we have in common, and another beautiful connection was made. And I just think that's so cool. So anyone who's watching, if you get that intuitive hit to do something, just do it, even if you're afraid, because or you think like, well, maybe that's dumb, or maybe that's not for me, or what if they don't answer? Who cares? Just go with your flow of, whatever your intuition is telling you, go for it. Because you never know what beautiful thing can come on the other end of it.
Absolutely. And I second that, because especially right now, honestly, it's so, we're the way that the energies are happening right now. It's the veils are thinner. Like I feel like, and I feel like the energy is just right there to tap into if you allow yourself an open. And you can always feel, you can feel it in your stomach. And it's funny, I tell people when I start to feel, when I know something is like the right next move for me, when somebody will say something like, hey, you should kind of do this. And I'll be like, I feel like immediately excited, and also a little bit like I'm going to throw up. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the right thing I'm supposed to do. Like, because it's also the discomfort. Like, it's not necessarily a comfortable thing. Like, even like what you just said, reaching out to me, even though, like, of course, I'm so happy you reached out to me. And by the way, anybody who sees this, definitely DM me if you have any questions. I love to talk to people, answer any questions, and I like to connect with people. So, and I like to send voice memos, and that's my thing. So, but yeah, always reach out, because pushing beyond like maybe the little bit question with yourself, or that little discomfort that you feel about maybe feeling vulnerable about doing it, always gets you the reward on the other side of it. So yeah, I love that. And I wanted to speak to, you said that, maybe that reading wasn't for you, but the music was. But I actually do believe too, because when whoever's in those rooms at that point, at that moment, or who even like you go and look at my readings on my YouTube, like I've got a bunch of them there. Whichever reading you feel drawn to just go watch, that's messages for you that day. Like it just is, and we all share a collective energy. So honestly, a lot of us are going through very similar things. We just don't, and that it helps to bridge the gap too. Cause it's like, oh, I got similar downloads as what that person just got. And it's like, well, yeah, because honestly, we're also connected, So anyways, I find that
And I there's actually even a little bit more that I didn't know at the time when I reached out to you is, you know, I have, I'm helping Renew, who has talked to us a couple times on the showcase. She does subconscious clearing, and she has her own modality for that. And so I'm just helping her with some business stuff. And she was talking about how, you know, our soul calling, our soul purpose. It's not that we have one specific thing where, you know, there's no free will. We're here to do just that thing. She's like, no, not at all. You're here to experience life and to experience it in whatever that is. And so I've been asking myself, like, what am I here for? I love to have fun. I love music. I love reggae. You know, I love bringing people together. And we're going to have some full moon parties coming up from the showcase. You know, that'll be something. But another part of, and stay tuned for this, is I want to put together some kind of a show. You know, I love music. And for me, this is me opening up to play more and to be more in my feminine and the pleasure part of it, of what I absolutely love doing. And I've always wanted to go on, Damian Marley is a reggae artist, and he has a cruise that he does every November.
I know.
Welcome to Jam Rock. And I've been like, oh my gosh, like, can I please
Girl,
just
let's
get
go.
on that ship?
Girl, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go that
ship. What Source said to me, or what I was feeling, you know, that we can create that now online. And we found, like, tomorrow at noon Eastern, come back, because there's a platform called Lemonade. I don't know if you've heard of it. It'd be perfect for you, Katrina. You can actually have your stuff on there. You can have ticket sales, you can have events and all of that. And I would love to create some kind of a reggae show, you know, and have different artists coming on. And so that's something that I'll definitely reach out to you for. So there was even, I feel like this is just a stepping stone for me of, you know, where I'm moving into doing things just for fun. We're home. That's okay that we're home. I can still do fun things, you know, with these new beautiful friends that I've made. And I somehow, through, again, Clubhouse, got connected to some reggae people who I'm connected to on Instagram. And it's almost like, you know, 3 or 4 accounts that I've found that have really beautiful musicians that, you know, I can reach out to as well for this event. So something's coming. I don't know what it is, but really honored, you know, that now you're my friend, and you're totally going to get a call for that whenever and whatever that looks like.
And I really want to go on that cruise too. So seriously,
oh my gosh, like
meet you there when that opens back up. Let's do it.
Right?
I've been wanting to for a while. I just actually heard about it last year. I was like, how did I not know about this?
Right?
But yeah, that's awesome.
Cool.
Totally.
Good.
Yay.
So I know you're going to do a reading today for our collective. And so maybe I'll just let you take that away. We have about 20 minutes. So whatever feels good.
Yeah. Hopefully this says, let's see how the sound sounds. Ooh. Can you hear that okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Is it too loud or is that loud? Is that good?
To me, it sounds good. If anyone else in the audience wants to comment as well.
Yeah, cool. Okay. All right. So thank you. All right. So what we're going to do here is, actually, before we do that, it's funny. Yeah, I'm just going to have that going a little bit in the background while we, all right. So we're just going to drop in together here for a moment. We just thank you, guides. We thank you, Source, Divine Energy. We thank you, angels. We thank you for being here with us in this collective space. We thank you that whatever answers are here for us and anyone who is involved in this reading live or whoever hears the replay of this reading, that the messages come through to elevate our consciousness and light up, illuminate our path, opening our hearts, allowing messages to come through that will guide us to help to assist us on our highest possible spiritual paths. Yes. All right, so I'm just going to ask Spirit, what do we need to hear right now on this Friday? Thank you, guides. Thank you, angels. What do we need to hear right now? What do we need to hear right now? Ooh. Oh, whoa. Ha. What do you need to release? What do you need to release? That's what this week has been all about, right? What do we need to release? What do we need to release? It's like Spirit's holding a big mirror to our, right up to us, through people, through circumstance, through situations. Like, what is it that you need to release as you're moving forward on this path? Because truly, releasing is just enables just a lightness to step, right? An ability to move forward with more grace, more strength. I can't make it up. It's time to release negativity. This is the full moon in Scorpio. You guys, I just shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. I love it when that happens. I love it. Yeah. So we know we need to release some negativity. So who's got some negativity right now? I mean, listen, I'm not going to lie. I had some negativity this week a couple times. I'm like, really? Okay. Is that really what's happening? So just bringing up what is right in front of us to be released. So there's fear, there's negativity I'm hearing. Release resistance. Release resistance. Yes. Allow. Honor yourself. Honor your path. Yes. Next deck. Work your lights. Thank you, guides. Thank you, angels. What else do we need?
Is that the Work Your Light deck?
Yes, it is.
I have it too, and I just pulled it out. So I'm gonna pull one too.
Oh, do it. You got a priest? You got the priestess?
Yeah.
Oh, I love this. The crumbling. What are you? Okay, this is hilarious, y'all. I'm seeing a theme here. Okay, we got the priestess. Yes, I like this. Step into your power with the priestess. What are you being called to do? But guess what else? We got the crumbling. What are you clinging to? All right. So this tells me that whoever's listening or whoever is going to listen to this, what is it that you are clinging to that is no longer in your highest? We all do it, it's no judgment. Smudge don't judge, I say, like it's definitely not, it's no judgment about what it is. We all have situations, but what I love about that one specifically is, firstly, whenever there's time for things to shift, there's a storm that comes about, right? Look at all this lightning. And the storm is essentially there to create, it's to clear energy. So a storm feels, it's kind of like, have you ever seen like the aerial views of a storm above? It looks like, it can be like calm, almost beautiful, like gorgeous, but in the middle of it, you're like holding on for dear life. And it's like feeling like everything is getting washed away. Everything's like being taken away, or a lot of things are. And it's telling you like, truly go through the storm, allow it to happen, allow whatever it is, because look, this gate is opening and look at how beautiful it is on the other side of it. It's this gorgeous, like field, like with flowers and poppies, and like there's water back there and rivers, and it's just this beautiful situation for you. So it's like, if you can actually release the negativity that you're holding on to, and I just heard stories, release the story that you have been identifying with for a while, release that story. Yeah, and the priestess is so good because it's, I believe, what is the thing that says there is, what are you being called to do, correct? Or what is it?
How are you being called to step up and lead?
Yeah, how are you being called to step up and lead? So many times, I think I feel like it's almost like a prerequisite in order to be a great leader and to be the person that you are here to show up for others, is you have to go through, a tearing down of sorts. You have to go through a crumbling. You have to go through having, things stripped away to feel what it feels like, so that you can connect with the people that you're here to connect with. Think about even Nelson Mandela. I was thinking about that the other day. Like he had to be in prison before and he had to change his whole story before he could like fully go on to be the leader that he is. And it's just like, yeah, it's just amazing if you think about it like that. So we've got some releasing negativity. We've got some crumbling. Let's let go of whatever it is that we are clinging to, because you're being called truly to step into your highest. How are you here to serve? How are you here Yes, and trust yourself. Trust yourself. Absolutely. I love this because this one also signifies like when you feel like you've come to a place where it's like you have this inner knowing of what it is you want to do, you have something that's feeling exciting for you, but then it feels like almost like it's too over there. It's too like, you know, it feels like almost too hard to get off the ground. Or maybe, you know, you get like imposter syndrome, like who am I? Who am I to actually take this on? Who am I to step into this? And this is telling you truly you can trust yourself. If you're feeling it, what you want wants you to. I love that line so much because it's so true. No truer words have been spoken. If there's something that you truly want down in your depths and you really, it just keeps coming back up for you what you want, and it's in your core, not just in your mind, not in the analytical overthinking mind, but something that's really in your heart. It wants you to. There's a reason. Spirit puts that there because it is truly part of what we're here to do. So trust yourself, walk forward, know that you are being absolutely guided, absolutely protected.
Trust yourself, you can trust yourself, you can trust yourself, that inner knowing that you have no need to listen to what somebody else is projecting upon you. What do they have to say about you, What are they saying to you? If it doesn't feel true for you, it's not for you. Ooh, 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 hey, and you need to release today any negativity on today. Let it go today. Let it go today, 'cause it only causes more resistance. It only causes all you to question. Yeah. Ooh, 'cause fear is it's only an illusion. Fear is only an illusion. Let it go and you can let it flow and step into your power every day. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Let it crumble, let it crumble. Ooh, let it crumble, let it crumble. Let it crumble, let it crumble. Oh, ooh. Yes, what are you clinging to? What are you clinging to? What do you need to let go of? What do you need to let go of? 'Cause what you want, what do you need to release? You know what you need to release. What comes to your heart immediately when you ask that question? Is it a situation? Is it a person? Is it a way of thinking? Is it a toxic relationship? Is it ways you're speaking to yourself that are not serving, that are not uplifting you? What do you need to release today? Is it a substance? What is it? We all have things to release. Nobody is immune to this. And we're only being called to do this because it's going to help to lighten our load. Truly, it's like the things that we cling to, that we think that we need, we identify with so much. It's like when you can actually let that go and trust that Spirit truly, truly, truly has a better plan for you,
and actually see so much more for you than you could even imagine for yourself. That's just so powerful when we can actually trust that and realize that the things that we're clinging to is because they're familiar to us, but they're not. That it's like you'll feel so much freedom. There's nothing that feels better once you let go of something that has been draining your energy for so long, and you know what it is. You know what it is. If you're like, no, then you're in your head. What is it? Tap in. You can actually ask yourself. You can say, self, higher self, what is it that I need to let go of right now? What is it that I need to release right now?
Ooh, listening to the voice within you. Listen to the voice within you. It's got so much here to guide you. It's got so much here for you. When you can listen and tap in with spirit, when you can know, you can allow it, surrender to all that's here for you. It's here for you, yeah. Ooh, hey, trust yourself today. Let it go, let it go, let it go now. Let it go, let it go, let it go now. Let it go, let it go, let it go now. Let it go, let it go, let it go now. Let it go, let it go, let it go now. Let it go, let it go now. You are being called to.
Here, allow spirit to work through you. Allow your guides to guide you. Allow what wants to come through, come through. It's here for you. Yes, yes, yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, 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 yes. That felt beautiful. That felt good. That felt good for me. I felt like I needed that too. I'm telling you, it's for everybody, y'all. Spirit's like, what are you holding on to? Check in with yourself too. Oh, and I just looked at the thing and it says 555 up on the thing.
Woo!
That's transformation. Yes, yes,
Nice.
yes.
Nice.
Yes. Beautiful. Let's see if there's, I want to pull an animal card for everybody real quick if we have time. Do you have a moment?
Yeah,
I don't know what the time is.
I also want to share this quote when you were talking earlier. This is when you were sharing about your message, how last July you just had this pull to get out there and start singing and to help those who are, the world in a harder place. And it's so true. Like, whatever is out there, whatever is wanting to crumble away, once that crumbles, there's something there for you to stand in your power. And the gravity of moving forward is going to be heavy. The stuff of our past or our fears is it start to melt away when what we're here to do and what we're being called to, like, remember, sweet soul, why you're here. And the gravity of that is going to move you forward, especially in this next 6 months or so, as a lot of the energy of the earth and the world has been shifting. We are here to make a difference. We're here in 2021 for a specific reason. We are part of the collective. We are the leaders, who are moving the collective. We're that piece of the puzzle. And it's just simply, what are you here for? What part do you have to play for the collective? And I think that was so, just so great when you said that earlier. And then I saw the quote here backstage. I was like, yes, that matches.
I love that. You will move forward when the gravity of your future is stronger than the weight of your past. Amen. So, a woman, a everyone, sis. I appreciate that. Like, honestly, I'm one, just really very quickly on that. I want to say this. I held on so tightly I held on so tightly for so many years to the life I was in with my ex and with my, and listen, I have no shame in it. I was just living a completely different life. You know, and down deep, I knew that there was more for me. There was like something else I was supposed to step up and share my voice in a different way. But I was clinging so hard because it felt comfortable, and you know, and there was love there still. It wasn't even that, you know, it wasn't even that. It was that it wasn't where I was supposed to be any longer. And it's like when we stop fighting it, and we stop because we're just scared that we're going to lose the comfort that we think we have, when you actually can free yourself from it. And yeah, I went through a very uncomfortable process to get to where I am now, but now I'm like, thank God. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, everyone. Thank you that I did that. I did the part where the releasing and walking through the difficulty, so that now I can fully step into where I am. And I'm going to tell you, I honestly am the happiest I've ever been in my life. And I'm like so grateful to share that. And everybody can be there too, you know, but it takes a little discomfort at the beginning. I'm not going to lie about that. It's not going to lie. It's not an easy process necessarily, but it's like, but yet you can find ways to do it with more ease by surrendering to it, by allowing and not resisting it, because half the battle is not resisting. It's in the not resisting. It's in actually allowing Spirit to start doing the work and not clinging to something because you think it's better for you, because I guarantee it's not. So I love that. Thank you for sharing that. I love that quote so much. And I just pulled the crow for us, which I've actually never pulled the crow. Ever in this deck. I did use the animal spirit. What's it called? The wild and gnome animal spirit deck. So I love this. Look how beautiful this is. The crow.
Can I share a little bit more about the crow?
Yes, please.
Maybe I should wait till after. I'll share with you now.
Share it.
For me, there has been crows hanging around the house, or I've just been noticing and flying over the house. And I don't know if that has a special meaning, but also, you know, through this whole year, I have been watching off and on Rich Dad, Poor Dad, what's his name? Robert Kiyosaki, his interpretation of what's going on in the markets and stuff like that. I have a bit of a financial background, and there's a crow either on his desk, or so it has to do with money somehow. To tie. I don't know if that's added into the reading as you're about to share, but there's something there with the crow.
I've been actually seeing a lot of crows lately too. A lot of them have been in my backyard, and I was like, is there just a lot of crows in general, like around, that I haven't been noticing, or are they just like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just funny that I love that, but I've never personally pulled this card, so I think that's really cool. So let's see. Spiritually strong, creative, and watchful. The crow has long been a symbol of magic. A crow personality is drawn to the supernatural and has a gift for seeing the unseen, knowing the unknown. It is said that the crow holds within its mind's eye the three realities: past, present, and future. What? Come on. Crow energy is potent and should only be tapped into when the mind is clear. Those with crow tendencies must balance their lives with a healthy diet, joyful friends, and regular self-study. What did I say that we need? What have we been talking about? When in balance, psychic, strong, and clear. When out of balance, ungrounded and hypersensitive. To bring into balance, daily meditation practice. So I feel like this just wraps up in a pretty tight little bow everything we've been talking about. Totally. It's like, I love that. Those with crow tendencies must balance their lives with a healthy diet, joyful friends, and regular self-study. What did I just say? Like, what else, what are we clinging to that isn't part of what we need any longer? If there's any parts that you're doing that are not involving, healthy diet, joyful friends, and regular self-study, it's like just these things that we can really tap into. I love it so much. And then, the holder, the seer of the past, present, and future. I love it. Oh my gosh. It just all comes together. So we say thank you, Spirit. And I love that reading for us today.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here today, and maybe share with everyone how they can reach out to you again if they want to have their own reading with you. Where to find you.
Yes, please come find me on Instagram. Follow me there. I'm going to start Katrina Sings Today probably maybe even next week again, just on Instagram Live. That's you all are hearing it here first. I decided that last night. And then, yeah, so please connect with me there. Also, the singingoracle.com is where you can book a reading for me. Also, I do new moon live streams, and I have a new moon live stream coming up on May 11th. It's a new moon in Taurus. So we do a burn ritual and we set intentions, and I do a collective reading like this for whoever's with us. I also do a sound activation with my voice for you all. So yeah, so please check me out there, and that's in my link tree or at thesingingoracle.com. You can check that out. And you can also go listen to my music. If you want to go hear my music on Spotify, Katrina Blackstone. And if you want to check out more of the Katrina Sings the Days, you can go to YouTube and just look at my page, Katrina Blackstone, and I have a whole playlist for Katrina Sings the Day. So yeah, and come also follow me on Clubhouse if you're there, because I will be doing my rooms again. And I'm on Wednesday nights, I'm at Campfire Jams every Wednesday nights on Value Culture. So,
cool.
yeah.
What's that?
Campfire Jams is like honestly, it's amazing. People come from all over the world, and like some people are just waking up when we're doing it. Some people are just going to sleep. They're on the East Coast. You know, we're in California, and it's people just sharing a song. And we've had like Pato Bantan. Do you know Pato Bantan? He's a famous reggae singer. Him and his wife Antoinette Roots Data, they come on there regularly. We've had like the other day, Citizen Cope popped in the room and was listening. Like
wow.
you never know who's going to actually end up there. It's like it's amazing. So, anyways, it's really fun, and it's just everybody, different artists sharing. You would love it, actually, Christine. You would really love it because of the you're saying you miss live music so much. It's just I've been popping into music rooms on Clubhouse and singing just because getting my fix that way too. So yeah, so that's one that I.
What time is that on Wednesday?
That starts at, I believe, 8 p.m. Yeah, because they just moved it to summertime. So 8 p.m. PST on Wednesday nights on Campfire Jams. It's on the Value Culture Club, which if you're not following, you definitely should. It's amazing, and yeah, it's really great. So catch me there. Definitely singing almost every Wednesday night. I'm there too, and a lot of other amazing singers. So yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's wrap up because someone's at my door.
Okay. Awesome.
Blessings. Thank you, everyone. Awesome day. Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you so much. Have a beautiful one, everyone. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Wrap. So I'm going to say goodbye and thank you so much, everyone. It's been awesome. Have a great evening.